gbọ́nà sí àwa o.
Sọmọrí àdúgbò yìí ẹ jáde wá o.
Ẹ jáde wá o, kẹ wá gbọ́nà sí àwa o.
Tẹ bá jí lówùúrọ̀, tẹ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ.
Tẹ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè.
Tẹ bá jí lówùúrọ̀, tẹ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ sẹ́.
Tẹ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè.
Elédùmarè ó fún wa lọ́mọ.
Kò fún wa lọ́mọ tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o.
Elédùmarè ó fún wa lọ́mọ yé.
Kò fún wa lọ́mọ tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o títí dọjọ́ alẹ́ o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o títí dọjọ́ alẹ́ o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o tí yóò wọlé dé wa o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o tí yóò wọlé dé wa o.
Sọmọrí àdúgbò yìí ẹ jáde wá o.
Ẹ jáde wá o, kẹ wá gbọ́nà sí àwa o.
Sọmọrí àdúgbò yìí ẹ jáde wá o.
Ẹ jáde wá o, kẹ wá gbọ́nà sí àwa o.
Tẹ bá jí lówùúrọ̀, tẹ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ.
Tẹ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè.
Tẹ bá jí lówùúrọ̀, tẹ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ sẹ́.
Tẹ bá ń tọrọ ọmọ lọ́wọ́ Elédùmarè.
Elédùmarè kó fún wa lọ́mọ.
Kò fún wa lọ́mọ tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o.
Elédùmarè kó fún wa lọ́mọ.
Kò fún wa lọ́mọ tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o títí dọjọ́ alẹ́ o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o títí dọjọ́ alẹ́ o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o tí yóò lédè wa o.
Tómi àgbọ̀tà wa o tí yóò wọlé dé wa o.
Ó sì yóò lédè o.
Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o. Sí yóò lélẹ̀. Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Ó sì yóò lédè.
Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o. Sí yóò lélẹ̀. Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Ó sì yóò lélè.
Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o. Sí yóò lélẹ̀. Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Ó sì yóò lélè.
Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o. Sí yóò lélẹ̀. Sí yóò lélẹ̀ o.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ ò gbọ́ o.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ ò gbọ́ o. Afọ̀fọ̀fọ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ ò ní gbà.
Àwìwíwí ṣẹlẹ̀ ò gbọ́ o.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ ò gbọ́ o. Afọ̀fọ̀fọ̀ ṣẹlẹ̀ ò ní gbà.
Ṣẹlẹ̀ ò ní gbà.
Ohun tó ṣe yìí wá jàre ẹ̀yìn. Kẹ́yìn tó padà sábìdì aláwòrán. Ohun tó ṣe yìí wá jàre ẹ̀yìn. Kẹ́yìn tó padà sábìdì aláwòrán. Bẹ̀rí wa kẹ́ júbà fún wa. Bẹ̀rí wa kẹ́ júbà fún wa. Láti tó gbé méjì sẹ́. Assistant lè gbé méjì sẹ́. Ọba ìgbé méjì láàfin. Ìjòyè lè gbé mẹ́fà láàfin.
Búra padà kàdé o.
Ẹ̀sìn mi àgbàjá.
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 Àwọn lóṣùpá o.
Àwọn ní bàbá ìràwọ̀.
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 Eléré ni wọ́n o.
Ilẹ̀ bá ń ṣí lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀.
Eléré ni wọ́n o.
Ilẹ̀ bá ń ṣí lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀.
Eléré ni wọ́n o.
Ilẹ̀ bá ń ṣí lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀.
Eléré ni wọ́n o.
Ilẹ̀ bá ń ṣí lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀rẹ̀. retí ẹlẹ́yà níbo lẹ fi t'Olúwa sí.
ayé ayé ayé.
ayé mi retí ẹlẹ́yà níbo lẹ fi t'Olúwa sí. ọba tó dágun afúnláṣọrò aláwù tó dágun aṣerú ẹ̀ fún. ọba tó dágun afúnláṣọrò aláwù tó dágun aṣerú ẹ̀ fún. èṣù ṣe óé èṣù ṣe óà èṣù kọ́ṣà láàrín takùn kó wá ta síbi táwa gbé wá. ewé ńlá o ewé ńlá o omi padà kó wá rún wẹ́wẹ́ ìwọ sábàrú mọ̀jà kéré. ọba olúwa ni òtún ọba olúwa ni òtún gbogbo rí bí mọ́tòdé ṣẹgbẹ́ wúrà fàdákà. ọba olúwa ni òtún wọ́n kàn mí lérí o àwa oníjáde àwa jáde tán ojú tẹ́lẹ̀gàn o wọ́n kàn mí lérí o àwa oníjáde àwa jáde tán ojú tẹ́lẹ̀gàn o.
wúrà fàdákà.
àwa là ń ṣeré 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 o.
kékeré ká ń pọ̀ sí.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ká ń pọ̀ sí.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
kékeré ká ń pọ̀ sí.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ká ń pọ̀ sí o.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
kékeré ọlọ́dọ̀wọ́.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
báńdó ṣe bàbá o.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
kékeré láti yájú.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ẹ̀yọ̀ bájú láyé o.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ẹ̀pẹ̀tẹ̀dọ́ èrìyà.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
lápá lónìí dúnú o.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
òkè tó tó èrìyà.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
ilé agodondo.
ọmọ wo rèé o.
désàlẹ̀ ọ̀fin.
Ẹgbẹ́ mi wẹ́ dúró, ẹgbẹ́ mi wẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀, ẹgbẹ́ mi wẹ́ dúró, ẹgbẹ́ mi wẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀. Ṣé tí ń bọ̀ dán? Ṣé tí ń bọ̀ dán? Ẹ sàmà tó mi, sàmà tó mi. Gbàjáre wo ẹ bá mi wáyàwó tó jọmọ chikini. Gbàjáre wo ẹ bá mi wáyàwó tó jọmọ chikini. Nínú ọmọ lára. Nínú ọmọ lílì ìkẹ́bàrún ọmọbìnrin kan roboto. Adébáyọ̀ kò fún mi ń ṣayá. Nínú ọmọ lára. Nínú ọmọ lílì ìkẹ́bàrún ọmọbìnrin kan tó bolo. ọmọ ijó sàn kó fún mi ń para. Nkọ̀kọ̀ dí ńlá. Nkọ̀kọ̀ dí rẹpẹtẹ. Ìdí ẹgbẹ́ ní ìjù sẹ́wọ̀n. ọba kò fẹ́yẹ forí ẹni. Nkọ̀kọ̀ dí ńlá. Nkọ̀kọ̀ dí rẹpẹtẹ. Ìdí ẹgbẹ́ ní ìjù sẹ́wọ̀n. ọba kò fẹ́yẹ forí ẹni. Ẹni fọwọ́ kọyàn àpò mẹ́jọ á pé. Ẹni fọwọ́ kan ní àtàkọ́ àtàlẹ́. Ẹni fọwọ́ kọyàn àpò mẹ́jọ á pé. Ẹni fọwọ́ kan ní àtàkọ́ àtàlẹ́. Adébáyọ̀ ẹ gbà mí. Mo farun adẹjọ́. Adébáyọ̀ ẹ gbà mí. Mo farun adẹjọ́. Ìlẹ̀kẹ̀ ìdí lọ́wọ́ mi kàn lẹ́ni kí ìwà rẹ̀ lé ọba.
Lẹ́lẹ́kẹ̀ yìí o, àmì àrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọba ṣeéṣeṣe o, àrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọba kíákíákíá.
Bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré. Ọmọ ẹ̀kún wo ni? Ọmọ ẹ̀kún wo ni? Bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré. Ẹ̀rù ìyá rẹ̀ bá ní. Bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré. Ọmọ ẹ̀kún wo ni? Ọmọ ẹ̀kún wo ni? Bọ́lọ́jọ́ bọ́lọ́jọ́ ò ṣe é gbé ṣeré. Ẹ̀rù ìyá rẹ̀ bá ní. Mándìlì
but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, how you dey be? This time when you come dey shake. You dey feel am and you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy come dey dance. You dey feel the way me self I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you self you man. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something wey be top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he self gonna shop vlog. Everybody dey feel am the way I dey drop some. The guy don't dey smile, feel like say your head is on ball. He self he dey feel the way I just dey go. The flow is dope. He self he don't dey feel am on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me self gonna bad. Who be this your fine baby like this ready for your band? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say me self you dey with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. You dey get am now, but this your girl she fine. Be like say you pack it down, but everybody don't dey feel am. They know say he bad. Everybody don't dey see them, know say yes he do. Collect the vibe, my guy. You self God, you know you show. Collect the vibe, make it no come dey leave me hanging. It's not like they come, you know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no beauty. It's once again, everyone in there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, I be the master. Oh, man, I go drop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the bed. The refinery, navigator, the contract, now you white. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring up. You be the Mugu, I be the master.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Oloma Pada Lenye, Oko Luremi, and all that. Not only Oko Luremi, Oloma Pada Lenye, any of us. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever it is that you are, and here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Another day. Another session. I was going to say regular as clockwork, but it's not as regular as clockwork. I hope you're hearing me okay, by the way. Let me know in the comment section if you are hearing me okay. So let me know if you in the comment section if you're hearing me okay. As you're coming in, say hello so I can say hello back to you. I see you, AB. I see you, Agbado or Tinubu. I wonder, is that Kenya? I wonder. I'm not even sure who that is. Agbado or Tinubu. So there is no gainsaying what his political inflections are. Agbado or Tinubu. Can you imagine that? So thank you, AB. So there it is. Good day to you and all that. Of course, the protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you hear me invite you to do so. Do so. Click on like. Not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. Those are the things I always say. Those things still remain the same. Shall we just get started? No time to dilly-dally, you know. Some people complain that the intro fades is always too long when I'm playing one music track after the other. But you know, that's just to calibrate my. So sometimes I click on go live and I'm not fully ready yet. So I just keep on playing the music until I am fully ready. But I'm fully ready now, or ready as I'll ever be. So many things happening within the news cycle. There's the goings on at JAM to the point that the registrar of JAM has been on television crying all over the place. So we'll find out why. There's Pat Utomi on his way to jail. We'll find out why. There is Tinubu now equipping to tackle the Fulani banditry head on. We'll find out why. And then there's going on within the entertainment industry. So there's a whole myriad of all sorts to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Surrender yourself to the experience. however long it does last. So let's kick it off, start it off with this one. Shadow government DSS drag Pat Utomi to court, says he's trying to usurp Tinubu's power. So too often then that terminology, treasonable felony, is too often used within the Nigerian legal system. But if there is one instance where it applies in this particular matter regarding Pat Utomi. There is no other description other than to describe it as an act of treason. He's forming a parallel government to run alongside a sitting elected government. So that's an act of treason right there. Shadow government, DSS drags Pat Utomi to court, says he's trying to usurp Tinubu's power. So but I wonder what the charges are. It has to be, it's an act of treason. There's no other way of saying it. There's no other way that describes it. The Department of State Services, DSS, has dragged a former presidential candidate, Professor Pat Utomi. What is he even a professor in? All of these people, professor this, professor that. What is he a professor in? Is even if you know, tell me in the comment section. The Department of State Services, DSS, has dragged a former presidential candidate, Professor Pat Utomi, before the Federal High Court in Abuja, following his decision to form a shadow government in the country. So Nigeria has we already have opposition parties. We don't even have an opposition government, because that's not the sort of, we don't run a parliamentary system, we run a presidential system, and it is the parliamentary system that actually facilitates for a shadow government. So this guy now telling us that he's forming some sort of an elected government to preside then over what or whom is where the question is. So the courts have to define it, and this guy has to spend time in jail. This Afin guy. Shadow government DSS drags Pat Utomi to Shadow government DSS drags Pat Utomi to court, says he's trying to usurp Tinubu's powers. The Department of State Services DSS has dragged a former presidential candidate, Professor Pat Utomi, before the Federal High Court in Abuja, following his decision to form a shadow government in the country. The security agency, in a suit marked XYZ, accused Professor Utomi, who was the candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC in the 2007 presidential election, of attempting to illegally usurp the executive powers of President Bola Tinubu. So it's an act of treason. There's no other way to describe it. It told the court that Professor Utomi's action was capable of destabilizing the country, as it was intended to create chaos. According to the agency, the planned shadow government is not only an aberration, but constitutes a grave attack on the Constitution and a threat to the democratically elected government that is currently in place. It told the court that such a structure, styled as a shadow government, if left unchecked, may incite political unrest, cause intergroup tension, and embolden other unlawful actors or separatist entities to replicate similar parallel arrangements, all of which pose a grave threat to national security. So they are quite right, of course. So if Pat Utomi can form his own shadow government unchecked, what then stops Nnamdi Kanu from forming his own government unchecked? Sunday Igboho to form his own government. What is that? The cross-dresser in Finland, Simon Ekpa, to form his own government. So there's no facilitation for it in law, which makes it an illegality then. And the sort of thing being formed makes it a treasonable illegality. So all of that are being interrogated at the courts led by the DSS. All right. Let's see. Yes. Is that enough of that? Although it's a long and winding one. So I think we get the gist of that actually. So the DSS have taken part to Tommy to court with regards to this is parallel government that he has formed. I think Dele Farrow to me is actually part of that parallel government, isn't he? So maybe he will get another chance in the courts again. Maybe this time they'll lock him up. Who knows? Maybe our luck will come in this time. So what's next? Oh yes, Abure on campaign funds. If I open my mouth, Obi and Oti will be like smelly eggs. So that's quite a turn of phrases. I don't think I've ever come across that one yet. They'll be like smelly eggs. We all know what a smelly egg means, and the odor not particularly quite pungent. So I think that's where it's going with that. Abure on campaign funds. If I open my mouth, Obi and Oti will be like smelly eggs. I think I've actually got a clip on this one, actually. Maybe I'll just play you the clip. I don't know. Let me see if it's not a long and winding, because we've got so many things to go through. I don't want to do long and winding readouts. So let's just see. Julius Abure, factional chairman of the, so it's not factional chairman. So it's not, so who's the other chairman then? Is it that Namadi something, the Northern woman? Julius Abure, factional national chairman of the Labour Party, has challenged Peter Obi and Alex Oti to name party members who received funds for the 2023 elections. Abure spoke on Monday during a stakeholder meeting at the party's national secretariat in Utako, Abuja. The meeting was convened by Joshua Chinedu Obika, member representing whatever constituency in Abuja. Abure said some elected Labour Party officials are scheming to remove the national leadership from office despite sacrifices rendered. So we don't even know what the legal status is. The Supreme Court comes up with a judgment, and we all thought that judgment steps Abure down, but he still continues to act as the chairman. So the whole thing is just it's as clear as mud. The party's leadership rejected monetary offers for elective positions. Abure added that the leadership did not collect a dime from Oti for the party's governorship ticket. We rejected billions of naira. We rejected offers because of their positions. Today, they are in the forefront of those who want to throw us out of office, he said. I want to challenge all of them. I was watching television and I saw some of them talking about corruption. Today, I want to challenge all of them, from Peter Obi down, that contested the election. Let any of them come out and tell the world what they personally gave me or to the party. It is not it is not to go and hide and be saying there is corruption in the party. Who are those that brought the money? Who did they give it to? Where did they send it to? I challenge them today that any of them that has evidence, even if they don't have evidence, let them be bold and come out and say when and how they gave the money. And if they can't, let them forever hold their peace. So it goes on and on. But like I said, I've got a clip that speaks to that space. So let me play you that clip just to document that. So let me play you that clip just to document that. This is Julius Abure at warning Obi that if he acts anyhow, he go see anyhow. Is that not the phraseology? If you act anyhow, you go see anyhow.
To challenge all of them, from Peter Obi down, that contested the election. Let any of them come out and tell the world what they gave to me personally or to the party. When I met him in Transcorp, he was asking me, Chairman, what do I do for you? I say nothing. Put your money together and use it for election. I challenge him. If it's a lie, let him come out and say so. There are some people who are shockers to us. The people that we never believed will behave the way they are behaving to us. We lay down our lives for some of them. And I will say it openly. We rejected billions of naira. We rejected offers because of their position. But today, they are in the forefront of those that want to throw us out of office. And I want to challenge them. I was watching television. I heard some of them talk about corruption. Today, I want to challenge all of them, from Peter Obi down that contested the election. Let any of them come out and tell the world what they gave to me personally or to the party. It's not to go and hide and be saying there is corruption in the party. Who are those that brought the money? Who did they give it to? Where did they send it to? I challenge them today that any of them that has evidence, even if they don't have evidence, let them be bold and come out and say where and how they gave the money. And if they can't do that, let them forever hold their peace. And what I'm saying now, I'm going to call a world press conference and publicly challenge them. You know, as a leader, we have been quiet to say probably they are making mistake. Probably one day they will come back. When people were talking about agents, about money for agents, I kept quiet. I didn't say anything because I believe that both the bad, but it gets some people when crown not fit. You know, when you go and make, how do I put it now? If you make a slave, and if you give crown,
right there, warning Peter Obi and Alex Otti that if they move too funky, he will expose their the way they looted monies in the Labour Party. That essentially that's what the threat is. Crude oil drilling set to resume in northern Nigeria, NNPC. So, by my estimation, well in excess of $3 billion was spent on attempts to find oil in the north under the Buhari administration. So it looks as though that scam carries on under the Tinubu administration. If there was oil in the north, for all of the years that Nigeria has been an oil-producing country, they would have found it by now. So we spent 3-point-something billion under Buhari searching for oil in the north. We found nothing of any significance, but it looks as though then this scam continues under the Tinubu administration. Crude oil drilling set to resume in northern Nigeria. This is the NNPC. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has revealed plans to resume crude oil drilling activities at the Kolmani oil field located on the border between Bauchi and Gombe states, making a return to operations after nearly 2 years of inactivity at the site. This was made known by the newly appointed Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPC, Bayo Ojulari, during an interview with the BBC on Monday. According to Ojulari, preparations are already underway to relaunch the project, which initially began during the administration of former President Mohamed Buhari. We will continue to work with the government of Kolmani and other areas. Besides the oil drilling work, we will also ensure that we complete the gas pipeline project from Ajaokuta to Kano. The projects would allow the previously closed businesses to be reopened so that they can continue to operate and open new ones. So I'm not even sure what all of that means, but the only thing I hear is looting. So to loot, which that particular scam, just as Tinubu did, that's essentially what I hear from that. So from that to the next one, federal forest guards established by federal government. President Bola Tinubu has I can't read today, you know. President Bola Tinubu has approved the establishment of forest guards and commencement of their employment to secure the 1,129 forests in the country. The president directed that the forest guards are to be well trained and armed to perform their duties, which is essentially to flush out terrorists and criminal gangs hiding inside the forest for criminal activities. This recruitment is a security collaborative effort between the federal and state governments. The Office of the National Security Advisor and the Ministry of Environment have been directed to take charge and ensure full implementation. Thousands of young Nigerians are expected to be employed as personnel of the outfit. President Tinubu had warned terrorists that his administration would not surrender an inch of the country's territory to terrorist bandits and other criminal gangs operating within the forest. President Tinubu vowed that the country would take back the forest. So we've been advocating for this for a very long time on this platform. This is the only way that indicates that they have any intentions of actually tackling that space. Because you have to go and meet them where they live, which is in the forest, so that they don't then get into the towns. Creative Ministry to contribute $100 billion to Nigeria's economy by 2030. This is Hannatu Musawa. So who is she and why is she saying that? Also, Anastu Mutawa. Look at that though, $100 billion by 2030. So within the next 5 years, Davido and Co. will contribute $100 billion to Nigeria's economy. So I wonder why they just make up all this wild and, you know, unfathomable, just nonsensical commentaries. The Minister of Art, Culture, Tourism, and the Creative Economy, Hannatu Musawa, on Monday announced that the ministry would contribute $100 billion to the Nigerian economy by 2030. So what's the pathway to that? Musawa said this while speaking with State House correspondents at the end of the 6th Federal Executive meeting on Monday. Our ministry has committed to contributing and growing the economy by $100 billion by 2030. And we hope to do that by putting all the modalities in place that will allow the industry to grow organically on its own. So how can government put modalities in place and the industry also go organically on its own? So is it that growing with the support of government, which is not organically on its own, or is growing organically on its own, which is to say without the support of government? The minister told journalists that a memo seeking to monetize Nigeria's tangible and intangible assets in both the creative, cultural, and tourism industry was approved by the FEC. She stressed that the development would enable her ministry to create a new revenue stream that had never been done before, using the country's assets to grow the economy. We also want to address unemployment by creating jobs. We are going to create at least 2 million jobs by 2027 within the industry, Musawa said. According to her, the ministry has signed a memorandum of understanding with MOBI, an international museum collection agency, to monetize the country's artifacts, historical monuments, and landmarks. So this I agree with. The Nigerian culture, so she wasn't even talking about the entertainment industry essentially. She's talking about the whole ecosystem of that space. I agree. The Nigeria's cultural wealth has not yet been, it's not even been monetized at all, never mind it being sufficiently monetized. you know, all these sort of Olumo Rock, Oshogbo Festival, all of these things, if even as a Mecca, I don't see why Black people are not coming on pilgrimage to Ile-Ife in the same way they'd go to Mecca or Jerusalem. You know, so there's a lot to monetize there. According to her, the ministry had signed a memorandum of understanding with MOBI, an international museum collection agency, to monetize the country's artifacts, historical monuments, and landmarks. So the strategy for this monetization is going to take 4 separate processes. We've already finished that specific process. Now, it is for us at MOBI to sit down to monetize them. The minister highlighted that the development is an exciting economic time for Nigerian identity, tradition, and culture. Nigeria's creative industry has grown significantly in recent years, mainly powered by music, Afrobeat, and movies Nollywood. Nigeria's music artists have seen their songs top charts across the world, breaking in billions in online streams. Additionally, the Nigerian movie industry, Nollywood, has become the second most productive movie industry globally, only behind India's Bollywood in terms of movies produced yearly. The growth of the creative industry in recent times is fueled by Nigeria's large young population and the multicultural setting of the country, with over 70% of its 210 million population under 30 years old and about 250 tribes speaking 500 languages. Nigeria is a melting pot of cultures, creating the perfect environment for creativity to thrive. In September 2024, Musawa presented the ministry's strategic roadmap for Nigeria's creative sector to the diplomatic community and international partners, with the goal of creating at least 2 million jobs. So 2 million jobs can be created within that industry if it's been led or managed by somebody that knows what they're doing. Nigeria attracts investment, $8 billion investment in deep water gas projects in a year. This is Olu Verhijin. So look at that. That's that. Whatever that means is whatever it means. The presidency has announced that the country has attracted over $8 billion in investment for deep water and gas projects within a year. This was made known by the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on energy, Olu Verhijin, during her address at the 2025 Africa CEO Forum in Côte d'Ivoire. She highlighted that the success resulted from government reforms, including better tax conditions, faster approval processes, clearer rules, and improvements in the power sector that make gas-to-power projects more attractive to investors. So yes, there's actually no reason why Nigeria shouldn't have electricity, even with gas alone. We should be selling excess electricity to all the African nations around us. So there it is. The presidency says Nigeria attracts over $8 billion investment in deep water projects and gas final investment decisions in 1 year. Olu Verhijin, special advisor on energy to President Bola Tinubu, disclosed this on Wednesday at the 2025 Africa CEO Forum holding in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. The source reads in part. She adds that the action focused on improved fiscal terms, streamlined contracting timelines, greater clarity to local content rules, and power sector reforms enabling gas to power commercial viability. So let's not get lost in the funk of the language of this particular paragraph. So you are talking about business being able to happen in an enabling environment. So we come up with all of this peppy little phraseology and we think that we're using it to criticize the government, but we are actually describing when you talk about human capital development, what you are actually talking about is the NEL fund that Tinubu initiated and has now brought to bear to the advantage of Nigerian youth. So there is nothing that means human capital development more than NEL funds, because that NEL fund, it facilitates for every bright Nigerian child to be able to go through an education without the impediment of money. So that's human capital development right there. So if you are talking about infrastructural development, if you look at the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway, that is the biggest infrastructural development in Africa for 30 years. For 30 years, that single project will open up the economy of the pork belly fat of the Nigerian state. The money end, the money wallet of the Nigerian state is along that corridor right there. And if it opens up that corridor even further, the economy will quadruple. The money, the pork belly fat of the Nigerian state is in the south. And this guy now built a road that opens up the south all the way to the economic heartbeat of the country, which is Lagos. And you're telling me that's not, and in between that, it opens up 10 states within the country. And you're telling me this is not infrastructure. That is what you mean by infrastructural development. The rebuilding, rehabilitation of all the major roads around the country, those are what they call infrastructural developments. And if you are talking about enabling environment for business, what this lady is telling you here is what you are talking about. If you are talking about enabling environment for business, it says that investments are coming in as a result of the, in fact, I think I'm going to read this entirely all over again. Investments are coming in as the result of the policy positioning of this administration to position the country in a way that is business friendly. So that's what you call an enabling environment. So when they are doing all this tax harmonization, when they are streamlining pathways into industry sectors like gas, oil, infrastructure, etc., that is what you call an enabling environment. When they are streamlining, when they are pruning back bureaucracy in order to make processes easier and more streamlined and more transparent, that is what you call an enabling environment. So if you don't understand the language of what you're talking, a lot of these people, they're just semi-literate. They just hear some phrase and they run around social media repeating it. It is an enabling environment, like that sluggish voice that their leader uses. Let's take this just entirely all over again. Nigeria attracts $8 billion. Nigeria attracts $8 billion investment in deep water gas project in a year. Olu Verheyen. The presidency has announced that the country has attracted over $8 billion in investment for deep water and gas projects within a year. This was made known by the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on energy, Olu Verheyen, during her address at the 2025 Africa CEO Forum in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. She highlighted that the success resulted from government reforms. So now this is where I wanted to take you to. So the government reforms, including better tax conditions, we all saw how the tax reforms took place, faster processes, we are all seeing that, clearer rules, we are all seeing that, and improvements in power sector to make gas to power projects more attractive. So they've pruned back bureaucracy, streamlined processes, which then invites in investment. And that is what you call an enabling environment. Never mind what the half-witted Peter B is screeching all over. It is a David, and in China, they said a man is a dog and is China. She highlighted that the success resulted from government reforms, including better tax conditions, faster approval processes, clearer rules and improvements in the power sector that make gas to power projects more attractive to investors, according to the news agency of Nigeria. The presidency says Nigeria attracts over $8 billion investment in deep water projects and gas final investment decisions in 1 year. Oluwasegun, special advisor on energy to President Bola Tinubu, disclosed this on Wednesday at the 2025 Africa CEO Forum in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire. The source reads in part. She added that the action focused on improved fiscal terms, streamlined contracting timelines, greater clarity to local contents, and power sector reforms, enabling gas to power commercial viability. So they've opened up that industry space by realigning policy, is essentially what that means. And that is what you call enabling environment. She urged African nations to shift from seeking help to becoming deliberate investment destinations, guided by clear policies and focused strategies, pointing to Nigeria as proof that this approach works, having moved from gridlock to green light and attracted strong investor interest. That's a good turn of phrase, actually. They've moved from gridlock to green light. One key achievement she pointed out was the increase in Nigeria's ownership of the country's gas sector from 68% to 83%, which she described as a major step towards giving Africans more control over their own energy resources. Vehigen urged African financial institutions, including development banks and sovereign wealth funds, to fill the investment gap left by IOCs with the right tools and risk-sharing strategy, not just funding. She pointed out that Africa's strength lies in onshore, shallow water, and domestic gas projects, where local players like Seplat is article, by the way, where local players like Seplat, O&O, and Renaissance Energy are already making significant progress. She also pointed out that the Dangote refinery, the world's largest single train refinery, is proof that African ambition, capital, and talent can deliver projects at a global scale. So I think that's enough of that. So I think we get the gist of that. So that's the enabling. That's what you call an enabling environment. So never mind that retarded Peter Obi is talking about. Justin, JAM to reschedule UTME for 380,000 candidates affected by technical issues in the Southeast Lagos. So I'm sure they will give this an ethnic coloration. I'm sure they would have been doing something around this. I'm sure. JAM to reschedule UTME for 380,000 candidates affected by technical issues in Southeast and Lagos. Thank God that Lagos is there, actually, because they would have Igbofied it. The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board has said it will reschedule 379,000 candidates affected by glitches in the 5 states in the Southeast and Lagos to retake the Unified Tertiary and Matriculation Exam, UTME. Registrar of JAM, Professor Ishaq Oloyode, made this known in an ongoing press briefing in Abuja on Wednesday. He said 206,000 in 65 centers. He said 206,000 in 65 centers were affected in Lagos and 92 centers in Owerri, comprising 173,000 candidates in the 5 states of the Southeast. Oloyode, who took responsibility for what he described as a sabotage So I think they are testing the attempts to attack the this is the obedience phase, testing out how they are going to attack INEC server on the JAM server. So this is a test run. And I say the obedience phase because we have proof. Oh, do I still have it? We have proof that the obedience phase are intent on attacking INEC server. I did have it. I had it yesterday, but I think I may well have deleted it. Yeah, but we have proof that the obedience phase they are planning to attack the INEC server in 2027. We see how that goes. They attempted it in 2023. That led nowhere. Although they succeeded in Lagos anyway to infiltrate the INEC server. So yes. So what does this even? Let's take that from top again, actually, and then we go through it at speed because I think this is the number one trending story in Nigeria. JAM to reschedule EME for 379,000 candidates affected by technical issues in the Southeast and Lagos. The Joint Matriculation Board JAM has said it will reschedule 379,000 candidates affected by technical glitches in the 5 states of the Southeast and Lagos to retake the Unified Tertiary and Matriculation Examination UTME. Registrar of JAM, Professor Ishaq Oloyode, made this known in an ongoing press briefing in Abuja on Wednesday. He said 206,000 in 65 centers are affected in Lagos and 92 centers in Owerri zone, comprising 173,000 candidates in the 5 states of the Southeast were also affected. Oloyode, who took responsibility for what he described as sabotage of the 2025 UTME, said the affected candidates will start getting text messages from the board starting on Thursday. He added the affected candidates will start getting text messages for rescheduling starting from tomorrow. I apologize and take full responsibility. The system was attacked and it would have been attacked. Was my sentiment. The attack on the JAM server it was done by the obedience phase because they are test running. Then how they are going to attack the INEC server in 7. That's just my sentiment. Of the 1.9 million candidates who sat the UTME, over 1.5 million reportedly scored below 200 out of the maximum 400 marks, raising concerns across the education sector. So when did Nigerian students have turned to Olodos? Is that what they are telling us? Well, there it is. So that's the JAM storyline right there. And responsible, by the way, because they are going to attempt to analyze it, they've gone to dig out then the person responsible for the failure in the system. And this lends even more to my insistence that this is the obedience test running the attempts to attack INEC server come 2027. Since some were done, they put bigotry to this matter of JAM. Guess who is the head of the IT department at JAM? Who knows whether this was an internal sabotage to make the registrar look bad since they want to go that route? So the Director Information Technology Service of that particular enterprise is Mr. Fabian O. Okoro. So you don't get more Southeastern than that. So if they try to ethnicize it, you can point them in that direction. Another campaign promise fulfilled. Forest guard established by federal government. So I think we've just been through that one. PDP now out of 2027 coalition talks. So this was going to be my afternoon session, which never took place. I was going to wrap a session around that, but I couldn't quite get the time to do it. Cardoso Nigerians don't read enough. Only 2,000 people downloaded a CBN government. So this is the thing, actually. The information is there regarding what the government is doing, but these people, they will rather steal in their own juice. In fact, this clip comes here, actually. This clip I'm about to play you now, it speaks directly to that headline.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. These people, they are fact averse. They have no truck with facts. They just like to scream all over the place. So information is there. They don't access it, but they access then whatever preconceptions that they are regurgitating amongst themselves. Cardoso, Nigerians don't read enough. Only 2,000 people downloaded a CBN document. So they won't read the document, but they'll read the prejudices. Olayemi Cardoso, governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has asked Nigerians to engage more with key policy documents, including the Nigeria Development Update by the World Bank. Cardoso spoke on Monday during the launch of the May 2025 edition of the NDU in Abuja. I think it is a very useful document, and I really do want to commend the World Bank for taking the time and the effort to put this out every 6 months. Very useful, he said. However, I do feel that Nigerians perhaps don't read enough. Let's see. Yes. Yes, however, I do feel that Nigerians perhaps don't read enough. They don't take advantage of, and policy makers by extension, of such useful analysis which is readily available. Why do I say so? Apart from many of the things we hear at times, I remember at one point in time, we looked at the website and we were appalled by the fact that barely 1,000 to 2,000 people had downloaded that particular document. Very useful, very concise, and I would encourage as many as possible to look at that document. In some areas, we are not necessarily on the same page, to be honest, but it is still a useful framework to start to understand the complexities of the situation. So well done to the World Bank. So I'm not even sure what the document is, and maybe I stand guilty of what the criticism is as well. But Nigerians they don't care for facts. They just like to roll with prejudice, innuendos, and ethnic jingoism. UK-Nigeria trade hit £7.2 billion amidst enhanced partnership, says British envoy. So everywhere we look, it's economic good news for Nigeria. But when would that trickle down to the citizenry is where the question is. So where would that trickle down to the citizenry? Let me give you the last readout. Maybe the last readout will just be a headline. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is Showore doing his usual whatever it is that he does. all right. Let me put that on the screen. So the last, I'm not going to do a readout on this actually because it's just typical Showore stuff. So it says Showore calls for scrapping of JAMB, NYSC, TED Fund, NEL Fund over bureaucratic uselessness. So it's just it's just the vacuousness of some of these guys' pronouncements. So because there's a bureaucracy within these agencies, his own solution then is to scrap it. It's just the whole thing just sounds. Anytime you hear him talk, it's just always some brainless nonsense or the other. Human rights activist Omoyele Sowore has called for the immediate scrapping of the Joint Administration and Matriculation Board, National Youth Service Corps, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, and Nigerian Education Loan Fund, describing them as extracurricular bureaucratic busybodies. So I don't even know extracurricular bureaucratic busybodies. Sowore made the statement on Wednesday via his official X handle following JAMB's admission that technical errors impacted the performance of several candidates in the recently concluded 2025 examinations. Time to scrap these extracurricular bureaucratic busybodies. JAMB, NYSC, TED Fund, NEL Fund, they are all useless. So this guy is just a clown, man. So what then is this? I don't even get it sometimes. It's even worth the effort to still be spending time on anything that Sowore has to say. However, Showore's comments reflect growing public frustration with Nigeria's education and youth development institutions, which have faced repeated criticism of inefficiency, corruption, and failure to deliver on their mandates. The examination body earlier, yes, we know. So that's that. So the solution to a technical glitch in JAMB, the Sowore solution to a technical glitch in JAMB is to scrap the whole organization. So you wonder why we mock him so much. So that's that. Let me run you through the clips that we do have. So this is a progress report on the Lagos Calabar Superhighway.
Coastal roads.
So that's the progress report on the, Tinubu will be commissioning about what? Is it 30-40 kilometers, maybe sometime this month. So this is the apology from the JAMB registrar.
Once again, we apologize and assure you that this incident represents a significant setback. We remain committed to emerging stronger in our core values of transparency, fairness, and equity. It is our culture to admit error because we know that in spite of the best of our efforts, we are human. We are not perfect.
Sure if an apology would do. Somebody needs to lose their job for that. Somebody needs to be sacked. Here is a Fulani woman wanting not to be Fulani anymore.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Hawa Fulani. I've changed the name. Yes, people may ask why I changed the name. Because I'm not a Fulani. Of course, I'm not a Fulani because a Fulani is an Hausa word. And they just gave it to us. And it is troubling us. So I've decided that since this name has become a troubled name, has become so like a curse to us Fulbe, I've decided to take that name out of my name. So I'm expecting every Pullo to actually change the name. You are not Lepel. You are not Fula. That's what I said. You have actually, I know it is hard to change it. We are Fulbe, singular for Pullo. So the houses have given us name that is troubling us. Shatawale changed his name from Bandana to Shatawale and it worked. Samini changed his name from whatsoever, and it is actually working for him now. So please, we Fulanis, we can do that. Some name is a curse to us. Because how can somebody from another tribe give you a name that is troubling you? Everybody knows that you're a Fulani. At the moment you say you're a Fulani, there's a name tag. Okay, tell them you're a Pullo. If they ask where do you come from, what tribe are you? Say I'm a Pullo. Nobody understands it. If they say you're Fulani, no, I'm not a Fulani. We are Fulbe. So I expect every Pullo embrace your root. All those people with their name Fulani, you have so how are Fulani? Those Fulani people. Aisha Fulani, whatever Fulani, Barkisu Fulani, whatever Fulani on. Change your names. It is not working for us. It is a curse. It has been a curse to us than good. Embrace your Fulbe and Pulaku. We know ourselves that we are not Fulanis. So why will you carry somebody else's name and suffer in the world? My friend, let's make our lineage so high. Let's get proud of our culture. Let's get proud of our lineage. Let's actually promote whatever we have. We are Fulbe and not Fulanis. Hashtag, I am a Pullo. Hashtag, I am a Pullo. We are rather Fulbe Demo. Or Pamina. You cannot throw away our lineage for some people.
And there it is. The Fulanis don't want to be Fulanis anymore. I'm just impressed that she's able to speak English. Maybe the Awolowo education is penetrating that space. So now, Donald Trump is in Saudi Arabia. I think at the moment maybe he has left, but it's in a Middle East tour, and here he is there meeting the dignitaries. I think it's in Qatar actually. So here he is meeting the Qatari governance and their functionaries. But there's a particular character in this clip. I want you to be very eagle-eyed in order to spot the character that is making me play this clip. So see who you can spot in this clip and then tell me who it is in the comment section. So who did you spot in that clip? Tell me in the comment section. Still on matters Fulani, this man insists we have to call a spade a spade. I agree it's not often that I agree with somebody like the person speaking in this particular clip, because I'm diametrically opposed, I'm violently opposed against people like him and what he stands for. But in this particular instance, I agree with him in toto. Watch this.
Chairman is wrong. Nigeria will never be one-party state. That's not a democracy. It's wrong to have allowed Atiku to succeed Buhari. It will be one Fulani after the other. As you see, the Fulanis killing people across the country. They want to appropriate the country.
Be careful of the use of words. You generalize.
Allow me to use my words, please.
No, I'm
use
saying
the words. I beg you. You might be very careful.
And there are good people.
I am speaking about national security. This is a national security issue.
Yes.
There is a war on. You want to pretend there's no war. That's a war.
I'm only saying there are
a lot of you journalists are part of the problem. You don't want to address the truth. A war on. Why are you saying you're not pretending? People have been killed everywhere. You're saying there's no war. What do you mean you're not pretending? You are. You are part of the problem in this country. Allow us to speak the truth so that people will know what's going on. People in the Benue cannot go to farm. People in Plateau cannot stay in their house. Those who are responsible for the war simply want to turn Nigeria into a settler colonial entity. And that's what's going on. You don't see that. You're seeing the politics. Forget about the politics. There is a real problem in the country. People are not sleeping at night. Even in daytime, our farmers cannot go to farms. I have food security problems. Why? The Fulani war across West Africa has finally bettered in Nigeria. And you don't want me to talk about it. Who are you afraid of? Who will hear it and we will die? It's the problem the country has gone wrong. Because a lot of you keep quiet. I'm aware of this. Please, when we have a problem like this serious national security issue, we must speak to it. Pretend it doesn't exist. It does exist.
I have to say, I agree with that guy in totality. I've always said it on this platform. I think this is some of the things that people hold against, maybe me especially, but the platform maybe in general, is just sometimes when you call these things out, they accuse you of ethnic jingoism. Nigeria has a northern problem. Nigeria has a Fulani problem. I think there is no doubt about that now. And the only solution, because the Fulanis, there are people of violence, and the only thing is either they dominate you or you dominate them. That's the only language that they understand. It's either you bow to them or they bow to you. And by the way, anybody will bow to anybody if you sufficiently incentivize them through the language of violence to bow. So you just have to take these people on frontally. We have a northern problem, which essentially it boils down to a Fulani problem. And if we don't address it, look at that guy. The whole country knows we have a Fulani problem, and the host of that platform will say, no, we can't be ethnic. We have a Fulani problem. Who doesn't know we have a Fulani problem? But there it is right there. I agree with that guy in totality. Now, this next clip, I also agree with in totality. Watch this.
In short, if you think I don't know what I'm saying, I dare you to come and pick me. And I'll prove it to you, not based on newspaper headings, based on reality, that some of these corrupt military officers and some of these corrupt politicians are sending a bunch of demoralized soldiers and ill-equipped soldiers to go and face their death warrant in the name of trying to protect the country, and at the end of the day, they end up becoming casualty, victims, and even the people they are protecting to become victims. Are you trying to tell me that a lot of the generals are not aware that some of the allowances of these men, these soldiers, are still not being paid? A lot of the provisions that are enshrined in what is supposed to guide their conduct, their provisions, is not being paid? Are you trying to tell me that the Senate Chairman Committee, the House of Reps members in charge of all in charge of oversight functions in regards the conduct of military operations and all their activities are not aware of the fact that these soldiers are still shortchanged, some of the soldiers are still ill-equipped, some of these soldiers are demoralized? Are you telling me that? I'm going to tell you that factually. I am telling you. And President Tinubu, you will never be perceived, you will never succeed in regards to this insurgency and insecurity till you are ready to fight corruption. But from your body language, it seems you are not even ready to fight corruption. What are you telling me? Let's look at it now. When was the last time? Kitting is one of the basic necessities of soldiering job. When was the last time issues were distributed? According to the provisions, these kittens are supposed to, the uniforms, the boot or whatever, are supposed to be distributed biannually. When was the last time it was done? Most especially in the Navy. We're talking about almost close to 10 years ago. And you are sitting there down here and you are now acting as if you are not aware. What happens to the medical service that these people are supposed to be benefiting from? What are the medical services? It's rubbish. A typical military man would prefer to go and subscribe to private hospitals rather than going to military hospitals that are supposed to checkmate that. Are we going to be talking about their allowances? Their allowances are still so changed up to today. Are you saying you are not aware? At the end of the day, you send a bunch of demoralized soldiers, and at the end of the day, they are now at the mercy of Boko Haram, bandits, and the rest of it. And all you can do is whenever situations happen, you come and say you are giving a marching order, you are giving a marching order for military to go and apprehend. How many have they apprehended? You have a lot of corruption charges that you are supposed to look into. And I wonder why the likes of even Buhari are working freely when they have a lot of questions to answer. What happened to the Dasuki Gate? What is now the situation with Dasuki Gate? What happened to the charges in regards to the former chief of naval staff, Jibrin? What has happened to it? And a lot of other corruption charges in billions. And you are sitting quiet and keeping quiet. All you're just thinking about is defection, how to win the next election. I'm telling you that if you don't do anything about this, if you are not ready to fight corruption, I am telling you, by God's grace, you will not see that. And at the end of the day, even when you succeed in that, where is the humanity in you? How do you want to be remembered? You want to be remembered as a president that just did 2 times tenure? And at the end of the day, you are gone. How old are you? How old are you? How many years do you have left? I'm talking to you, Tinubu. How many years do you think you have left on the face of this earth? And you can't confront these things and stand and kick against them? Look at the way they are just unaliving soldiers. Look at the way they are unaliving civilians. And at the end of the day, we come back and play politics about this. How long is this going to remain? A lot of short changing. Look at their feeding. Look at how do you expect a soldier now that is faced with a lot of these things in his head? The fact that he's thinking about how to survive, how to feed his family. There's no good adequate medical care. Kitten, he have to buy boots for himself. He have to buy uniform for himself. Out of how much? It's only in Nigeria that you see a soldier trying to see how he can measure to survive out, feeding, just feeding, till the next era comes. They complain of being shortchanged. You people introduce IPPIS. IPPIS, what has it changed? Nothing. You have succeeded in just dividing one part to some of the corrupt military officials and one part to a kind of a private business entity. What is happening recently of the moment? You have a situation where they are paid allowances. It takes almost after they are paid IPPIs. It takes almost after 15 days for them to receive their allowances, dividing this little money that they have. A lot of ills going on. And I bet you, if you are ready to fight insecurity in that country, if you are not ready to fight corruption, I'm telling you, there's nothing that is going to change. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A lot of ills, a lot of corruption is going on. Tell this to everybody. A lot of corruptions proven, it can be proven that is still going on in the military. And you are quiet about this. You are quiet about this. All you can just come and tell is you have given marching order. What the hell? Who has marching order helped? Look into the details. Look into the major cause of all these things. Why are we having a bunch of demoralized soldiers? Why are we having a bunch of ill-equipped soldiers going to fight this insurgency?
Oh, all right. So I have to say that I agree with that Aboki guy right there. That Omamala. I agree in its entirety. Is indignation. Whatever it is. Whatever is it that he was saying, I agree in totality. The army underfunded. The army is not even underfunded, but there's too much corruption within that space. Not just the army. The security architecture of Nigeria is well funded, but because they don't audit their accounts, you see, they say you cannot audit their accounts because of security reasons, etc. And then you give these vast billions of dollars to these barely literate army generals, and they just steal it and go and buy estates in. We've actually seen Nigerian military personnel pushing their armored tanks at the battlefield, actually pushing it to try to get it to start. We've seen that. So I agree in totality. They are having to buy their own boots. Can you imagine that? They are buying their army uniforms, their fatigues. The soldiers are buying it themselves. So So, I mean, you say you are battling insurgency, you must be a joker. So I agree in totality with that guy, as I agree in totality with this next clip as well. Watch this.
It is always very funny to me when I see Peter Obi supporters play this their childish politics. Now watch this video of Randy Peter.
President Bola Tinubu, Mr. President, as a concerned citizen, me, Peter, for Nigeria, allow me to give you small advice when no politician around you will ever give you. President Tinubu, you see all this energy and strategy where you they invest into trying to bring all politicians, governors, political godfathers to defect into APC to help you to win re-election in 2027. All of this energy where they put into trying to convert Nigeria into a one-party state. Mr. President, if you invest just 50% of that energy and time into making the lives of Nigerians better, to make economy better, bring down inflation, lower cost of living, end insecurity, give Nigerians constant light, President Tinubu, you no go need all those governors. You no go need.
How funny can that get? First thing I would like you to ask yourself, how did President Bola Tinubu get to that position of being the president of Nigeria today? First thing was, he was a politician. He played the game of politics. He's a strategic politician, a calculative politician, and he backed his campaign up with his track record when he was governor of Lagos State. And now that he's president, knowing fully well how toxic his oppositions are and how quick they are to spread bad news about his government, how dogmatic and toxic their followers are too, and they tend to ignore the good things he has done and focus on the shortcomings of his government. You expect him not to play politics. You are coming out to give him this kind of advice and you expect him to be stupid enough to listen to you. For me, it was even the part where it sounded to me like he was trying to gaslight or play some kind of emotional games. Now listen to this.
Unfortunately, you may be able to buy the support of governors, but you cannot buy the organic love and support of the people. President Tinubu, forget all this Yoruba Ronu APC boys where they social media. Some people go follow you for sentiments. Some go follow you based on waiting they won't chop. But you see, they call love and support of the people. If he didn't day, he didn't day.
Make he ignore the few youths where they tell him, say, Mr. President, we believe in you. Continue the good work. Make he focus on people like you, where they accuse other people of sentiments. Meanwhile, this your video na sentiments. Because why? You come outside now, you don't talk about our steel company we don't work. You don't talk about our refinery. You don't talk about the improvement in the health sector. You don't talk about the improvement in the educational sector. All you came out to list here in your video are the shortcomings of the government. Yet you are accusing somebody of sentiments. Waiting sweet me be say for this your video, you don't already summarize the truth and the real thing will push you to make this video. Because you said if the organic love of the people, if he didn't day, he didn't day. For you, he didn't day. And there's nothing he will do to make it day. Obviously, there's nothing he will do. Because many of you now that come outside to claim Tinubu is bad, many of you hated Tinubu even before he became president. Many of you hated him because you felt he had an hand in the EndSARS massacre. Many of you hated him because you felt he brought Buhari into power. Many of you hated him on the claim that he is old and they shake like they shake. These things are things that will not change. So you hated Tinubu because he brought Buhari in. Will that fact change now? You hated him because he's an old man. Will he now become a young man tomorrow? Okay, no matter what they say, even when Tinubu was not GCFR, you believe he had an hand in EndSARS. Will that change for anything? If these things remains, no matter how much good he does, he will still have opposition. And one thing you don't understand about politics is this. If Tinubu make it turn Nigeria to Dubai in the next 1 week, come 2027 election, he go get opponents. Your opponents could get followers. So you want him to focus on people like you now. Make you plan how he go fit come back by 2027 to complete the good work where you don't start. Hell no.
All right, so I agree. So, those people don't really matter to anything. These people are obedient. All they care about is for Peter Obi. If Tinubu discovers the cure to cancer, these people will find a way to diminish it, because it is all ethnically led, all these things. We all know it. So let's not pretend as if we don't. So these people are obedient. The abundance of them from Obi's stock, and their gripe with Tinubu is that it's not Peter Obi and it's not a man of their stock. So that's just the totality of all of that. So I agree with everything that guy said right there. I agree with every single word that is said. There was another guy that I wanted to agree with, but do I not have him? Let's see. I don't have him. All right. Let me play you a little bit of let me play you a little bit of El Rufai. This is El Rufai, as you have never seen him. In the daytime, you know him as Malam El Rufai, but in the night time, he moonlights as MC El Rufai. So here is MC El Rufai laying it down for the kids.
Let us just fine. Yeah, my name is Short Scott. I'm from Moribo. That part of Nigeria where we like to hear to. I'm a player Ego, some call it Togo. If you don't get money to go here, so God Lord, your turn. Alright. Oh, 4, 5, 1. Nigeria, call all day. With love and strength and faith. Yo.
Yeah, yes, you are right. Your eyes were not deceiving you. That was Malam El Rufai moonlighting as MC El Rufai. So that was Malam El Rufai moonlighting as MC El Rufai. So, like I was saying, I did agree with the two previous clips, but there is nothing that I agree more than there's nothing I agree more with than what this now next guy has to say. Every single word that this now guy in this next clip that I'm about to play you, every single word that he says, I concur. I'm in lockstep with all of the sentiments being expressed by this guy. In the totality of everything he has to say, I agree. And I think you will too. Watch this.
Into the aqua of what Papa Jeremiah, chief of Bafemia Wolowo, the Kenyan philosopher, said when he described Nigeria as a mere geographical expression. 50 years after independence, we're talking about zoning. Is reflective of the fact that Nigeria still wallows in a state of medicinal statism, cankerous tribalism, ethnocentric chauvinism, syphilitic parochialism, epileptic nepotism, catalyptic barakboism, and state brigandage of the bluest dye. Is reflective of the fact that Nigeria still wallows in a state of medicinal statism, cankerous tribalism, ethnocentric chauvinism, syphilitic parochialism, epileptic nepotism, catalyptic barakboism.
And there it is right there. That guy is from Aiko Giame's talk, by the way. So that's how they speak over there. All these those people about Tokwe and all that. So that was the Oba Tokwe version of the goings on in Nigeria. So I'm only joking with you, by the way. Don't be such a sensitive soul. But yes, so that's all that. Let me play you a little bit of the K guys. See if anybody turns up for the conversation. We take it from there. The K guys.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ide sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó
Petro soda mẹ́yẹ o, ó dìde o. Petro sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀, ó dìde o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ó lè jò. Jó dára.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ.
Òjìyà ojú òjì náà, ó ta kẹ́ẹ̀dà èmi. Ayé ìlú.
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Right. I'm not sure. Am I frozen in time? So that was the care, guys. Ikoko Niruwa and all that. Joining us, Tony. So we got Tony with us. So hopefully, he is there. Tony, are you there?
Of course, you know. What's up? You know. Yes.
Our body.
I did. But even this Ike, when I say this, not be Ike, be the name of Ike. That guy must be an Igbo man because he doesn't speak Benin. Because on many occasions, you know.
How do you know? Have you heard him speak?
Yes, sometimes. No, one time we try to interact, you know, but you know, whenever I write to him in Edo language, you know, he doesn't reply in Edo, you know.
Yeah,
because you know,
American version. It's an American version.
No, be America. You know that you know Ike is an Igbo name. You know that we are having some controversy right now in Edo State. You know that's why it's very, very complicated. Okay. So
it's Ike Ogbiahon or
no, you know when you say okay, can he come and you know you say you know Ogiamie?
You always end your name. Is that not a royal name, Ogiamie?
Yeah, I was the one that introduced him to you when I had that you know Ogiamie. I told him, but Ogiamie, that is the that is na Ogiamie. You know that means with the C. All those ballets or whoever, you know, chiefs, now would you see, like Ogiamie in Wari, that is the Ogie of water. So, but we don't have Ike in Edo State.
No, it's Ike now. I think that's an English name.
No, Ike is, no, Ike, no, I check it, it's Ike, I-K-E. You know, it's not Ike, not I-Y-K-E. You know, I'm not a crazy guy. You know that I represented Duna and the Yoruba people also, you know. So we are having some problem there. In Edo State right now, look, Edo State is boiling somehow, you know what I'm saying? Like, we are having problem with some of these people from the people that migrated to our spaces there, you know, and they are trying to claim the place, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if it's, you know, if it's one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like War Peace now and myself, you know, and they also have
like Adams or Shomaliabi.
That one a Hausa man. This guy also, this AY is an Hausa man, you know. I think AY or Nigerian, I don't know, one of the two. One is a Benin guy there. We spoke the language together one time, but I can't just say, I forgot if it was a Nigerian or, but Ike, AY. AY seems to be an Hausa man also. From
Auchi. What about this name? A poem. Can you pronounce that? Can you read that?
Obahiagbon?
No, the name on the screen. Can you see the name on the screen?
Okay, you know that my phone. I'm just trying to. I cannot. I zoom it.
I think it's an abbreviation of this.
Let me see. Yeah, I have to zoom it. Shadow, I can see shadow something there, shadow government, you know, but not, I can't see the
not
name.
Shadow government. The comment from Ike, I think that's his full name. It was shortened from this.
Okay, maybe probably he can just come. He can come to the, let him come online and let us talk.
Hold on. Let me attempt at it.
Okay.
A pond was or something. A pond was
Yeah, no, let him come to the, you know, to the platform and then we can just speak hello, you know, we can interact, you know what I'm saying?
It doesn't speak English, so he won't be able to communicate. It doesn't.
No, we can speak, okay, we can speak in English and then we can be able to tell ourselves the local government where we are coming from, you know what I'm saying? It's not so bad. You know, I used to communicate with a War Peace.
It comes from Wafi. It's a Wafi guy.
No, Wafi, you know, Wafi is Ogiamie, water. That's not water, but to see is like when you say you see like I don't know how to put it. Anyway, you know that our language, you know, is very, very crazy. You know what I'm saying? But I know all of them. Like Ovie is a Benin man. Ovie, from Ososo. You see, when they want to say a mini, for example, you say, who did there? I will say a mini, but if you want to say a mini in Edo, you say Meno. Meno. Remember that music? You see that musician when you say Meno, eh? Then under the movie, you say Emino. You see, Yoruba and Benin, you see, Meno in Benin or Edo, whether you are Esa, you are Urobo, or this kind of something. It's so cool. Warrior. Then, but if you go to Akoko Edo, they will say Emino. You see, they don't want to lose that Benin, their Beniness. If you call somebody from Akoko Yoruba, I will say, no, I'm not Yoruba. Look, I'm Edo, you see. But that's how it is. Like even some part of Ondo State also, they try to claim that they are not proper Yoruba or that they are half Benin, half this, and there's some Edo.
Maybe it's Edo-Ibo, who knows? But
no, Edo-Ibo. Edo-Ibo, yeah, thank you. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Oh, that's right. Now, one man went to moon. One man went to the moon.
All right. So, what are you looking at?
Yes.
One man went to the moon, or one man went to mortuary in some instances.
Without the spacecraft,
Yeah. What are you looking at in the news? What interests you in the news?
Yes. Good evening, everybody, and then good evening. One man went to Mo, and then our viewers, audience, everybody, the people at the comment section. Thank you very much. You know what I'm saying, and then the viewers. Like you always say, of late, you always say that okay, we can address whatever you are presenting, or we can just say, you know what I'm saying. If we have any other thing in mind, you know what I'm saying, that is positive. Something that is positive. So. Like the other day, first they know that I was on your show here, and then so when I left or before I left, it was so rowdy. I know that because you left already, so there was the guy lose control, Patruski lose control. There was a particular something that Rashanama was start to say, about how to organize our country, Then all these other guys, they didn't let him speak. Me and Simba and blah, 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 blah. Let us say that if you want to actually organize this, like you talk about forestry guy today, okay? The forest, forest guard officers or that, or I think that was one of your topics, sir. Hello, are you there, sir?
Yes.
So, like,
no, I'm here. Can you not hear me?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can hear you now. We were trying to tell our co-panelists how countries are being run, but they will keep saying this and that and that. Let's say that if a government is coming to power, I know that, like, if you are a president tomorrow, you can invite me to be part of your government. You say, okay, Tony, I want to have you as part of my government. You know what I'm saying? Then I will say, okay, they will have to draft. We have to have a Marshall Plan. You can call it master plan or Marshall Plan. Everything will be included. People that are being born, how they will be taken care of. People that their mama is carrying their belly, how they will take care of them. Then what about this industrialization? What to do? How do we get investment? How do we invest? How do we, create enable environment for our people to survive, etc., etc. We know we are talking about. Why are we having all the natural resources and they were not able to extract them? You know what I'm saying? And they were talking about Nigeria being a major armory exporting nation, weaponry, military equipment exporter. You know what I'm talking about? And when they know that we have no steel companies in Nigeria. So, and that one also, you see, so they didn't let me, explain, or nobody, some people at the comment section, they will be talking trash because they are just living on that welfare in abroad. You know what I'm saying? They are crazy, some of them. But most of the commenters are very good people. I salute them. One man, if I were to be a president, we all supported Tinubu now, both of us, As he comes in, you will look at, if you cannot set up this steel industry, what about a common recycling plant? You know what I'm saying, sir? Whether not plastic, plastic refinery, recycling, whether metal recycling. The other time I learned that my brother was also telling me how they are coming to take some scraps in Ibadan and Port Harcourt. They'll be exporting them for recycling. you know, as scrap, scrap. These small villages in Germany, they have recycling plants. So these are the area that we ought to start from. And you remember when I was also growing up, you know that I used to drive along a 10 million bridge to Ballende every time, just for nothing. If I'm on vacation, I have my own private, not private car that is only me will drive it. Whenever I come back from school, so I'll just be strolling around, then carrying gas, going to phase 2, going to Tima connection, now Tima connection, and all those kind of stuff. I like all those kind of, those kind of life, you know what I'm saying? And then I will be seeing this Lagos State Waste Disposal Board, the company. You remember that plant? So I would drive and drive and drive and drive. I would, so when I got to Germany, the same thing. Those people, you know what they do in Germany? They are the one that generate power. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're talking about also ranches. Ranches in Germany, they also do generate power through this shit when all these their cows they shit.
Sorry, I'm not sure where you are.
Okay, no. I'm talking about the forest guard now. The forest guard. So now the forest guard. So forest guard is too late because the whole bushes already been, occupied. How do you go to tackle them? You see, look at what they said now that we're going to start to train. Those people, they already trained before they are coming to the country. Why we are allowing them to come into the country to come occupy our forest? Then now, all of a sudden, okay, when people start fire brigade or fire service approach, what the hell? Now you want to start training forest guard? So long they are not those people that were forest guard, they old and then they are out of some of them are dead. They just stop it. There's no point of say that we'll start to train them now because they cannot be able to match the firepower of these people that are in our forest. I never see such a thing in my life that all the whole forest, simultaneously be occupied. It's too crazy. At the same time, every meter we are talking of, not just like if they say, okay, they occupy, a place now in Ekpoma, and then you go to Bini again. But in this case, everywhere, from Ilesha to Ondo to Ife to everywhere is occupied. From Ijebu to Agoiwoye to Gbogbo to Ijebu to, Odobolu is occupied. How are you going to, how many fire service, how many forestry guard you want to employ to guard all these bushes? You see? So sorry. Woman, so it's really, really crazy. So it's just like the country, what Tinubu should do so that he can be able to write his name in the sand of time is to see how he can be able to, to restructure the country, to say, okay, everybody just go your way. Or he can give a directive. Is it a presidential, is it executive power, whatever you call it, and say that, okay, all the bushes, everybody should vacate the bushes. You know what I'm saying? Let the bushes be free. Anybody find in the bush, the army can be going from bush to bush and start shooting at anything on sight in the bush. Because meanwhile, the longer these people occupy our bushes, they are polluting our bushes, that they are killing all those animals, then, is our look, they are not, endangered species. All our crocodiles, our antelope, our rabbits, our grass cutters are no longer there because of these people. They have come to our bushes and built villages, camps all over Oyo State, Edo State, all over the eastern part of the country, all over the, the river area, everywhere, Bayelsa State. What the hell? We are not going nowhere. So the best thing for us to do, if you cannot ask them to vacate the forest, we separate the country peacefully. They say, well, we can do it peacefully. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying that we can use this river Niger, they can dredge it so they can have access to water. Because that's the area. If Tinubu cannot just stop them right now or restructure the place with presidential, this executive order, not be said that they go to the Senate, because the senators are useless. You know what I'm saying? They are just there for their own pocket. So all those ones are just time wasting. Look at 2 years already gone to one man, and then when we started this campaign, this talking about politics already 4 years ago. And that's why we'll be wasting the time now. It will be 8 years, and everybody will getting old, you know what I'm saying? You see, that's it. Not everybody can eat like I can eat now, like a paradiam in the night. When they eat that, they will get some choke. Because they are getting old. I'm getting old also, you know, just imagine, since that 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we were added to 3 years to our age, and then it's too crazy. And then we are just, some of us here, we are just feeling like, we just feel like abroad is okay. It's a normal thing. It's not a norm, you know. But they say, no, can you imagine some of our people that are living in Arab countries and then Americas, then you call themselves professor, they don't know that in order to make that country work, we need to be united, you know what I'm saying? All of us that is abroad, we know how things are being run. Let us tell the government to do the right, to do the things like the way we are seeing it here, so that we can all go back home. Because if some people say that they prefer abroad to home, now like be that to me, I like home past any abroad. I'm here because you know, for the greener pasture, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a poor man, that is why I'm here, okay? Because if to say that I'm in Nigeria, then I'll be a rich man. You know what I'm saying? So
Tony, let me just show you something. This is from ChatGPT. It says major steel companies in Nigeria. So we've got African Industry Group, which is one of the biggest steel companies in Nigeria. We've got Quantum Steel Nigeria Limited, which is in Ogun State somewhere. We've got a Jakarta Steel, which is starting to kick off. We've got a Delta Steel Company. We've got Sun Flag Steel Nigeria Limited. We've got Calm Industry, which is a steel, Top Steel Nigeria Limited, Africa Foundry Limited, BSS Steel Rolling Mills, etc., etc. So I'm not sure that you should be saying things like we don't have when we do have, but
my brother, you know, you're my brother. Look, let me tell you one thing. All those are like just project. I know this, and this Oshobo's steel rolling mill, and then these are just you know, Ajakuta was supposed to feed them. You know what I'm saying? Ajakuta. So once Ajakuta is not in operation, you know what I'm saying? It's just zero. And at least you see the way, you see how
what
you know how fair. You know, you can see how, you know, how I try to table the issue, you know, very fairly. I mean, you know, fairly, like I was so fair, I was so considerate. But I said that, okay, let us start with recycling. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, the scraps that are...
Well, we have recycling. We have foundries all over Nigeria. So what
no, we have no recycling. No, let them be... Let us see. You know, let us see. What is not working? Why are we putting everything?
I've just read you a list of 10.
Oh yes, yeah. They are not effective. I will not have refineries too. Are they effective?
How do you mean they are not effective? How did you gauge that they are not effective?
Because we are importing everything. You know what I'm saying? We're importing all those you know, someone too. They are importing CKDs like they did in the Volkswagen of Nigeria back then. That is CKD. You know what I'm saying? So we should start setting up
that's not true now. That's not true now. Even Innocent himself tells us that he sources a good percentage of the steel in Nigeria.
Yeah. Now they talk now because you know what about the molding?
Why would they lie?
How is he molding them, those panels?
In his factory.
Yeah, I don't think that they have, because they usually bring everything like CKD completely knocked down. You know what I'm saying? Like Mercedes now, they will bring it.
Sorry, no. So where are you getting that from?
No, because the country is not working. That's why, you know, because the country is not working.
What country is not working? How is it
if the
not
country,
working?
If the country is working, okay, one man, please, sir. We cannot make bicycle in Nigeria 30%.
Why not?
We cannot because we don't have any. No, we don't have anything to do that. You know,
what don't you? No, hold on.
Probably cutlass. We can do cutlass.
No, forget that. No, can you? You see, this is why I would say try and maintain a conversational consistency. You said we can manufacture bicycles in Nigeria. So what stops us from doing that? You said we don't have. We have steel. I've just listed our 10 foundries to you. We have the capacity. We have the technical capacity. What requires to make a bicycle that is beyond the capacity of Nigeria?
Anyway, let us go to politics, you know, because I don't want to.
No, but you can't just be saying things like that. You know, people, not just you, but people in your space, you say a lot of these things on challenge and you just run away with it. You know, we don't have this, we don't have that. The country is not working.
Okay. Let me come to you now. Let me come to you. Let me come to you. Let me come to you now. Thank you very much, sir. Where is the electricity power, sir? I'm telling you that. No, I'm telling you that when the government want to.
Of course, there's electricity in Nigeria, not to the level that is required, but certainly there is.
No, there is none at all. There is none at all because the president house is using generator. The president, the so-called presidential villa, you know, they are using generators there.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
No, we all know this now. You know, okay, I know that, you know, you have to behave like a moderator, sir. You know, you are a moderator. So just try to be at the center.
No, but I cannot let you run away with things that are not factual. The country
it's
has
not factual.
electricity.
I have families in Nigeria.
Well,
with a big equipment. My brother has a big equipment.
Forget your brother's equipment. You're not the only one that has a family in Nigeria. Nigeria has a huge electricity deficit. There is no equivocation about that. Nigeria has an epileptic electricity transmission. There is no equivocation about that. The Nigerian electricity structure is nowhere near anywhere that should service that country. There is no equivocation about that. But to say that Nigeria has no electricity, then that's just not true. You know, so just stay within consistency of you guys. What do you mean? You say they have no government. Yeah.
Sorry, 1 minute.
Wama, can I chime in, please?
1 second.
Yeah, who is there?
Tony, I don't believe Tony is talking in absolutism. So to make the argument that we have electricity, of course we do have electricity. They have electricity in every country in Africa. But the level or the amounts of electricity that we generate or we produce, is that anything to write home about? Is it sufficient in any regard? I mean, is there another country or something else to make the comparison to give us a clearer picture of our electricity situation?
Capacity, yes.
Because I don't think it's far from the truth what Tony's saying. I know it's kind of negative a lot on other things, but nonetheless, what we generate, all the money that's stolen from Atiku, the $16 billion that people are denying. I mean, the entire country should be electrified by this time.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, sir.
down on electricity is not far-fetched.
Trump daddy. For me, I have a different opinion when it comes to electricity in Nigeria.
No, I can be fast. To be fast, then okay, be fast.
Hold on 1 second. So I actually think that we have enough electricity for that country as the country is currently is, because Nigeria is not an industrialized nation. You go to a lot of, if out of the 36 states, I can guarantee you that maybe at least 25 of those 36 states does not require more than 100 megawatt of electricity in Nigeria to speak. Tony, let me explain something to you. When I was coming back from Nigeria in November, I engaged the woman who was in charge of that Lagos airport, both terminals. And she said to me, this one, it's not like they say, oh, I have brother. Now I'm talking about my own experience. That Lagos airport is not running on generator, it's running on direct electricity from a coal distribution company. And she said the problem is that they spend around $1 million to recharge the meters every month. And she was complaining about the cost. I said, "Bet, do you guys get electricity?" And she said, "Yes, the power is stable and they have it 24/7." Look, areas in Nigeria, if you can afford it, the way they are doing it, if you can afford it, in my area now we have a minimum 20 hours of electricity. In Benin, minimum 20 hours every day. So if you can afford
from Osiomo?
It's not even from Osiomo, it's from BEDC. It's from BEDC. We moved to line B. We just migrated to line B about 2 weeks ago. And since we migrated, it's been constant, minimum 20 hours electricity.
Yes, I'm seeing Benin City like a dark city at night all the time. You are using all this Chinese Chinese solar powers to look at all those. Let me not. If you don't go to Benin, I will be crazy. You know what? We Benin people,
You can
we
go
the
mad.
people,
You can
we
go
should
mad.
be, hold on. We should be glad that we have Ibadan as our capital city. Yes, I get you. Yes, but if you look at Ibadan, if you look at Ibadan at night, it's shining. Look at all the whole western region where we cut ourselves off from. They are all shining in the night, no matter how poor they are.
Have you been there recently? How do you know they are shining?
No, I'm seeing everything from the YouTube, and then look, we have the more resources in that western region space, and then we cannot even manage it. So don't come and tell me that because Edo, look, go to Edo now. There's no road, no nothing, no road. It's darkness. It's a dark state. A lack of unity. Look at Warri right now. Hold on. Look at Warri also. They are fighting each other. The Joe, the Benin, the Secretary, and the Robo, they are fighting each other. You are telling me that.
I'm giving you. I talked about electricity, and I give you two examples. One of my.
Yeah, they say you need $3,000. I mean, $1,000. Do you need to step it down to your house?
I'm telling you, there are a lot of states in Nigeria that they don't even need more than 100 megawatt to
Who tell you? I don't know human beings. Can you stay without a 30 minutes electricity power in Europe or in America where you are staying?
I'm trying to say? They are not as industrialized as other Western nations or other countries whereby a lot of their railway network run on the electricity. They have huge factory that will run 24 hours. That the Nigeria we don't. How many
university don't have electricity. Your university how many universities there? 20 universities they have electricity in the Benin. They are using generators.
All right. I don't.
One man. How many states?
Sapele water.
Oh my God! Just hold on. How many states in Nigeria can you put your hand and say this state have 24 hours economy? No,
Kanu is shiny. Abuja is shiny. Kaduna is shiny. If you look at it at night.
I'm not talking about this. Do you have ears? Are you listening? I'm not talking. That's not. I said how many states in Nigeria runs 24 hours economy?
Kanu runs it too. They have underground shops, shopping complexes
How come we
in
don't
Kanu.
have 24 hours electricity since our demand is not that much? So you see,
Yes.
in other words, we have sufficient supply. So what is the problem?
Yeah, we have to agree that it's not there so that we can buckle up our. Yes, thank you, Prince Daddy.
I just try to explain to you. They've sectioned the electricity band A, band B, band C, band D. If you can afford, if your area can afford, you guys migrate to band B or band A, and then
all those falling cables, those power lines.
All right, let's just move on. I don't.
Yes. Let's move on. Yeah, let's move on. Akim is always here to defend the government, even though they don't even send you to come defend them. You know what I'm saying? What we're asking Tinubu to do. I'm not here
to assume.
I'm not my brother. Let me, Jackie, okay.
Before I came in just now.
All right. Sorry, let's just
hold on.
Let's just leave it. It's going to go on and on. Tony, take us to the politics, and then from you we go on to Emeka. Sorry, I came, but
give me the political point you want to go into. The politics of this man.
Yes, he's trying to form a parallel government. And
yes, very bad, because he deviated from his earlier belief, like we should share the country, because these are the guy that is not stable. My brother is the Prince that he was saying, make it be stable tonight too. That guy is not stable. They're just dancing around the bush, try to put themselves into trouble. They're just shooting themselves in their legs, because it's not allowed at all. What they should be doing is to be, liaising with Tinubu behind the scene, so that he can be able to have a restructure the country or divide the country. Now let that division at the end of the day, when I will say, Tony, don't talk about. I couldn't imagine when I was hearing you do your readout when you were talking about all the Fulani people. I said, my God, you see, whenever I brought this Northern problem, that Northerners were the problem before, they would say, this Tony with Northerners. Today, I'm no longer doing the talking. Now they do now. So I just happy. I say, after all, at the end of the day, now don't come say Tony was not a bad guy. I was not an ethnic bigot. That they used to call me in other platform. They would say, you're an ethnic bigot, you hate Northerners. Maybe Northerners will go and marry my sister. I don't know, those kind of thing. These are evil people. That guy should be arrested, and throw it to jail. And then if Tinubu want to divide the country, anybody that comes in, come his own way, should jail all of them, whether they're Northerner, whether they're Southerner. The problem we are having with all these people like Patu Tommy, is that these people, they are big investors in Abuja, and then that is where whenever we talk about restructure, or they don't want to offend the Northerners, they don't want to divide the country because their investment are there. One man, that's the problem. How can you go and buy a land in a foreign country, an Islamic region, Abuja, or they say that you go and build your house there? You are going to lose those houses at the end of the day. That is what is holding back. Many Igbo people, many South people, our people from South, them Edwin Clark. You don't see that they want to do burial. Now for them, they do burial now. Whereas in our place, in Edo or Yoruba, if the old man die like that, now the village, now they'll come bury him, will dance, block the whole road, begin to celebrate, But now for Hausa play, now they go do all those kind of stuff. That's why the system is. So Tinubu should arrest that guy, any of his cohorts, arrest all of them and jail them. Then he should not do electricity, he should not do anything. Let him restructure the country or divide the country. Make we see what you make we see what I have for. There's other breaking news coming out of Togo that this man have declared himself a life president. Ayadima. Whether Ayadima they call him Ayadima. So and then God will help Traore. Okay. Wama, any other something? Yeah, tell me, I'm ready.
All right. Yes. Do you have any thoughts on the JAMB system break that is now requiring 400,000 students to resit? Are you following that storyline?
Yes, sir. So I think that is part of the reason why I said that we should break the country, because the country has failed. It's a failed country because we cannot even hold an election.
Sorry. Hold on, Tony.
Yes,
if
sir.
that's your answer to all of the topics, then we can just move on. So this one has nothing to do with let's break up the country.
Yeah,
this is a specific
question
feeling with it.
Okay.
So everything is break up.
It's crazy. Like it's really crazy. That is. You can see that because I don't know how to answer this, because my answer to that is that the system is too corrupt. Everything is just bad. When people are talking of JAM, talking about constitutional reform, everything is be corrupted. People decamping. So, Wama, I don't have to address that. Okay? I don't know how to address that at all. We are not going to offend you.
Tony, address
my brother. Hey, Babachi Abi now.
No, I know.
Long time. I could never hear your voice for a long time.
Tony, just address JAM. Just sticks to JAM only. How can they fix JAM? Is the question one man is asking you.
Yes, I know. That's what. Look, it's too complicated for me because
no, it's not.
It's part of the system. It's part of the system. The Nigeria system. Everything is down, and then JAM is not. Should it be a different? It's part of the show. You know what I'm saying? Just part of the show. Part of the system that that has broken down. The system is gone. That is hence I'm always recommending that we should better have a Edo nation or Oduduwa nation and Biafra nation, or Edo and Oduduwa we can, so that we that knows how to run things, we go back home and replicate what what we learn abroad, what we have learned abroad, and then based on his foundations also that was laid down by Awolowo and Chief Nauru. Thank you very much, Waman. I don't want to talk too much. Babati, I don't have any answer to that jump something, because it's part of the whole Nigeria narrative or story that once upon a time there was Nigeria. Now it's no Nigeria. Okay, so there's no Nigeria. The earlier we grasp that, the better for us. All this talking about zoning, presidency, after 8 years, this and that. They are all making my case, to be very, very relevant and then correct. That's the reality. So we cannot do otherwise. India, Pakistan, they did the same thing. Bangladesh, so let us divide the country and then we'll develop at our pace. Thank you, sir.
And one man.
All right, brilliant.
Before you go ahead, what you want to make in?
No. I'm saying
we have.
Yeah, let's just move on. But I think it's unfair to the average Nigerian, the Nigerian student, because they're not used to put out exams. So if you're used to just taking exams using paper, or
I cannot even go to school in Nigeria right now, like primary school, secondary school, where there's no light, where there's no power.
Never mind, Mama. Just move on.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Bye bye. So I will be on the line. You move to the next person while I'm listening, sir. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Tony. So that's Tony, of course. And by the way, what Tony is saying, I don't think sometimes maybe it's the way Tony goes about it, but what Tony is actually talking about is a single bullet solution. That's what and he never debates on that. Tony is talking about is telling us that all of these things that we're talking about, they're just symptoms of a bigger malaise, and the real problem is the ethnic composition of that country, which is completely it's unworkable. And is what Tony is inviting is that forget all of this rotation government, jam or no jam. There's just one solution that requires one bullet, and that bullet is to break the country up, because they are we will never really converge to form a
I don't
people,
disagree with
because we're
Tony.
too divergent in our
One
views.
man in that regard,
So it doesn't really care about the jam, the this, the that. It just wants the country to break up, because
but
he sees
that has to
that is
be.
so it's a single bullet solution that Tony always
Yeah,
talks
but
about.
that has to be a different conversation entirely. As a matter of fact, I read some few.
One man, maybe it should be
Can you guys hear me?
communicativity.
Am I talking to myself or? I don't know. Okay.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear
carry
me?
a bit, yeah.
Yeah,
we all
it's
can.
more. The thing is, for Nigeria to actually work, I've always been a supporter of encouraging minority groups to speak up and all that. But what I found out is, doing my own little research, is that the only way Nigeria can function is the outside Igbo Yoruba tribe, the bigger tribes have to pretty much swallow up the smaller tribes, where their kids will eventually just learn. So if you're in the south or south, you start speaking Igbo and your kids will just forget your culture. So the majority tribe have to then literally dominate the other ones. And down the line, the kids just become Igbo and the other ones become Yoruba and the other ones become Hausa Fulani. That is the only way you can. So the majority tribe have to dominate.
But that's broadly, but that's broadly the regionalized system we had at the
right. But that is the only way for you to have this so-called. You cannot have a country where when you say, okay, we have 400 tribes and everybody must have a voice, it's never going to work.
It doesn't work now.
That's the only way.
For me, the tribes is not the problem. The religion is the problem. Nigeria is too divided. It's almost 50-50 between Christian and Muslim in Nigeria. Go to any other country in the world and show me where you find anything like that. Does not exist. I think that is even a bigger problem than that of tribes. A lot of people does not even first of all go to tribe. They first of all straight to look at the ticket in 2023. Oh, Muslim ticket. Oh, Muslim. It was all over the place. Nobody was saying, oh, it was this. No, it was a Muslim ticket. Look at the fight today, right? So at the end of the day, for me, I think the problem is more religious than tribe.
Progressive. I disagree, because you know why I disagree? Because if you were supposed, because as a matter of fact, woman, it shouldn't matter, right? That is, if you have an advanced society, your religion should not matter. So even if you're Christian or Muslim, we should be dealing with competence, right? So the idea that I'm not buying it. It's because your people are not sophisticated enough to understand.
Every other country you look at, Babati, every other country you look at, they're overwhelmingly one-sided towards one religion. Either they are overwhelmingly Christian or they're overwhelmingly Muslim or Hindu. Okay, but in Nigeria, it's not like that. Nigeria is the only country where you have it almost 50-50.
I'm asking that. No, progressive. This is what I'm saying. I'm asking that it should not matter if your people, if your people can understand, if they value leadership. It should not matter if they are both Muslims. It should be about.
We have a country where you have conservative in the north, conservative in the east. The only liberal-minded people are the southwesterners. So you're going to struggle.
It's a different topic for another day. Let's just move on, man. I get
all right, Brian. Let's move on and go on to King Emeka, who joins us. Hasn't been here for a moment. So plenty for Emeka. Am I bouncing back from you?
No.
Yes.
Evening, woman. Thank you very much. Good evening to the fellow panelists and viewers at home. Exciting conversation going on. And it's always a pleasure coming around especially when the news.
Apologies, Emeka. Can you mute something? We're getting feedback from you.
No, I don't.
Also, I have a bit of news. Yes, we're bouncing back from you. Do you have YouTube opened as well?
Is it better?
Yes, it is. Oh, I have a bit of news. So, Emeka, the floor is yours. We're talking about the failures in JAM. We're talking about Patu Tomi, the DSS after him, and a whole myriad of stuff. But just before you take the floor, just a bit of announcement for the platform. I've got a bit of news for the platform. Do you all remember Des, the American trucker? Do you remember Des, Emeka?
Yeah, I think I remember him.
Well,
yeah.
he contacted me. I think it was yesterday. He just he became a father for the first time, a baby girl. So
congratulations!
So that's if you are listening, and so everybody sends their wishes. But floor is yours, Emeka.
All right. So I got a bit of the headlines that you're trying to roll out. I would go briefly into the politics of things, and then what I enjoy the most, the economics of Nigeria's situation. Anyway, with Patu Tomi, you see, I don't really understand the political psychic of Patu Tomi. He was once a minister, either in the Second or Third Republic, and even at a very young age. For me, in that aspect, when you get to that limelight of being either political relevance or being a top bureaucrat for your country, you shouldn't. My own line of thinking would be that you would continue to pursue such endeavor or contribute your quota to the country in terms of spearheading things. I'm not saying he's not doing that. He's doing that. He has done a lot. I do respect him completely. With the Patitos gang, and they're trying to form some economic think tank, and also written some publications on dailies, which he does from time to time. But he should be so politically mature at this point in time in his life that his utterances should not sound, how will I put it without trying to be insultive, foolish. Our constitution do not allow for shadowy government. We don't run a parliamentary system where you provide funds for the opposition party, and the opposition party is there to critique and hold the government accountable, and they are funded by the government to do that job, right? They will have shadow cabinets that will be holding the government's cabinet ministers responsible for the things they are supposed to do. We don't run that. So when you say shadowy government or shadow government, it means you want to run a parallel government in line with what we currently have in our country. Even in the United States, Adam Schiff said it not quite long ago, and the response that they get, they said they're going to arrest him for treason if he tries to run a shadowy government. They're going to arrest him for treason because the Constitution of America do not allow for such form of government structure. You want to be in government, run for office and win. So I would presume that Pat Utomi was just trying, looking for ways to hold the present administration accountable, and then making utterances, or even because I'm wondering why would the DSS go after him? Maybe he's trying to fund it, which is not looking good.
It's a treasonous act because what they're accusing him of is attempting to usurp the power of state. It's almost like a coup, even if you want to. Yeah, it's almost.
Of course, you can't run we're a republic, right? Our constitution does not allow that. So, why I decided to go into his political life is to draw reference that he should know much better. As a matter of fact, the ministers, the current ministers who are holding ministerial positions, they are his junior, right? They are his junior. So he was once a minister, I think at the age of 24 or 25. So, and he has been in public limelight, political limelight in Nigeria. But my how will I say this? My concern is he has not been able to, he has not been able to leverage on his past performance while in government, his knowledge as an economist, and his leverage and relationship with other political strong names to see how he can contribute to Nigerians' growth, right? For instance, I know maybe there was a time he tried to run for governor in Delta State and he didn't know when they made the mess out of him. They told him the convention, the primaries was going in one location, and he went there while the primaries was actually holding in another place, in another hotel. So he was there holding his pants. And by the time he got wind of information, they've already brought in a new, I think, was it APC or PDP? Yeah, they brought in the PDP chieftains and delegates in Delta State have voted for someone. So even after they promised him, no, I think it's APC. Yeah, I think it's APC. Yeah, it's APC, not PDP. So it shows he's still not quite knowledgeable about Nigerian politics, despite the fact that he has played some pivotal role in the history of Nigeria. And then with his utterances, his actions, his behaviors, that's why I'm coming to the conclusion that, in my view, I think he's politically naive. Him also associating himself with the Labour Party strongly suggests that naivety, that he's not well sound with Nigeria politics. So, but the DSS going after him, I think is quite a harsh one. But I know they are going to release him. He's not a troublemaker. He's not known to be a troublemaker. So I'm hoping maybe this may be a little bit of lessons for him to not properly structure his words, or if people are singing stupid messages into his ears, he should tame down and say, no, I'm not in for this nonchalant stupidities. Anyway, that's with Patutumi. I wish him the very best, and I would be hoping he's good friends with Tinubu. He's good friends. They've been friends way back. He can leverage on relationship, past and present, and if, just like we all want Nigeria to get better, is still a burning concern for him. He can still play. Though he's advancing in age, but he's still healthy. He can still play a very good pivotal role to move Nigeria closer to our dream state. Over to the power situation in Nigeria. I saw the news where the Minister of Power, we are not too happy with him on this platform. Was talking about Nigeria will need 10 billion per year for 20 years to ensure that we have constant power supply. And I was like, what the hell? 10 billion, that's 200 billion in 20 years. Where are we going to get 10 billion for each year? We're already in a deficit. We're already borrowing internationally and locally. Is it now suggesting that we need to go and extend our borrowing capacity to increase our deficit further? Not naira, billion, not even million, billion. Then my mind was, what's happening with the presidential power plant project that Siemens is moving, or was pioneering during the Buhari administration? The last we heard of it was fourth quarter of 2023, when the Tinubu administration came into power. We've not gotten any wind of what's going on with that project. It's a 10-year plan. They are currently, the last I am aware, they were currently on the first phase. They were completing the first phase in bringing in power plants from Germany. And then they are looking towards going into the next phase. That's the second phase. It's a 4-phase plan for within 10 years. And now you're hearing 10 billion per year. Is it trying? So my view is this individual trying to increase his budget for next year? Or what is his end goal? What is he thinking? He's not, now he's trying to communicate because he in terms of communication, he's a failure. But we don't know what that power plant project, that presidential power plant project, what is going on with that power plant project. I know they are trying to revamp the transmission line, which has been collapsing on multiple occasions due to it's old, number one, and pumping so much energy and power is too much for it. Then the good thing about his communication was that they passed the bill for states to generate, and transmit and distribute power. Awesome, fantastic news. Which means the richer states like Lagos, Rivers, Kano, which other states are rich again?
But none of them so far have seized that initiative, though. That's
no, they just signed it into law.
No, Buhari signed it now, so that was 3 years ago. That was
a
Buhari initiative. No, I think Buhari signed it, though.
No, it was still third phase. I think they just signed. It's not quite long they signed it into law, because Lagos State was looking and they are waiting for it. I know Babajide is looking forward to it. So my since it's not a law, rich states can go in and see what they can do. I know Lagos State can be able to raise funds, whether they can do that internationally or locally. And with the power, and Lagos State is the state that consumes a lot of power in Nigeria. So what I will be expecting Sanwo-Olu to do is to target the rich cities in Lagos State and try to solve that problem, because those are the people who can afford power in Lagos State. Don't look at providing power for the entire Lagos State. It's going to be capital intensive, and the return for investment will be poor. Target Lekki, Banana Republic, Banana Island, Ikoyi, Victoria Island, Ikeja, those areas. Or they could, Lagos could come together with Ogun State, and those two states are the states that consumes a lot of power. So I think that industrial estate in Ogun State, they could do an independent power plant that could supply Ogun State industrial estate, as well as the Etiosa local government, which would include, which also includes.
You know what they're actually trying to do. They're trying to. They see. Are you aware of the Odua investment company?
To be honest, I saw it. I didn't read in depth.
Yes, it's been there since Awolowo days. Anyway, I think they're trying to use that to pool resources together within the Southwest to have some, electricity, something for all of them. I think that's.
It's a very good initiative, but not all states have the financial muscle or the financial capacity. It's not I didn't say financial ability, financial capacity, because most of the states do not have sufficient resources. They still have to go borrow. Lagos State can go and borrow. They can go to the London Stock Exchange or the London bond market. They can issue Eurobond. They can issue treasury bills that can be guaranteed by the federal government. They can raise such money. Osun State can't do that. Ekiti cannot do that. Ondo can't do that. Ogun State can try a little bit. So that's why I'm looking at if when the governor, I'm waiting for what Jide Sanwo-Olu will want to say. If he's saying, I want to provide power for the entire Lagos State, then I will just write it off. It's not possible. It's capital intensive. It's not achievable. Even if it's achievable, the cost implication will be too high for Lagos, right? And then the return for investment will be too poor, because a place like Amuodofi, there's some industrial, but it's not sufficient enough. A place like which local governments, I'm forgetting this, they can't afford to to pay for power. So you must target affluent locations. Get them off the national grid. Those people will be able to pay for that power and you can stay profitable. Then you can now look at, okay, what can we do to see how to accommodate other locations within Lagos? River State can take that approach. Abuja can take that approach. I know Wike is very, very ambitious about getting a power plant for Abuja. He can do it. Wike can raise the money too. He's an ambitious man. He knows how to speak, very eloquent and very hungry and aggressive. He can raise the fund. And then Abuja residents can afford it too. So that's the way we can reduce that our dependency on the national grid. And if we do that within the next 7 years, it could accommodate the entire Nigeria. I'm not guaranteeing constant power supply, but I've been hearing about the 20 hours for certain locations. It's not all locations, but specific locations, the band A, band B, and band C. But gradually, more people will be able to get more increased power supply hours, as well as be able to afford or consume power supply within their means or pockets. So that's my own take on the power issue. Moving on to Tinubu and his, I saw that they are going to London to go do report card to the owners and custodians of Nigeria. You understand? So, we are not important stakeholders in Nigeria, right? The people who are important stakeholders are outside Nigeria. The people who own Nigeria are outside Nigeria. The government, all administration, past and present, are actually working for those people. That is why we continue in the tradition of traveling abroad to go and discuss Nigeria affairs and our report card to the actual owners of Nigeria, right? Stupid tradition, but it is a truth. My view on this is the president. I keep, I don't want to sound like I'm repeating myself, but I had high hopes economically for what the president was going to do. He also expresses his opinion and his ambition of creating a $1 trillion economy. I'm thinking that's not feasible anymore. He also talked about power supply. He said,
I think the World Bank or something, they actually said that the trajectory of the economy, it doesn't indicate that he'll be able to achieve it within the time frame.
No, he can't achieve it. No. It's not going to. That's why I say it's not feasible any longer. Whether in the second term, it's not feasible. It should have been feasible if he had started from the get-go, right? And then towards the end of his administration, we'll be ripping off gradually the signs. But as you look, when you've not laid the foundational stone, rather you've even demolished any existing stone. So when are you going to do it? You're almost getting to your next tenure, right? It's not feasible. It's no longer any feasible. Whatever he wants to, if he says that he's telling a lie, it's not feasible. It's not practicable. He's just managing Nigerians. It's not feasible. Maybe the next person who is going to take over from him can continue if he's going to lay the foundational block in his second tenure. Then that person can continue. If that person is going to continue, then we can now begin to reap within the next 12 years of an expansionary Nigerian economy. And what's so painful about this is the time to do it. Why? I mentioned we going to submit our report card to the owners of Nigeria. Now, there is a part of the owners of Nigeria that is not really interested in direct control. And that person is Trump. Trump is after American first. Trump is not a globalist. So this is the time to do it. All those stranglehold, strangulation, indirect restriction on how to use our resources, whether to build nuclear power plants that they've refused to do, allow us to do, still restricting us to not use coal, telling us about carbon emission and green energy that is not working, or we are having external parties coming to steal our resources and not even paying royalties for it and taking it over to go process in their own country, and or if they even want to pay, they give us major sum. This is the time to align properly and discuss with the Americans what we intend to do. Trump doesn't give a damn. He's all about business and deals. He's cutting deals left and right.
Okay. No, Emeka, good place to interject real quickly if you don't mind. Is that okay? If you
fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, great point. You made a great point right there. And when the Chinese came, I think we missed that opportunity to partner with the Chinese. And you made a great point about Trump. I mean, it's not about the globalist agenda. And you see it, but I guess our leaders, they don't see it that way. And it's another good opportunity to jump on the bandwagon and actually extract as much as possible from America and develop Africa. Although I think the people in the DRC, they kind of struck a deal with their minerals with America, right? But this is a great chance, really, because Africans will never see another leader come from America that's ready to leave them alone to do whatever the heck they want to do.
I agree with you. I agree. I completely agree with you.
The British and the French, they've been there forever. They would never look how they struggle with Niger and the rest of the countries. See, when Trump said a golden opportunity for America, in actuality, he was talking about golden opportunity for Africa and the rest of the world. Do whatever you want to do.
BT, that's what you understand. That's why I'm saying this is the time to do it, because the British is our problem, seconded by the French, right? So we can align properly with Trump and begin to lay that foundational block now and say, yes, you are for American first policy. This is what we intend to do. Trump is not out to give aids. He doesn't want to use aids to control countries. He's not out to, and he said it clearly yesterday, I am not out to begin to dictate how government should run their affairs or the culture of a country. You are the ones that will want to do it. He was telling the Saudi Arabians, right? You have done a good job about it, trying to sign deals, ensuring that the Middle East is doing well and reducing the conflict within the Middle East. So I was watching that and I was like, what is our president doing? He has not even visited the United States. He has not probably aligned himself with Trump or trying to see how to discuss the vision of Nigeria as well as Africa with the American president. So I don't know what's going to happen. Like I keep saying, Nigeria's economy is not looking good and it's not going to look better. I heard the British was one of the British consulate officer or whatever title, I've forgotten his title, saying that Nigeria is doing well economically. And I was like, what nonsense? Yes, Nigeria is doing well economically for you guys, not for us, not for Nigerians, but for you people, because there's constantly has been a transfer of wealth from poor Nigerians, there's no middle class, rich Nigerians, to foreign partners. We keep funding them for their manufacturing products that comes into the country that we import and we purchase. We keep purchasing. We are not exporting anything. We are importing their products. Why their country is living standard? That is true. That is from all. That is true. Consumables, that is true. That is true. Consumables from cereals, from custard, from hair products that we get from the Chinese, from vehicles, Toyotas, Mercedes-Benz,
medical tourism, medical tourism.
No, forget the medical. Forget the medical tourism. From medical pills and equipment, the medical pills that we get from China, India, UK, and America, and Switzerland. The most of the equipment that we import, we are increasing the standard of living for external people. If the British are exporting their products to us, the manufacturers in the British are living fat. The people working for that manufacturers are living fat. They will continue increasing their salaries, or they continue to stay in their jobs. While we that is poor, we are importing and we are transferring our wealth and our income to them. We import most things, including toothpick. Toothpicks are being done in China. So the China manufacturer who is exporting that toothpick and the average Nigerian restaurant who is buying that toothpick is transferring their wealth to the Chinese manufacturer.
But Emeka, is that not the narrative of every other country as well? Nigeria cannot compete in terms of manufacturing. It's just not possible. Even there are very few countries that can.
I'm not talking about competition. Every country requires some level of export and import, but we import so much. We are an import driven, which is known.
We're a service and an extraction economy. We're not a manufacturing economy. There are most countries are service
no. We once upon a time manufacturing economy. Please, sir, don't say that. We manufacture windscreens for cars.
Hold on.
Okay.
Once upon a time is once upon a time. Everybody has a once upon a time.
How did you get here?
How did you get here? My theory here. My theory here.
Emeka, hold on. Yeah.
Just hold on. Tony as well. Forget once upon a time. Every country had a once upon a time. The world that we live in now, the manufacturing, the technology, the expertise, the ability to manufacture at scale to a certain standardized level, that space has gone so far, and some countries have cornered that space so globally that if you start to manufacture,
that's a terrible thing to say. That's a terrible thing to say. I mean,
yes.
Come on. You want to turn Nigeria into a service economy?
Okay. Can you ever manufacture to the efficiency of China?
Yes, woman. Hold
on. Just hold on.
Okay.
So let Prince Daddy come in, and then Emeka. I don't think Emeka was a long interjection. So, Prince.
Yeah. No. See, that's a big mistake. Don't think like Colata thinks that we should all be in the service industry. The notion that we are beyond manufacturing means that we are not a country anymore, because we don't really display any expertise or domination in any other field or industry. See, manufacturing is the base for every country in this world.
Correct.
You think Trump is crazy? Why he wants to bring manufacturing back to America? It's because of the gap that manufacturing has left in this country. That's why America is going down. China has made it. It's a national philosophy and ideology that no matter how manufacturing goes in this world, China will continue to manufacture, and that's why China is transitioning from your low-cost manufacturing now to precision manufacturing. Manufacturing, if you're going to produce goods that human beings are going to use, someone has to manufacture it, and that's the base for any serious economy. Germany wants to manufacture. So the notion that we can't live from manufacturing. If we did, we will always be poor.
Yes.
BT,
Emeka, please, Emeka, give me 1 minute. Emeka, please, just give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute, please. I just want to address one man, because one man keeps saying that we are not in that stage yet. I want to tell that when I keep saying something here, like Ferodo, Ferodo, they produce brake pads in Ibadan that was more of better quality than Taiwan. You know what I'm saying? And then we have this plywood, chipboard plywood. We manufacture plywood because from wood scraps. Then we grind them. I know how they do all this thing. Then you go to all this Tulia plastic. We make buckets and everything. We print our own books, university press. Ibadan. We have, but today, nothing. We can't even manufacture farm itself. I mean, this is what we're talking about.
No, hold on. No, it's not that you can't. It's the price point. It's the cost efficiency. Okay,
See,
you are
woman, I understand. No, woman,
You are
not.
talking. No, look. Emeka was talking about a toothpick just now.
Woman,
How do we make matches? No, Emeka, hold on. Matches in LA, we have Niger match. They will go and bring plywood, wood, logs, these timbers from Iyagokun side, Akpata in Ibadan. They will bring this in from the bush. They will come and cut them, and then they will make matches.
No, sorry.
Why can't we make toothpick now? Toothpick. Why are we importing toothpick? If you can see, we have those machines.
You're not even listening.
Okay. I know, woman, you are right. I'm not saying you are wrong.
Manufacture. Okay, you manufacture your. Sorry, Emeka, I'll just make this last point and then I'll give it to you. You manufacture your box of matches at 10 naira. That the cost of production comes to 10 naira to the market. China comes in, manufactures it at 50 kobo. They sell it to your market, and then it gets to the market at 1 naira 50 kobo. So how long can you continue to sustain manufacturing at 10 naira to the box of matches when the market floods with an equal quality match at 1 naira 50 kobo? So that's what kills manufacturing.
Woman,
not really. Woman, your point is very valid. BT's point is also very valid. BT's point is, I'm not trying to equate the validity of each other's point.
No, Prince Daddy. That was Prince Daddy. Emeka, that was
Prince Daddy. But yes. Woman, we shouldn't be focusing. I think you are focusing on manufacturing in terms of competition. Our manufacturing should be in terms of survival, right? As like what Prince Daddy has said, if you don't, and that's the reason why we are poor. If you are not manufacturing, you are going to remain poor. You must manufacture things that you consume. So our economy is still a consumer-dependent economy or consumer-driven economy, but it is driven mostly by imported products. America is a consumerism economy, but China is an export-driven economy. Most of the products that China produces are exported. Even if you look, okay, I don't want to go into too much details because I don't want to begin to discuss economies and make this conversation turn over into economies. And that's why China is suffering what they are suffering based on the tariff Trump placed on them. And you can see they are now willing to do a trade deal, right? Because their economy is export-driven. They don't consume most of the things that they produce. They actually export it to other countries. But America, which has the highest standard of living per capita in the world, consume most things and especially consume most of those Chinese export products. Now, what you are actually saying is that in terms of competence and economics of scale, right, we cannot match the Chinese, which is fine. We are not trying to compete with the Chinese. We are not, but we must manufacture. And then
are you going to put protectionism? Are you going
exactly. That's what the Chinese did now. That is why Trump is fighting them. They are not opening their market to the Americans.
And then they'll tariff you back, and then you can't.
You don't know how much the Chinese government subsidizes manufacturing.
But the tariff would be on those sector or those products that you are trying to gain some level of competence. With manufacturing, just like every other things of life, if you keep doing something over and over again, you gain mastery.
So what are you doing? Are you going to have a protectionist?
You must have some level of protection. You must have it, because you cannot. We are not. So hold on. Like what I said, we are not producing to compete with any country. We don't have that skill level yet. We are producing for survivor, to survive. So,
but you can't close your market to international trade.
We are not closing the market. No, we are not closing the market. So that is why you see. That's why I outlined it to aligning with Trump.
So what are you going to do now?
Hold on now. That's where I'm going to. The interjection can come later. We want to build our manufacturing base. We select specific sectors that we think we can gain competence and economic of scale, so that the unit product of those things we are manufacturing, the cost will begin to go down over a period of time as we develop that skill set Now, we are not even manufacturing to export. We are manufacturing to consume in-house. That is that manufacturing for survival. If Nigeria needs to be better, we must manufacture what we are going to consume. It is when you have consumed enough and when you have built that competence over time and economic of scale, and you begin to expand, that you cannot export outside. And over time, you see the quality begins to improve. And as the quality begins to improve and you are expanding, the unit cost for each of those products will go down.
So
And that is because
the supply gap.
Hold on.
Sorry, Patoski. Sorry. I think Zita was waiting to come in. When the window opens, Emeka bring Zita in. I think she wants to come in.
When you do that, for example, we can look at our entertainment industry. When did our entertainment industry begin to explode? We started gradually. We were consuming our music. We were enjoying our faded production. We were enjoying our useless lyrics. But over time, we were consuming it to the point that other people now want to listen to what we are doing in-house. Now we are seeing our artists on the international stage. We are seeing our artists winning Grammys. We are seeing big record label coming in-house in Nigeria to sign our artists. We have seen an explosion of our entertainment industry taking the world stage. That is a good sign. When you begin to manufacture for your country, at some point you gain that mastery and skill set that the quality of your product will be so good that others will want to enjoy what you are doing.
Let me ask you a question.
Enjoy your product.
Have you landed? Let me ask you.
No, hold on, Patrick. Let me just ask. Hold on. She's been pushing to.
Let him ask.
Oh, all right.
Now, the question I want to ask, Madam Zita, sorry, Jerry. The question I want to ask is, if you are having a protectionist approach towards your manufacturer, and then you say, let them continue to manufacture, how do you bridge the supply gap? Look at what happened when Buhari did that with rice. And say, okay, we are producing rice, let's put a restriction, let's stop importation, and let's be consuming what we produce. That was what triggered the skyrocketed increase in price of rice that we have not recovered from today, coupled with what happened there. So
that was not what triggered it. The dollar scarcity was the reason. Hold on, Patoski. Hold on, don't spread things that are not true. The dollar scarcity during the Buhari administration was what resulted to the increase in consumable items, and that impacted rice.
No, why couldn't the local rice bridge the gap?
Now listen. Now, when you take a foreign rice, Patron, listen. When you take a foreign rice and a locally made rice, the locally made rice is quite cheaper. It should be more cheaper, but quite cheaper than the foreign made rice. The quality is the same. Now, have we not built that skill set in rice production? Though the quantity we are producing in-house is not enough. So if we continue to produce more, that we can manufacture the actual quantity we can consume in a year. We don't need the export anymore. People will not go and buy the rice from Thailand anymore. They will prefer to consume local rice because one, it is cheaper, two, the quality is the same. Is that not the reason why we are having so many rice mills in the country now? We have so many rice mills. Even Lagos State is profitable with their rice mill. So we must produce what we are producing currently is for our survival. And over time, when we are able to meet demand, we can now export the excess. And we will continue to gain that competence in the areas where we have actually looked at that this is where we want to focus on. Like our arms, our weapons now. I see that the military is trying to produce weapons. We're actually doing that. So the military guys are actually producing the trucks. So because we have insecurity issues and we cannot continue to rely on foreign weapons or embargoes that might restrict us in fighting our insecurity issues, We will continue in that aspect to the point that other African countries will now be looking at importing the weapons that we are manufacturing in-house. The military is gaining that competence, that skill set that is very vital for our security infrastructure and architecture. We must manufacture for survival, and we must manufacture to get out of poverty. So that's enough for. Let me finalize with the jump issue.
All right.
So
I thought Zita wanted to push you on that, but
she can push me. That's fine. She can push me.
No, I'm not pushing anybody. I was waiting for my time, but what I wanted to ask you, one man, actually was, did they say we are not manufacturing, or we are not manufacturing enough, or we don't have large-scale export? That's the bit of the argument I want to understand. Because if you say Nigerians are not manufacturing, that's not true. If you say we don't have large exports, that's not true. So I just want to know the basis of the argument.
Okay, Madam Zita, your question is a good question. There's some form of manufacturing in Nigeria going on. Nobody is excusing that Nigeria is not manufacturing, but our manufacturing to the GDP is poor. Then again, I'm not looking at manufacturing for exportation purposes. No, that is not the target, because we are failing woefully. You know, we have so many challenges and constraints that is really holding us down. There are so many restrictions. So we have skill sets issues.
No. You said you are not talking about manufacturing for export, because there are so many issues.
There are so many constraints. There are so many constraints.
Get that one for?
So because
we have a lot of things.
No, we are manufacturing. So
hold on, let me finish. Okay. There are a lot of things. Most countries in the world depend on Nigerian export. So
we're exporting raw materials.
What the argument
like
is
what?
for.
Like what?
We're exporting raw materials. Cocoa.
No.
Cassava.
No.
Hold on. Let me tell you. That's why
raw materials. No.
We are exporting raw materials.
No.
So what are we exporting?
Raw materials.
What are we exporting?
Finished products.
What finished product are we exporting?
Aluminium. We are
when our steel. Wait, hold on. When hold on, madam, hold on. This is not a point of argument. When we have 60 steel companies, and 40 of those 60 steel companies are non-operational, and our local demand for steel, right, per year is 6.6 tons, and we are only doing 2.2. Where are we exporting aluminium to?
Okay, hold on. I want to ask you a question first, so that I want us to understand trade first before we talk about export and quantity manufactured, or whether we are not manufacturing enough. Because most times, if you have a trade deal with a country, your production might go to that country. Your citizens might not lay hands on it. It's happening.
That's what I'm saying. We are exporting raw materials. That is what I am saying.
Hold on now. Calm down. It's happening most places in the world, including China. Because of the trade deal, you manufacture, you ship them to those places to meet up with their demand. Now, I said aluminium. I have mentioned urea here. And I don't know if any of you have heard of a company in Nigeria called Indorama. I know most people have not heard about it. Go and do a research on that company. There are a lot of companies in Nigeria that manufacture a lot of things that are heavily exported. For your information, Nigerian cable electric wires are one of the best in the world. Go and do the research.
I'm aware.
So, if you are talking about even beverages, food items, Nigerians are closing the gap for local consumption. Even
from Cadbury, from Unilever, from
No,
No, madam, no, madam.
No, it's not Forbidden
See,
River.
madam, I respect you, right? This is my forte. So I'm telling you what's going on. The first data you need to look at is what is your ratio of manufacturing to your GDP. Yes, we export, but what we mostly export are raw materials. The urea you are talking about is still raw materials. Oh. Whatever you are exporting, what we are mostly exporting are raw materials. That is why I was very happy when Dele
I
is
said urea, fertilizer.
even
You
our
said fertilizer is not manufactured.
Fertilizers,
It's raw material.
which is a byproduct. We import fertilizer. It is now that Dangote hold on, madam. Now hold on. Now
I told you to go and check
we
for
import fertilizer.
We're even importing it from Qatar at some point.
We are importing fertilizer.
Said go and do a research on a company called.
We are
Listen,
importing. One man I will send it to you.
Fertilizer are many now, not just
Hold
one
on.
item. Fertilizer. Urea is a form of fertilizer.
Doesn't mean that
Thank you, Patoski. Urea is actually used for production of fertilizer. Urea is a part of the product, raw material for fertilizer production, right? And urea is a byproduct from petrochemical. Urea is a hydrocarbon component that is from a byproduct of crude oil. So now, madam, look at the holistic things, right? Our refineries that should be generating this stuff are in comatose. The only existing refinery we have in that country, which is still struggling, is Dangote refinery. So when you are saying we export urea, we don't. We import urea. And we probably might manufacture some things for our local consumption. We import fertilizer.
I said we export fertilizer. You know, when I talk here, sometimes people abuse me and say a lot of things.
Madam, so that we don't go, so that we don't. So, madam,
sorry, let me.
Madam, we are taking, madam, we are arguing on line subjects.
Reality, yes.
We're arguing on line subjects, and I think on each line by line subject, right? It doesn't give us a holistic overview, right?
Why not?
The first thing, it doesn't give us a holistic overview because in terms of manufacturing to our GDP, we are very, very poor at it. Nobody is denying the fact that Nigeria does not export things.
Can I speak on that?
Nobody is denying the fact that Nigeria does not do some form of manufacturing. Nobody is denying the fact that we don't export. And like I say, if you also want to know what are we exporting and how is the impact to our economy, all what we need to look at is our foreign remittance. Look at your foreign remittance. Right? When you look at your foreign remittance, you can now tell those subjects, those products or raw materials that we're exporting that has a significant impact to our economy. We are exporting. If one shop is exporting plastic to a specific supplier in Thailand, what is the significance to the economy? I'm not saying we should excuse that. That is a line subject. That's a line by line item that we're discussing.
Emeka, please. Let me just come in. Look. Emeka, I've got your point. Hold on.
Let me land this point first. We need for our economy, for us to begin to leave that poverty line at most, which is even poor, we should be manufacturing, not for exportation. That's why I say I am not talking about manufacturing for exportation. I am talking about manufacturing for consumption in-house.
I understand you, but you have not answered that question.
We should be manufacturing at a level of 30 to 42% to our GDP.
So how do you bridge the supply gap? That's what I'm saying. If you place
that is what now I have said it. So we must target specific areas, especially the things we consume the most. the things we consume the most, we must begin to develop that in-house manufacturing
Can I say
competence.
something? When you
Answer
talk
the question now.
about
What happens to the supply gap if you place a restriction?
When we place that restriction, we are not stopping them. It's not a restriction, it's just a protectionist, a protection form. You can put tariff. Whoever wants to go, hold on, whoever wants to go and import from China is free to do that. But you put the tariff on it to protect those sectors or those products that we think we can develop competence over a short to mid-level period.
Yeah, but that means you are trying to upset the supply side now. So there's definitely going to be a gap. Whether you put
We have done it with
tariff
rice.
or
It is working with rice. You mentioned rice. It is working
it's
with
not
rice.
working with rice now.
It is working
There's
with
a
rice,
gap.
Oga.
Okay.
The importation is covering for the gap. The importation is still covering for the gap.
Okay, I
So
agree with you.
what it
But
means,
those people
hold on, what it means, Pato, listen. What it means is we have not been able to develop proficiency enough to produce the quantity of consumption of rice in the country. So the shortfall, importation is still covering for the shortfall. Till we continue to expand, which we are doing. So many rice mill companies are coming up. Eco Rice is expanding. Over time. When did we start? When did Buhari just leave? When did we start?
Yeah.
Over time.
Patoski, you have to disabuse yourself from this textbook way of approaching manufacturing or economy, frankly. Because, you think China just manufactures and it doesn't have protection or subsidy and all these things. That's for the birds. The real economy is protected. America protects the economy, so does China greatly, and the European Union. So don't think that we can't do it. You keep talking about supply side and all this stuff. No, it's what America is talking about is very much doable. It's not rocket science at all. Nations do it all the time, and we can absolutely do it if you concentrate on certain goods or industry and develop that proficiency, build the critical mass, build the expertise over time. Not only would we consume locally, but we export to African countries, our neighbors. Let's start with that and go internationally for foreign exchange. It's very much doable. We should be doing that. So don't talk from the point that we are so disadvantaged. If we jump into the fray, then we'll be out of it. That's not the way it works.
Please, Daddy, to add a key word. It is something we must do. We must do, because our survival is tied to it. We must do it, or else every year the poverty rate will continue to increase. If we are saying we want to get Nigeria working, we want to increase our standard of living, we want to improve the welfare of Nigeria, you must manufacture. You must manufacture. A lot of people are talking about, the value of the dollar is going down. You must manufacture so that you don't keep depending on the importation and keep sourcing for dollars to go buy imported products. You must manufacture.
Emeka, let somebody come in. Let me come in, Emeka.
I was thinking that Tinubu would be looking
something here. I wanted to talk about importation affecting the GDP. That's mostly borne by Nigerian corruption. It's not going to affect it anyway, but that is by the way. Let me say this. Some people came, you made mention of China severally here. I hope those calling China, I hope they have the conception of how all those manufacturing companies spring up in China. In this platform, hold on, let me finish before I lose my thought. In this platform, so many people in other platforms, most Nigerians, have even asked how much was Dangote was giving, and they want to know how much he was giving. Otherwise, he should go to jail, or Nigeria should take over his company. And the same people will come to this platform and shout China. So when you say we must continue manufacturing, I hope you are factoring in all that it is needed to enable an environment in a country like Nigeria or China for those manufacturing you are talking about to spring up.
Yeah,
every nook and cranny. First of all, let me say this. It's not all about shouting we manufacture, because I know about Indorama. I've been asking you people, go and study Indorama. It's a company in Nigeria. It's a very massive company in Nigeria. I know how much impartation the government and the people are handling such big companies to stifle them, to make sure they don't succeed. But in China, go and watch how they make sure that those companies succeed. I think that is actually what should be discussed. Not let's manufacture. It doesn't fall from the sky. Because those big ones in Nigeria are still struggling. The bribery, the corruption going on in Nigeria will not let any manufacturing of that extent you are talking about survive. And that's actually what we should be discussing.
Thank you, madam. Your point is very, very valid.
Sorry,
very valid
corruption
point.
is general to every area in Nigeria. Sorry, Mecca. See, but I think what we're trying to discuss right now is the importance of manufacturing, regardless if there's corruption or not. For Nigerians to understand that manufacturing should be something, a must in our country, and should be the base for everything that we do. Again, corruption is everywhere. Which sector there's no corruption in Nigeria? Every industry, there's corruption.
So what Madam Zeta is actually saying, which is very valid, is the external and internal forces that strangulate our manufacturing companies, that don't allow them to want to grow and expand. It is true. I wanted to go into that part, but
why do you have leaders then in a country if they, if they cannot protect the country? If they cannot protect the country, then
hold on now, hold on. The leaders are also part of the people they are using to strangulate those. Look at what Dangote is crying about, right? Yes, let's forget about how he got the funding, but it is critical that even it is so late that we are now refining our crude oil. It's so late. We are so late into the market. It's something we should have been doing in the 60s. We struck gold with crude oil in 1953. We should have started refining our crude oil, but it didn't happen because of external forces. And those external, inclusive of the internal forces, are still fighting Dangote in 2025. Those are the same forces. They don't want Nigeria to manufacture. That's why that's what I was trying to highlight, that we are contributing to the standard of living of other countries, improving their standard of living of their residents, while we are suffering. There's
and there no shipping line. No shipping line. You have no shipping line, national shipping line, no air.
Let's address some narratives, some issues that you have raised.
I keep looking at our outflows quarterly when I do have the time, but annually I look at it.
Let's address some issues that you have raised. Now,
hold on, let me land the point. Please, let me land this vital point. It's a very vital point. Our outflows, foreign outflows that leave our country, is a transfer of wealth from Nigerians to the various residents of those countries that are taking those funds. Look at that outflow. That is the interpretation. The importation we are bringing into our country and the outflows that leave to bring those importations is a transfer of wealth by Nigerians, from Nigerians to China, to the Chinese, to the Americans, to the Britons, to the British, to the French, to the Netherlands. We are increasing the standard of living for European countries, Asian countries, Middle Eastern countries, as well as the Americans. Why our standard of living keep going down? That is why I say manufacturing for our survival is a must. There are external forces. There are external forces that do not want us to manufacture.
No external forces that doesn't want you to manufacture. That's a lie and that's a propaganda. And I wouldn't sit here and you'll be saying such a thing. That's not true. That's a lie.
Even though they are coming out, even though they are coming out openly, hold on. Even though they are coming out openly against the Traore,
there are sufficient evidence to show. There are sufficient evidence to show those external forces.
I like to speak on happenstance.
Continue.
I like speaking on happenstance. I don't like making assumptions. I will speak. Dangote refinery is still there today. The man is struggling for building such a massive refinery in Nigeria. Nigerian government is still importing crude. Some people are even very angry that that man built such a thing in Nigeria.
Who are the people that are angry?
What? Excuse me.
Who are the people who are angry?
Excuse me. I said I speak on happenstance.
You are saying my point. Maybe you're not listening to me.
This platform.
You're probably not listening to me, but you are saying my point.
I'm not saying you don't expect me to start
he's
calling
only
names.
saying internal factors, not external factors. That's what he's trying to make.
Platform. When that man launched that thing, even in this very platform, people were so angry. One man owning such a thing, they have even picked a calculator and they were calculating how much he's going to make in a twinkle of an eye. And they fought. Even the president fought him. The initiatives he used to get that kept him going till today, the new president cut off those initiatives. And Nigerians were celebrating. And some people come here to say that for Nigeria to survive, we must manufacture. That's not going to happen. And there is no foreign interference. The interference is within you guys. It's within Nigerians.
Madam,
it is us.
Yeah, I respect your opinion. Your opinion is respected.
Hold on. Let me say this. That one foreigner is in one country saying something. It's just like somebody saying, I want your house to burn. And then you set your house
the external factor is not limited to Nigeria. It's a global thing and it's Africa specific. It's not just Nigeria. It is true.
Kigali is doing very well. It's not a white man's country. If you have not been to Kigali, next holidays, take a holidays and go to Kigali.
In what regards? Are they doing well? The building?
Please, let me finish. I talk a lot of rubbish. That somebody is somewhere saying your house should burn or coming to tell your daughter or your son to fight you and your son fight you. It's all about your foolishness. It has nothing to do with that person. And I will double down and triple down on that. Because if your house is
I think I understand what Madam...
Nobody will infuriate it.
I think I understand what Madam is saying. I get Madam's point. Madam is not disagreeing. Madam is not disagreeing with me. Right? She's not disagreeing with me.
Is Nigerians?
Yeah,
no, she's not. She's not.
Let me finish.
But she probably does not like the my choice of words. She's not disagreeing with me.
It is
she made a point that the only problem we face is internal factors, not external. She just said it right now.
To Madam, right? If someone is saying, if your neighbor is saying, burn down your house, and you go to burn your house, you are stupid. Right? That's what she's saying. That why should your neighbor tell you something that is destructive and you know it's destructive and you are going about doing it? So
there is no force that came into Nigeria to stifle our hands. To do certain things.
All right. All right. Emeka, maybe take us to Jan, give us a little flavor, and then we move it around a bit. I'm keen to get to Bia, who joins us after a very long time, but
thank you, Woman. You see, I like the heated conversation.
Otherwise, you will.
I was already getting my energy. So let me just land in just a 30 seconds. Wrap this point up, right? Maybe Madam can pick it up on her own section, on her own time slot, right? Madam is right, but to me, The external parties, the evidence are there, is all written in newspaper publications. We know their names, we know the governments, we know the people doing that. Likewise, the internal parties implementing those forces from the external parties are also there. Madam listed it. The president was unhappy with Dangote. That is another frustration from my end with the president. Like I have said, production, manufacturing is, if we must survive, we must manufacture. So a president who is saying he wants to expand the economy back to $1 trillion economy and is stifling a Dangote refinery to the point that Dangote said he wanted to go into steel and they frustrated him. He killed that idea. He's not going to another African country to go and discuss on how to establish a steel processing plant there, which is a shame to us. So if that's why I am so upset with Tinubu. If Tinubu, who should be a progressive, the limelight of progressive, and is looking at expanding our economy, and yet fighting our number one capitalists, where we should be rewarding Dangote, whether it's corrupt funds, I don't give a damn, but we must manufacture with more capital, or helping him to secure more capital externally so that we can grow our economy and grow our manufacturing base, but we are trying to stifle and kill him. Or look at other competent entrepreneurs or capitalists that can do the job too. We are not seeing any signs. We are not seeing any movement. It still goes down to that, my point, that the foundation has not been laid. He's not going to achieve that dream. And to me, it's not that I'm close. I think I'm just waiting gradually. And I will say the Tinubu administration has
But
completely
this will
failed.
be 30 seconds point now. You don't use
The,
another.
the Tinubu administration has completely failed. So to that extent, I would say Tinubu has overpromised and not delivered. He promised power supply, and he even said we should vote, if we should not vote for him if he doesn't deliver. And apparently, it's looking like that promise is worse than a dream. It's not looking like, it's not too close to a dream, talk less of a reality. The economy he's promising is not looking like a dream, talk less of reality. And the standard of living of Nigerians is going down the drain. The World Bank has projected that by 2027, more Nigerians are going to go into poverty. And that is true. So I will leave that section and move to JAM. Now with JAM, there's the good side and there's the bad side of this news. Let me take the bad side. It also falls into our culture of not being prepared, our operational weakness.
Emeka, I think you let it go round. I think we had enough from your end now.
One man said I should talk about JAM. Please, you are not the moderator now. Just hold your mouth. Keep quiet.
You were doing. You are holding all of us.
You were interjecting. If you have not interjected, if you have not interjected, Oga, if you have not interjected, if you have not interjected, I would have finished.
How many interjections did I make?
Not only you, I'm not just
let somebody else discuss JAM now. At least you have.
No, Oga, I have started. Why are you interjecting me? What's your beef? If you don't want to hear my voice, you can just go out and come back.
No, we just need to hear another perspective. At least more creative and more direct.
Okay, allow me to speak, please. I beg you. I'm begging you. No vex. Let me speak on what I want to speak. I wanted to speak on the JAM issue, and I told one man. If one man said I shouldn't speak on it, I will keep quiet. If you are the moderator and you tell me not to speak, I will respect your view, and I will move on. So on the JAM issue, the bad side boils down on we not being able to be ready for any eventualities. That weakness in our operational skill set. This for other exams creators, they always will do a test. They will simulate failures and backup plans. And we can see that JAM has not been able to do that. And it's not good. Why? Because it will impact on the life of people. I heard somebody committed suicide. The good part of it is that the man had accepted failure. He has accepted responsibility. He has also shed tears. And he is going to work to do something if they give him an opportunity. So that's the good take out from this issue. And I think the problem that happened, I'm hoping it will not happen again. Thank you.
All right, brother. And well put, Emeka. So that's Emeka also has been away for quite a while. So good to hear from you, Emeka. We're moving on. Oh, but on our way to moving it round, if Aro Gidigba is listening, if you're able to come in, I think the platform might well owe Aro Gidigba an apology. I think it was treated abruptly the last time it was on. So Aro Gidigba, if you're listening, if you can come on, so I can frontally make that apology to you. Yeah, Aro, if you're there, come in. We go on from Aro. As Prince Daddy dropped, I was just going to go to Prince Daddy, and it seems to have dropped. Let's go on then to let's go to Bia. It's not her turn, but she's not been there for a good while, and she doesn't really hold the space for too long. Bia, are you there?
Hello.
Bia Baoni.
Dadani.
What are you doing up this early?
Nocturnal.
Nocturnal.
Mm.
You sound like you're tucked under a duvet somewhere.
No. Hello.
Good to hear from you. Carry on, the floor is yours.
Greetings, woman, and the panelists. Hope you guys are doing well. I am here to chip in or to say something about manufacturing. That's all. So with the manufacturing, I know it's not the only way to go for Nigeria, but we can't make excuses for us failing in certain areas. We may not get everything right, but at least we should get something right. We should start from somewhere. We can't say because the house is burning, we won't make effort to save it. Find out where the house or the roof is leaking from. Never giving up that spirit. We need it. Instead of just complaining, it's not just down to the government, it's down to you and I to actually make that country work. Before I used to kind of put all my hopes on the government, bash, but I
You are
started
a
looking.
manufacturer, of course, at Bia. So you're in a good position. You are a manufacturer. You manufacture cosmetic products.
Yeah, so somehow I'm small to start with for now. Yeah, so but I'm saying to have that belief system, like I always say, our mindset is very important. Everything else can come through one by one, but it depends on how much do we want whatever we want to achieve in Nigeria is possible. You and I can do it, not just the government. We can start something. I know maybe we can say, give excuses that the insurgencies, the insecurities are so bad, but we can do something. We just keep going. Even if the house burns, would you say you won't build it again? Are you going to stay outside? You're going to go hungry? Just keep going. One day, maybe the government, we when they see how much we have tried, some of them may just have a second thought and then begin to support. And as well, there are rich ones amongst us that can make that money flow around. We should not just get the money and keep it for ourselves. We should invest in people. Because when you invest in people, you're investing in yourself, and the money goes round to build that country. We have a lot of talents in Nigeria. So with this manufacturing, I know maybe we can't compete with China and the rest of them, but we can learn from them. We can begin to research on how other countries who were poorer started their foundation. They must have faced challenges, but we can learn from them. Maybe our kind of challenges may be different, but trying will give us a good lesson, and never accepting defeat, that we can do it. And with this, we can start by looking for our strengths in Nigeria that outsiders don't have. China can't have it all. We have things in Nigeria that are common in Nigeria that we can start from, that are kind of that multiplies. You know, there are weeds around Nigeria, there are grasses around Nigeria that we don't even know what those grasses represent. But when we take them and find out the chemicals inside them, we discover that we can actually invent things that doesn't exist anywhere else. It's just believe in that mindset that we want to create something unique. And even though China is doing it, they are competitors, but you have to start somewhere. If it is by copying, copy them and use it locally for survival, like Emeka said. Everything Emeka said about manufacturing is right. We have to start from somewhere. We can have manufacturing and make room for other departments, finances, technology. You know, we have smart brains that are outside that have trained. They can, and there are some at home with IT and computers to help share these skills to boost our manufacturing. We by leveraging technology, inventory management, using softwares to track materials and the production processes, we can as well streamline our tasks. Shipment around, you know, where we store stuff to make sure. I know there are insecurities, like I've said, but we can still find a way to store things with good inventories, improve our efficiencies in locally, whichever way we can. We start small. We can also reduce storage costs by sourcing locally, improve cash flow, like I've said, share that money around and minimize excessive inventories. We also have to look at what we need most, the most, not the least, by predicting the demand to prevent stock outs and overstocking, so that when we create something, it goes out fast, depending on their shelf lives. And also, we maintain accurate records and identify where problems exist early and begin to tackle it. So we can do all these things. We can do capacity plannings, prevent bottlenecks during busy sessions, and ensure efficient resource allocations and stuff like that.
Are you regurgitating what they told you at some seminar that you went to?
No, one
What are
man.
you?
You know, I'm in the line. I'm learning. I'm always learning.
I know you're in the line. You sound as though you went to a seminar, and they said some stuff.
No, it's just I was listening, and I don't believe that excuses is the answer for us Nigerians. We have things in Nigeria that other countries may not have. Those are our strengths. We have to look at our strengths and tap into them and start, regardless how small. The mindset that I can do. Yeah, there are insurgencies. Well, how is it happening? You know, maybe things are happening, but we have to keep on fighting. We can't just keep buying and importing and importing and importing. With our population, imagine we create what we consume. You know, the money goes round, and then we keep remodeling it, copying, and then outsiders, we see the quality of what we have. From there, we can spread to other African countries. Just like our music, we have to believe in ourselves. We can't say because China is a big competitor, and so what? And so what? They don't know it all. Their product. Who says their product is the best?
Am I still here? Did Bia stop or did I stop?
Bia,
Bia
can
stop.
you hear me?
Yeah, now.
Can you hear me? Yeah, let me round up.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that China is there. People, other countries were there before China, but China learned. How did they learn? You know, they believe they can do it. They went through failures and failures and failures of trying to manufacture, but in the end, they are getting there gradually. So we just have to harness our strength, what we have locally, to start from, no matter how small, and begin to remodel them, reshape them. We will fail, that we still learn from there and continue until we have something that people will value to pay for outside Nigeria, but even then, within ourselves, by buying and getting reviews within ourselves in Nigeria, we can improve. Just like our music, we keep molding it until it becomes something desirable outside, and then it becomes our logo, becomes unique. We can't give up. We can do manufacturing, do other things. We have that population. Do you know what I mean? We can do it. I don't believe in giving excuses. I do not. I do not. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but I do believe that with our population, imagine how much we Nigerians spend in importing.
You know something. Emmanuel Macron actually said something similar to what you're saying when he came to Nigeria a few years ago. So he was having these interactions with Nigerian youth, and one was saying that he wants to be like Mike Zuckerberg or something. And what Macron was saying to him was that, look, forget Mark Zuckerberg, forget going global. You have a population of 200 million people here. Try and tap into something that, if you are able to, if you are able to be taking 10 naira from 10% of that country
Millions.
every day, just 10 naira from 10% of that country, you'll be richer than Dangote before the end of the year.
That man should not be talking. No, he's a hypocrite.
He may be a hypocrite, but
did you see when he went to Nigeria and they took the light? You mean Macron?
No, I mean Macron. Yeah, he's a hypocrite. He's part of the people that is strangling Nigeria.
He may be a hypocrite, Emeka, but sometimes an enemy can say things that you can learn from. You can learn from a fool as well.
No, but when the enemy is the one causing your problem,
it doesn't matter. Sometimes they speak sense as well. Sometimes they say stuff.
No, your enemy cannot be Your enemy cannot be pressing your neck and telling you that you are the victim.
Enemy can press my neck to make me stronger, but at times wait 1 minute.
I
get your point.
Yeah, you don't even need to tell anybody theory. Look at what these guys do to Traore and to Africa in general, openly, that they don't want you to produce anything in your country. You want to rely on us. You want to keep your central bank in my country. What the hell is going on? These are the vested interests
Mr.
that...
Tony, what I'm saying is that I know about Ibrahim Traore from the social media, obviously, following what's happening.
Not be social media. In reality, Vodemaya was there, Vodemaya, and so many other journalists.
I'm giving you my own account.
I've ever seen in my whole life.
Forget Vodemaya.
Those are the invested interests that Emeka was trying to point out earlier on. The invested interests that are working behind the scene.
By the way,
all right. What I'm saying is that...
Was that video real of this cocaine thing? Was that a real video? Or
no, it's not real. It's fake.
Okay.
So what video?
The one that had Macron with the cocaine stash and...
No, I've not seen it.
That tissue paper now.
That metal is a tea.
I'm only asking because that's what they're making it look like online. Like they were
propaganda. A lot of propaganda on the social media.
Right. Oh my, you didn't see the video?
No, I've not seen it. If you can send it,
okay, I'll put it in the link to it. All right. Okay.
All right, bring it home, Zita. Sorry, Patoski, are you there, Pato?
Bring home. Did you hear my voice?
No, I did. I know. That's it. Sorry, you are usually the only lady here. I'll bring it. Beer. I was going to say. Yeah, go bring it to beer, and then we go on to Zeta.
Yeah, everyone sees things differently, so we cannot all have the same vision. So you can learn. I can learn from someone who don't like me or who likes me. It doesn't matter. A lesson is a lesson, whether bitter or sweet, but it's what you do with that lesson you learn. Having having diverse views. When someone you feel like someone is your enemy, there are things you can learn, not just the pain they cause you, but there is something there that would make you a better person. I don't believe that every pain is evil. I believe that, it happens. Then what am I learning from this? Macron may be pressing the neck of Africans, but what are Africans learning and what are they going to do about it? Are we going to just be shouting on the social media? I am one of them as well. So I don't believe in all this running to this masters. Oh, master, please, what do I do now? Come and buy our minerals or resources for this and give us kobo. Let those minerals stay in the ground. If we want to, but let everybody dry. One day we'll go learn lesson. I don't believe in licking the whatever of all these oppressors. Enough is enough. Let's suffer for now, and then somehow, good things will come up. We're not gonna die. We won't die. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. So that's Bia, of course. Bia, a regular staple on the platform once upon a time. She makes a re-entry into the platform. So thank you, Bia. Stay with us. We go on from Bia to Zita, who I think wants to take on Emeka in that manufacturing thing. But Zita,
I'm wanting to. I want to enjoy Madam speaking.
Yes.
Yeah. Man of prestige, come on the platform now. Why are you saying that I'm upset with Tinubu? I'm not upset. I'm just disappointed. Come on the platform and share your opinion.
Yes, do that, prestige. So Zita, we were talking about the DSS going after Patu Tomi for saying that he was forming a shadow government. We were talking about the debacle that is the JAM. Haven't made these children go around the country taking the exams at 6 a.m. in the morning. They're not telling us that there's a system failure. They have to come back again. So heads must roll for that. And then we're talking about Cardoso saying that we don't read the documents coming out of its department, but we'll continue to criticize him. We're talking about that as well. But those or anything else that interests you. So the floor is yours, Zita. Zita, you're up next.
Black people don't read. Holodo people.
Zita, are you there? What's going on? Okay. Who wants to take the floor? It's Hakim there. Hakim has been quiet. Hakim, are you there? Am I here? Has my system dropped?
No, you're here though. We can hear you.
Yeah, so how come Zita is not responding? When we didn't want her to talk, she talks.
Maybe she just scared.
But one man, look, I just want to say that that Emeka is one of our best panelists here. I like, because we all supported Tinubu. You have to support one person. It's good for us to support somebody, but then later on, if the person turn bad, we have to tell him also that he's going bad. So that is what Emeka stands for, and which is very, very good. I don't know why people should be accusing him there that an Igbo man, for that matter, is coming to say that we shouldn't support it, that we shouldn't criticize Tinubu because so for what? Emeka is doing the right thing because back then Emeka was the number one supporter of Tinubu, during the campaign. What the hell? But now, later on, you see that the guy is not doing what we were, what we are, anticipated. So you have to also say, my friend, do the right thing. And that's exactly what all of us should be doing here. Not be saying we just come and they cover this person up like that, and then to that matter just now, all of us that are living abroad, we are not happy to be in abroad. So we want to see our country or whatever work so that we can be able to go back home. We are all missing our family members, whether cousins or uncles or mothers or fathers or if we don't get family, say you miss your bush, your village bush, you miss them. Thank you.
Tony, I am before Madam Zita comes and take up her spot. I am really, I'm quite disappointed. I won't say I'm disappointed. Yes. I'm not upset. I'm disappointed. You see, I had high hopes for him. I saw him. I witnessed him as a governor. It's not like I don't know what Tinubu cannot do or what Tinubu can do. Yes. He has the intellectual abilities. So I'm wondering what's
and
going
on. We suspected.
Yes. You understand? So in that election, he was the best candidate, and he still remains the best candidate if you put the three of them or the four of them
my brother.
Up this platform.
And especially on that climate, something that you touched on also. You remember? You know that you said that I will not listen to the Western world because I love that your submission there. Because the Chinese, hold on. Because the Chinese, hold on. Before the Chinese and the Indians industrialize their nations, they refuse to embrace that climate change policy. You remember? So they said that because we are not the one that polluted the climate, so we don't have to pay for it. And Obasanjo also did the same thing that time. You remember that if we don't know Obasanjo, he was trying to set up a nuclear plant for our energy need. You know, then everybody Western, you know, in Western countries, they say no. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, it's just too crazy. When people come here, they try to be speaking grammar, you know, talking trash.
Tony,
You know?
we have all the resources at our disposal to help ourselves, right?
Yes.
You know, a lot of us on the platform and also in Nigeria keep ignoring the external parties
Factors here, the vested interest
that are actually strangling Nigerians, and that is true. And that is where my theory is actually going to, because
yeah, but
know
that's
Tinubu.
not totally true, though.
I know.
Let me
know
land
my
theory. Hold on, Riola. It is true, but
it's not. It's
hold on. There's so many moving parts that you know, Nigeria is not really a sovereign country. There are very few sovereign countries in the world, maybe not more than 10. You know, and there's a globalist agenda. There's a globalization agenda, which is led by resource control.
Correct.
I mean, you know, even all these meetings taking place in Saudi now, they are divided. You're on the menu. You know,
exactly.
Yeah, always on the
strategizing.
menu.
Okay,
Yes.
so can I say how I see it?
Okay.
Basically,
Odola, you hold on, because you know we are discussing. Look, I'm having some talk with Emeka. Emeka, you know that Obasanjo was invited on several occasions to come and defend that nuclear plant that he was trying to set up. Remember? And then Obasanjo, you know, so and then he was telling them. So I know that we have some Nigeria. I think about 7 Nigeria or 12 Nigeria that were nuclear experts that have to be, you know, inspected by this United Nations nuclear, whatever they call them. You know,
for Tony, valid point. For us to tap our uranium that we have in abundance, to see how we can improve our power situation by developing nuclear power plants.
Yes, we can use it to threaten the world. We can use it also to threaten the food, like North Korea is doing.
Tony, please.
Other Western countries have nuclear power plants. For us to just drill our uranium to start nuclear power plants, we need permission. Why? Why do we need to go take permission from the West to develop? And this, I'm not the one saying it. Raji Baba Fashola said it. He said it when he was Minister of Power and Works. He said it. They don't want us, as well as coal. And when we say this, that's why I know Tinubu. So I am shocked. What is going on? So now, remember his move when he first came into power. The move he made, he went to Germany, he went to Egypt, he went to India. Where are those? Where are the deals? Were they just mere discussion? Nothing is coming out of it. The promises that the German businessmen like Siemens, where are those things? The Indian business, where are they?
After 2 years, where are
they? What's happening? So my theory is external parties are holding this man to ransom because he was the one who said what he wanted to do, but he's not doing it. Why are you not doing it? You can do it. He can do it. Tinubu, before he became president, if you go and listen to his media statements,
he can't act unilaterally outside of the global space now.
That's what I'm saying. But some of us are saying no, it's not true. If you tell Nigerians, will say it's not true.
Don't mind them.
But it is true. It is true.
No. Here.
The fact that they even started their campaign from the Chatham House.
Tony, let Oriol come in. I think it's been
so it's not the global power that is holding us down. You sign an agreement. If Nigeria refuses to sign an agreement under with the UN, which other members also signed to, then you don't have to let them know if you want to go with nuclear plants. And the reason for nuclear plant is for us not to turn the nuclear power plants into a bomb, just like we have those other countries that have the nuclear power. They call them nuclear power, where they can use it for other things, which is what they're dealing with Iran now. And Korea, North Korea was able to do what they're doing now is because they're not part of UN. So because we already signed that agreement, the only way that he doesn't have to listen to like the UN or the UN now is for us to retract, like we stay away from that agreement. And if we're not doing that, if we want to do nuclear plants or we want to have coal, then we have to go ahead and let the UN know. And if they agree with us, and that's good, then we go ahead
My
with it.
brother, we have let them know.
bond is
That
the
is what
UN
I'm
people with double
saying.
head. They bond
We
with
have
double
let
head.
them know. See,
No, that's not.
we
See,
have
that's not
registered
how.
our. No, I'm telling you facts. We have registered our interests. There's criteria for the. These are the ones who
That's
set
not
the
how it
criteria.
works. Just because
No.
you
I am
show
telling no,
interest. No,
not in.
I
I'm
heard
not
you.
saying verbally. I am not saying
I
verbally.
heard
No.
you. Just
So
because you show
I am
interest.
telling. Hold on now. Make you hear me first before you interject. Right. I am telling you, there are criteria that the UN Security Council have put in place if you want to develop nuclear power plants. We have met those criteria. They are refusing to let us do it. They are also giving us conditions for us to use coal to produce power.
Wait, who's refusing you?
Yeah,
You
that
know
we are going
that.
to pollute.
Here's the thing. This is how these things work. You can't hack alone. You have to lobby other countries to
Or
vote
why
for you.
other countries not waiting for us to come and decide for them? Why are the Europeans
That's
not
not
waiting
how
for
the
us to come and
world
decide
works.
for them?
You are just talking. That's not how the world works.
No, they will also tell you how many
Want
police
to
you have
get
to have in your
anything
country.
done,
Do you know that?
listen,
Yeah.
listen. Even China that everybody is talking about, before they accepted them to the World Trade Organization, US had to put in shipping. They have to put mouth in it so they can let them be part of it, and that's why they're taking advantage of everybody else. But the thing I'm saying is, we're not just going to say because we already did everything we have to do. We need friends. We need all majority of African leaders. So ask them, lobby them for support so we can do whatever we want to do. But the fact that you are saying you're disappointed in him because no, the word just doesn't work. You can't just go ahead and do anything you want.
Hold on now.
If you sign the
Hold on.
agreement,
You are
they didn't
not.
force
You are
us
not.
to.
You are not up to date with the information. That's why
Sure,
you are
sure.
not up to
And
date.
you are up to date, and you didn't know
Yes.
that you did
Yes.
not know that you have
Yes.
to lobby other
We
members. You didn't
that
know
is
that you
what
have to lobby other members.
that is what we have done. They are not giving us the
You have
permission to
done.
do it.
No, that's not true.
Listen, sir,
That's not
please.
true.
I don't want to be frustrated this night.
You
Please,
can be frustrated
just
because what
listen.
you're saying is incorrect,
Listen
and I'm
now,
letting you
listen,
know you
because
are
I'm telling
incorrect.
you are not up to date.
Yeah, I'm not. But what you're saying is
Exactly.
incorrect.
I said it's not
Incorrect.
incorrect. We have met
It's
the
not factual.
criteria
I'm
for
letting you
nuclear
know
power plant.
there's no
You are not.
way.
I am
There's no
letting
way
you
we
know.
get support
I
from
will.
There's no way we
Go
lobby
ahead. Go ahead.
people and we still fail and they
Lobby
fail to pass.
by what?
Are
What do
you
you
telling
think we
me
have done?
UN is one person?
We have met the
UN is not
criteria.
one person.
We have discussed with America, we have
Lobby with
discussed with
who?
the
Who
British,
did you
but they
lobby
said
with?
no.
Who did you
They
lobby
said
with?
no. They
Let us
said
know the
no.
country
They
you
are
lobby
not
with.
giving us permission for
Tell us
nuclear
the
power plant
country.
production.
Why?
They said
Who's
no.
going to give you permission? Who's going to give you permission? It's not a single person. It's not a single country. No country is in charge of
You don't
UN.
know, and I'm
What you
educating you. You are
talking
still
about?
arguing with me. You
Educating
don't know.
who?
You
Because
don't
you're
know.
incorrect.
See,
Every single thing I heard you, I listened to you tonight. Even with the manufacturer, you have no clue. You're talking about manufacturer.
no, if
You
you
don't
want to,
need
if
no.
you want to do,
You don't know
hold on,
no
sir,
man.
hold
You
on,
don't
sir,
need
hold
no
on, sir,
manufacturing.
hold on,
Nothing.
sir, hold
You're
on, sir.
mining.
If you
You're
want
mining. You
to
can
have a
focus on that.
if you
You're
want
not
to have
focusing on
a
raw
separate discussion,
materials. You're
if you want
focusing
to
on
have a
manufacturing.
separate, you
For
see,
what? Why are you
I am
focusing
not,
on
listen,
manufacturing?
listen,
Whereas all the
listen,
countries
listen,
is taking
listen.
all
Now you are
your raw
expressing,
materials, they go to the country and turn it
now you
into a
are
product.
expressing
And you're not
high
doing
level of
that. And you
ignorance
kept
in
saying that
this
someone don't know what.
discussion.
You're the one who
You
doesn't
see,
know what you're saying.
you
You have
don't know
no
what you are
clue.
saying,
You're
but you
just
don't know what
running your mouth all through. That's what you're doing.
your ego is bruised, and you are upset that your ego is bruised. You want to have a debate with me on manufacturing? I'm ready. If you want to talk about why we don't have the permission for nuclear power that we are discussing now, would you let me speak? And I'll say that. If you want to have a discussion with me on manufacturing and why our manufacturing is not working, I'm ready for that. If one man permits, we'll go one-on-one with that. But don't allow your ego, because of your lack of ignorance and not being updated with the news, to begin to spill something, or you want to try to say you want to attack. You want to have the debate? I'm okay, I'm ready, one-on-one. And I'm hoping the panelists will give us that opportunity, and those in the viewership would calm down and listen. I'll go head to you, and I will embarrass you purely.
Emeka, take it easy. I think this guy is he's ignorant, because Obasanjo set up all those things for us.
Let him speak though. Let him speak.
When someone,
What
if
he's
someone
saying,
is
I'm just saying,
educated, if
that
someone
you're
is
not factual
educated
with
and
what you're saying.
enlightened on a specific topic,
No,
I
you
listen.
don't see all
When Madam
this. You
Zita
have to
was saying
enlighten
something,
someone. All of that is
when
unnecessary.
Madam Zita was
Just say
saying
what you
something,
have
I
to
told
say,
Madam Zita,
and I'll
you are
let
not
you know
right on
you're
this.
incorrect
I told
about it.
Madam Zita, you are right on this, because there are
We
verifiable
don't care.
evidence I will
This is
cite
all
to show that you
stories.
are
I
right on
don't
it.
need you to
But you
lecture
want to
me,
have the
man.
discussion with
You
me?
don't
No
need to
problem. I'm
lecture
up
me.
for it,
Just
and I
say
will give you the
your
floor.
own facts.
I don't know your name. I pass the floor to you. Go ahead. Let's see
Who
how
cares?
knowledgeable you are with
Who cares?
Nigeria's manufacturing things. Go ahead.
This is not
Go
about
ahead.
like who knows the
No,
Go
best. I'm
ahead.
just letting you know.
Emeka, the nuclear plant was already in action, was
Oh
already
my
in
gosh,
progress,
this guy.
and then our
Something
inspectors
that frustrated,
were inspected.
Fashola. Something that frustrated Fashola. That Fashola was almost crying in his office. Now this guy won't come begin to tell me something that Fashola was crying, almost crying, that when he to the point he had just to compose himself to do a public speech on it.
Wait,
Look
stop being
at what you
emotional.
guys come here to come and talk
Wait,
here.
this
You
is not
something
about stop being emotional.
that we even
Just
have.
say
Are you aware
what
we
you
even have?
know,
Oh,
say
God, keep
what you
quiet. Are you
know,
even
and
aware
let
that we have
somebody
foreign
else
investors
tackle.
that wanted to
Let
bring
somebody
money
else
so that
bring
we
their
can
own
do the
fact to
nuclear
the
power
table.
plants? Are you aware?
Please,
Are you
you're just
aware that we
yelling.
have?
All you're
Are
doing
you
is
aware
yelling.
that Fashola
Yelling
has
doesn't
secured
make it
private investors?
factual, you know? All you're doing
Are
is
you
just yelling.
aware? Question.
Yelling doesn't make it
Answer the question.
factual.
Are
I'm
you
letting you know
aware?
it's
Do you
not
want me?
factual. And instead of you to just listen, all you're doing is just
I've
yelling.
listened to you. You are not making sense. That's why I said
I'm
you are not
not.
updated.
But you're
You
making
are not
sense, right?
updated.
And you're
If you
making
are
sense.
updated, I
Are
will
you
know you're
making
updated.
sense?
You're
You're
not
not
making
making
sense.
sense because what you're saying is incorrect. I'm
You're
letting you
not
know.
making sense. I am giving you now. I'm also giving you inside news. That are you
Man,
aware that Fashola has
just
also
because
secured?
Fashola is an
Okay,
emotion
are you
does
aware
not
that
mean that it's
Fashola has
factual. I'm
secured?
letting you know you
Fashola
have to lobby
actually,
other
are
countries.
you
That's how
aware
it
that
works.
Fashola
You
secured
lobby other people
private
to
investors
support
that would
you.
come in? Are you aware? You are not
Aware of
aware.
what? Aware of
Are you
what?
aware? You
I
can't be
didn't hear
aware. You
what
are
you
not
said.
updated on the
I didn't
information.
hear what you said.
You are
Repeat
not
what you said.
updated.
I
Okay,
didn't
you're
hear
not
what
updated.
you
So if you're
said.
not updated,
Oh my
you
gosh.
just
I
keep
said I
quiet.
didn't
Keep
hear
quiet.
you.
All you need to
Can you
do is
repeat
keep quiet for
yourself?
people who know the
Oh
information to
my
tell you
gosh.
the information.
This guy just in
Because you're
his
sounding
emotion.
stupid. You're sounding
Wait,
stupid. You're not
hey,
updated.
son, calm down. Wait, don't call me names. I didn't call you no names. So stop name callings. Don't call me names. You can say your fact, I'll say my fact. That's how it works. I'm just letting you know that if you don't lobby other countries, whatever you're trying to do will not work. I'm asking you, can you tell us the name of the countries they lobby? If Nigeria lobby other people and they will still not able to vote for them, or
Okay, I will tell you the
their
name. I
votes
will tell
still,
you the countries. I will tell you the
yeah, which
countries.
countries
I will
they
tell you
asked to lobby
the
for them?
United States. The
United
United
States
States
agreed.
and Britain, they did not agree. So they needed the United States to give the permission for the UN Security Council to approve for us to go. We secure private investors, foreign private investors that we bring in the fund to develop nuclear power plants. And hopefully we would have been, probably by now, we would have been closer like 50% in trying to develop nuclear power plants. It was not going to come from the government.
So
It was not going to come from our
here's the thing. I think
budget.
you're not listening to me. You just told me now that they tried to lobby the United States and the United States didn't accept. So that's just what I'm saying. You just because you lobby people, you ask them to support you, and they didn't give you that support, does not mean that you gain their support. So it's not United States. It's not United States' fault that they didn't want to support us. Then we go for somebody else. There's Russia there. There's United Kingdom there. Go for other people to support your idea. Lobby them.
Hold on, Oriola, it will never pass without the United States' consent. Forget Russia and everything.
No, they're not the only. They're
not the only one, but they are the overriding. In most things, would never pass without the United States consent.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You have to lobby. So we tried to lobby them, and it didn't work. Yeah, so we just have to find different way to. I mean,
there's no
this
other
is
way.
Give and take. We
There
have to
is no
find
other
different
way
to make them support us.
But there is no other way. If the United
other way,
States,
my man. Don't tell me that there's only one way in this life.
There is no other way except you want to be sanctioned.
No,
except you want to be sanctioned. If you want to go do it, yeah, you are free to do it. You'll be sanctioned.
Okay, here's the other way. How come we decide that we don't want to be part of UN anymore? We can do that. We be on our own. Switzerland,
you are going to be sanctioned. If you say that, if you say what, now the repercussion for that is that you are going to be sanctioned. You are going to be cut off from the international trade.
Okay.
You are going. Your products
North
you can't
Korea?
export.
You want
will
about
not
North
be selling.
Korea?
You are not going to be selling your exports in the black market. That is what Iran is facing.
Okay, but North Korea is facing the same thing.
Yes, North Korea is facing the same thing.
And those countries is still living.
Yes, they are living very good life.
Yes, I understand you, but we can do it if we want to. We don't have to be under these people. We can decide to go on our own.
Yes.
We don't have to.
Now, see, okay, fair point. Now we are not.
Now you are with us. Now you are with us, Oriola. Thank you.
Man.
Yes.
We can do it, but then again, don't forget we are an import-driven country. If you are sanctioned, no country will trade with you.
Who do we import the most from? China.
We import from China.
Does not care.
We import from the
China
US.
Don't
we import
care.
from the US. Hold on, sir. Hold on. We import from the US.
Russia.
We import from
Russia.
Who is our number one importer? Who do we import the most from? It's China, not United States. We can get away with this. North Korea got away with it. Russia is getting away with it. Iran is getting away with it. We can. Why do we have to be on that? That's what I'm saying. If we lobby someone and it didn't work, then we find a different route. We find a different route. We don't have to be baby to these people. We don't have to be baby to them.
It's a fair point. Hold on. There's an extra cost when you are sanctioned for countries to deal with you. You pay an extra cost, right? So that's what North Korea is paying. They are importing from China. They are also exporting to China, but they are paying an extra cost. Same thing with Iran. Iran is still selling their crude. They are selling their crude to China. They are selling their crude to Russia, but they are paying an extra cost.
Yeah, Russia is paying too.
No, because you are sanctioned. You pay an extra processing fee. No, Russia is
but a good living standard. Good living standard.
I was thinking of Iran. True, right? So you pay that extra cost. We are not economically viable for that.
We will be forced to be economically viable now because necessity is the mother of all invention.
We would have.
Let's face the sanction. Let's do it our own way.
Tony, we will have war crisis in Nigeria if we get to that point. The poverty level is that bad. If we get to a complete economic embargo, the hunger will short. People would
let me ask you this question. Between 99 and 98, what happened to us?
99, 98.
Weren't we sanctioned? From 93
during Abacha's period, we didn't have full sanction. It was Abacha that was specific individual. We had specific designated nationals in Nigerians that were sanctioned. We didn't have full sanction. So Nigerian businesses conduct business with the rest of the world. But Abacha and his leadership group could not move funds. Yes, they were going through the back door to move funds.
Wait, when you say Nigerian business, what business does Nigeria have? Let's start with that. Apart from petroleum, what other thing do we actually
You see,
import?
we are very strong in
We
services,
export
in the services sector. We're very strong with our
services.
financial services.
To
We're
who?
strong with our IT.
Wait, back
We're,
then.
wait,
No,
hold on, sir. Now I'm quoting GDP impacts and GDP indices. We are strong with services. That's what they want us to become. They want to convert us to a service sector. We are strong with financial services, even though it does not impact in our
I don't
economy.
think our services are even affect our GDP at all. I don't think so.
It does.
Did Mike drop? I thought I saw Mike just now.
Yeah.
Did Mike drop? Yeah.
It does. Our services to GDP is strong.
What
has
service? Banking? And I'm asking
banking.
back
Our
then.
banking. Trust me, sir. Yes, it does not. We can't see. You see, that's an abnormally. Banking,
Yeah, exactly.
banking should the growth of banking should have a replicable effect on the economy. It's not. The reason why is because we are transferring wealth to the foreigners.
Well,
the foreigners are bringing their
that's
wealth.
why I said that services we shouldn't even look at it. That's what I'm saying. The only thing now that matters the most to Nigeria
Now
is
imagine that
oil.
sanction. Imagine
It's
that
crude
sanction
oil.
coming in.
That's the only
That same services would not be restricted and cut off from the international banking system, from the completely cut off. Right? They can no
We are
longer
not
move
gaining
funds.
anything from it as of right
We
now,
are
apart from
no.
African nations, other African nations.
We
When it comes to international, we're not doing anything. I mean, how many Nigerian banking actually have like food settings, meaning like they're well established outside Africa? None.
Our banks are doing very well.
Like when you said doing very well, I don't see them in the United States. I know they have like some pop
No,
shops.
the United States is
No.
You can't
Only in New York, and it's just like a pop shop. It's not really. It doesn't matter.
What if we have some fine form of presence? It's not like we are
We like
banking.
to praise ourselves. Let's be real.
You wouldn't see them in retail banking, though. That's not to say.
No, they can't play. They can't play into
street.
that sector.
Yeah.
The banking services. The banking services in North America. Sir, now you keep coming. You know they let me make I land.
No, to be honest with you, I'm listening to you. Okay, let me just
to be frank, our financial services is strong and is strong in Africa, right? And I think in the next 20 years, one of the Nigerian banks will become the biggest bank in Africa. And I'm thinking it's going to be Access Bank. Okay? Now, but we can't, the financial services sector in North America is in the matured phase, well integrated. What are you, either you are going there for remittance in the way so that you can easily transmit funds from Nigeria to North American consumers, or so that you can move flows of funds, right? And you can do that through corresponding banking. Then why would you want to go and invest capital to compete with who? Even the credit society banks, the credit banks are even bigger. Why do you want to go there? You know your consumer base. You know where you want to. You know your target market. And with the vision, many Nigerian banks are looking at becoming a much bigger African bank. With that, you can now stand properly to the point that you can also be a correspondent bank to other regions, right? So we are doing well with our financial services. Honestly speaking, we are. Because we have also implemented Basel III. Most of the banks in Nigeria, the Fugas Bank, they've implemented Basel III. So their capital adequacy ratio is huge.
Okay.
So
all right. So let me say two things. I agree with the fact that we're doing well in Africa. I don't disagree with that. I'm just letting you know that our services has not mount to nothing as of right now. But if we are well established in Africa, we take over the entire African space. Great. But what to go back to what we were talking about previously, that if we get sanctioned, would we really still, would that affect anything? If we're
Yes,
well established in Africa, if we're
we
well
need
established
storm.
in Africa, no
Yeah,
other African countries will sanction us unless they're puppets to their masters. If they refuse to be puppet to their masters, even if we're sanctioned overseas, our African brothers got our back. So I'm just letting you know that even if we got sanctioned, we're still good. We're still good.
look,
We can
we don't.
import our petroleum to China. China needed it. North Korea needed it. We can ship it to them.
So the problem with comprehensive sanction, which clearly is a total trade embargo, is it's not that you won't have some trade. You are going to have some trade, but the volume of the trade is drastically going to go down, right? Because many countries will completely shut their shops against you. Now, it is only the rogue countries. We know the rogue countries, and then the value you are going to get to export those products is going to go down. The value, the dollar value will go down because you are not going to get that funds coming in through the international financial system. So most of those trade would either be through the back door. That is the reason why Russia, the BRICS nation, they are looking at alternative remittance services. They thought of crypto, then they thought of the won, right? So because they saw the impact of the sanction on Russia, they saw that the United States can wake up one morning and just say, don't you can you are and completely cut you off from the financial system.
Okay, so do you now agree that it's not really Tinubu's fault that he's not getting the right support that he needed? He's trying, but it seems like he's getting nowhere. So can you agree to that now that we will well
I
establish
didn't hear
that
what you said.
he tried to lobby? No, I'm saying that now. Can you agree that the fact that we are not able to do like the nuclear plant that your Tinubu is asking support for, the coal power plant that is asking support for, he's trying to lobby people, but now he's not getting it. It's not his fault,
So
but he's
we are no
trying.
more lobbying anymore. They are not giving us the permission.
Yeah, that's what I'm
It's a
saying.
dead deal.
When you
It's
lobby
not Tinubu, it
people
was
to give
Buhari
you support,
administration.
yeah, right. He tried to get support from people, but they refuse, like United States, just like everybody else. So that's number one. Number two, with the manufacturer that everybody's saying, I will. With the manufacturing that everybody's saying, I was just thinking that why are we? I mean, maybe I'm not getting what you guys mean by manufacturer, because I think that we should focus on our raw materials. We should focus on actually turning them into value instead of just selling them and having those countries. So for example, now China will take our raw materials, go to their country and them to goods and sell it back to us. Why don't we focus on that? Because at the end of the day, if we're saying, I mean, I'm trying to understand what everybody means by manufacturing.
That's a very good point. That's a
Because
great.
I think that's the only thing we should just focus on instead of
That's a great point. But
because
I will start with the end goal, then I can break it down. Africa has been designed to be the raw material output for the West. That's the way they've designed Africa to look like. So, and that's the reason why you would not see processing plants in Africa. Any country in Africa, you are not going to see it. Africa is littered with gold. Africa is littered with lithium. Africa is littered with rare materials, rare minerals, right? But you would not
yeah,
see
but who
processing plants
designed it? See,
be
I don't
cited
agree with
in
this.
Africa.
This guy just broke what is it? Dangote broke the entire thing that we all talking about. They designed it that we should always sell our crude oil. This guy went ahead and borrowed money and built the power plants. How come we can't borrow money for other minings? We should create mining
Okay,
industry for every
I
other
would now
things.
tell you, I will not tell you. Hold on. You see, we can picking up Dangote refinery is going to be a very huge topic. I don't know how long. It seems like an interesting conversation, and we still have people online that are listening. Why was Dangote successful in doing that refinery? I will tell you. I'll give you the external reason why. Because the West, with the Paris Climate Accord, they were the transition to move from fossil fuel to green energy, reducing carbon emission. That is the goal. That's the long goal, right? So they're doing the handshake. It should be by 2030, which they have not met, which is just 5 years from today. They've not met it. That by 2030, every country should have transited fully to green energy, right? They've not met it. So this was way back when they did this was I think in 2002, and this guy Al Gore was the one pursuing it as at then when he was still vice president to Bush. To Clinton. He was vice president to Clinton. He was pursuing. No, 1998, not 2002, 1998. So the goal was in 2030, every country would have transited to green energy. Now, it came up with the Paris Accord, which Trump decided to pull America out and disrupted the whole plan. So their eyes or their head is being tilted away from fossil fuel. And you can tell, why I'm saying you can tell, you can see the evidence with Shell leaving Nigeria, selling their oil block, diversing. They were diversing from many countries, the African countries that they have blocks, they were diversing, they living. So even they decided, okay, let's do a short-term investment with Angola because Angola just got oil recently then, right? But we are not going to be there for a long while. Shell left with this French oil company, they left. So the whole idea, Obasanjo even said it. Obasanjo said it. The idea is they never actually wanted us to refine any of our raw materials. That was why our refineries were not working. Never worked for once. For once, never worked. So when Madam Zita was saying,
yeah,
why
I kind of don't agree with your point of view.
No, I'm not saying it off the top of my head. I'm citing.
I know, but I didn't agree with that.
I'm citing our leaders. So Dangote.
Yeah, our leader can say whatever they want. Obasanjo has been saying nonsense. He was a young guy.
But you
I don't agree with anything he's saying. He's just a puppet. He's a puppet. So
all our presidents have all been puppets.
Let me say this. Dangote, or even as of right now, Dangote is not really entirely owned by him. Like they have other investment companies that actually own like about 90% of that company right now. So the points that you make, that the only reason why they lame, I really don't agree with that. I believe that every foreign power, just like every other country, they have lobby, people that lobby. They will lobby our senators, our House of Rep, to go against some policy which will favor them. And when you lobby people, you give them favor. They do it here as well. They do it everywhere in the entire world. That's why I think a lot of things is not working. Is because they try to lobby, and the people they are lobbying, they have no idea, and they probably don't believe in their country either. So they're easily lobbied. So when you lobby people, you do favor, you stick for tax. So that's what I think is just laying us down, that didn't let Nigeria go.
Our own situation is more than lobby. I'm not excusing. I won't say lobby. I would say there's some level of bribe, and then there's some level of control. I'm telling you, if you don't do this, this is going to happen to you. Right? They do it. If you don't do this, this is what is going to happen to you. So Americans have been doing that, just like what they are trying to do to Ibrahim Traore. They've been doing that, and they've been doing it to us till today. So
all right. I don't agree with that.
No, it's not about.
I see your point.
Fine. It's fine if you don't agree, but it is our reality. our reality. That's what we face in in Nigeria and in Africa. So the whole this even to the point where we told Tesla to come build a processing plant for lithium. Tesla said no. Tesla was actually buying our lithium, and they were paying cheap price. They were not even buying market, but they were going through third parties. So the former Minister of Minerals, who now like, okay, come, they said no, they want to only buy the raw materials and process it elsewhere. Not even processing it in America. They'll process it somewhere else in South America. And they're like, no, it's not okay. But luckily, Dele Alake has gotten a Chinese company who is now building processing plants in Nasarawa, which is good for us. We need something like that. Now, like, the Chinese are rogue company, and the Chinese would do, if they think the deal will favor them, they are going to do it too. But the West would not do it. The West will never want Africa to be rich. The West will not want Africa to be productive enough.
Wait, this mentality, this is what I'm against. Let me tell you something. The West that we all live in, we see, if you actually pay attention to the financial sector, you will see how it works. If they use people money, like if you put your money in bank, that money is working for you. If you put your money in insurance, that money is working for you. If you invest your money, that money is working for the country. If you do pension, that money is working. Why can't we do the same in our country? And let's ask ourselves questions. Majority of the money that we are getting, all the rich people, do they actually store that money in Nigeria? No. If those billions are being spent in Nigeria, and Nigerian banks and Nigerian financial sector are able to invest that money in doing stuff in Nigeria, don't you think the country will be well better for it? But we're not doing
Okay.
so. We do, so we're depending on people. These people, of course, they will look out for themselves. I don't understand. I don't think we should be blaming them. We should be
All right, let
finding
me.
ways
I want
for
to
us
establish
to.
something because you mentioned our Nigerian bank. It's not that our Nigerian banks are not lending. Our Nigerian banks are actually lending, but the cost of financing in Nigeria is very high, right? So, and that already cuts off many people who are in business or those who want to come into business, because if the average cost of capital in Nigeria is close to 33%.
I heard you, but what
So
I'm saying is
now
this:
you
Do you
can't.
think
You
all
don't.
the money? Wait, do you think all the money in Nigerian banks are all the money that's if you look all the billionaires, the millionaires in Nigeria, do you think all of those money are present in Nigeria? If those money,
Most of the money are in Nigeria.
not
So
most of the money, your
most of the
politicians'
money,
money
yeah.
are not in Nigeria.
No, those ones are. We can't. We don't. If in the economy you can't. We are not looking at the corruption side of
But that's
things
the most.
because
That's the
you can't,
most.
because you did not earn that money legitimately.
Yeah, but
So
that's
if
the
you keep
most. But the country they save that money is working for that country. That's what I'm saying.
I agree. So because they didn't earn the money legitimately, and they know that keeping it in the country is going to be seized, so they will have to move it. It's money laundering. They have to move it to where they feel is going to be safe. But legitimate funds, billionaires, millionaires, and politicians that get their money legitimately, or the legitimate side of their money, are kept in the country. They are kept in Nigerian banks. Okay.
Now, do you now see where the problem is? We're begging these people for money, but we have money that some people stole and give it to those people that we're begging for money, and they refuse to give us those money. Are you saying, like, you're saying that we are the one actually failing ourselves? I
No,
don't want to use the K word because we're actually destroying ourselves.
No,
Because if we can get those money, we don't need to go ahead and beg them to invest in our.
Number one, first, we cannot even estimate the value amount, the actual value, or give a good estimate of the value of the funds that are corrupt from corruption that are outside the country, number one. And then the people who have moved that funds outside the country do not want it to come back. Because if it comes back, it's going to be seized. So it stays in those countries. Yes, that funds can be used by the banks where the money has been domiciled to they can lend it out to their citizens and they get interest for it. That's fine. We have to exclude that out of our economy because it's from illegitimate activities. We cannot factor it in. Typically is already out of the economy. It's not in our economy. So we must work with the flow of funds or the flow of capital that is in our economy currently, right? And if we want to do that, at this point in time, we do not even have enough to drive our economy to the place we want it to be.
Exactly.
So
the clean money that we have,
the clean money we have,
but the bad money that was stolen might probably be more than that, but we're not getting to it. Now we have to go beg those people that they're saving the money with.
I will not want to lean on that area because why I don't want to lean on that area is I cannot establish or many of us cannot establish the value amount, right? We cannot establish it.
We can't establish, but we did know those ones that they were able to tackle. We know that billions of dollars, some people use billions of dollars to buy bra. They use billions of dollars to buy houses. We heard they were prosecuted. So we know about those. But I'm just saying that what I'm saying that what we should focus on. We're not focusing on it because here's the thing: we're begging these people for money. They're looking out for their own people as well. So it's going to be hard and tough for us to be saying that they don't want to help us or they only see us as what's the word that you guys are using? And I'll also say one thing too. If you look at those like the Nesto, what's the other, the Cambry, the other ones, these Netherlands companies, they come to Nigeria, they manipulate the farmers to sell their cocoa to them in a simply and disrespectful amount. Use that to build their own wealth because after they take the cocoa, they convert it, they turn it into a product, sell it back to us.
To chocolates.
But that's what I've been saying now, right?
That's why I said that we should focus on mining, turning our thing to products instead of just selling commodity.
That's something, yes, we can look into, right? We can look into that.
It's what we should be doing. Let's be truth. We don't need to manufacture any other thing. We should focus on our raw material, at least turning into because all the manufacture, from what I'm hearing, everybody saying like, oh, let's manufacture something. Okay, let's say Nigeria wants to manufacture clothes now. Now we have to source for cottons. So we go to a country where Nigeria can actually grow cotton ourselves, but we refuse to because none of us want to be farmer. Now we go to another country to get the clothes, the cottons that they already they grew the cottons, turn them into clothes, and now sell it back to us. And now we're now happy that the final product is what we are manufacturing. Are we not? Why can't we just focus on the raw materials? That's where the money is, by turning into a very good. So if we turn the chocolate into the material that they need to actually turn it into chocolate, and we now sell that to Nesto, they know that they have to pay good money to us to be able to get that, but they don't want to do that. You see,
they're not going to do that, and they won't do that.
Then we'll create our own company to be able to sell it to us. They will.
You will not. You won't create your own company. They won't let you. That's what I'm saying.
Why? Okay, tell me why they won't let us.
They won't
borrow
let
us
you.
money, right? That's why
Right.
you're saying.
No, he's not borrowing you money. They won't
So
even let you
how
build.
how
They
would
won't.
they let us do that?
Okay, number one, I would explain, right? Um, to set up such kind of plants, you need lots of capital. So this economic issue way back has been a huge challenge. And I gave you a practical example, like the cost of capital in Nigeria is huge. For a Dangote can borrow funds internationally and pay cheap interest, right? Who else again? Adenuga and this
It's
guy.
called credit. If you have a good record, they will borrow you ton of money. It's just like how everybody else
They
lives
will,
in these countries.
they will,
If you borrow a lot of money and they know that you're good, you have good credits, they will borrow you money. That's the reason why we pay all our IMF money, because so we can have good credits.
you
It's
understand what
simple.
I'm trying to understand what I'm saying now. Before you an average, like you're talking of the plant, the cost to manufacture a plant that is as huge as to produce the chocolate you are talking about, number one, right? The capital intensive infrastructure that you're looking at is a huge amount. It could run into the billions. Now, no bank in Nigeria will give you the amount. No bank can borrow you $10 billion in Nigeria. No bank can do that. And then if you need that amount of money, who are you in the first place? If no bank in your country can borrow you and they don't even have the damn amount to borrow you, which bank in the West will even give it to you, number one? What is your reputation? What have you demonstrated in the business world to approach a JP Morgan to give you $10 billion to go and cite a Nestle style cocoa processing plant in Ibadan? They will laugh at you. They
So
don't know
is it
you.
their fault?
So
Is it their
no,
fault?
now if you allow me, that's the story I will not tell you.
Okay, tell me.
Right? So
Tell me.
when did our problem start? Our problem started, we created our problem anyway. When we had so much money and we were overspending, and we drove consumption to a high level. Inflation was catching up with us in 82, 83, 84, and by 80. And that was why they removed Buhari, because Buhari refused to take the IMF structural loan. And when Babangida came in, Babangida immediately took that IMF loan with the conditionalities. What are those conditionalities? Devalue your naira. So when you devalue your naira, and then as a young country that we are not even manufacturing, which means they can flood the country with their products. They can buy our raw materials for cheap and flood our country with imported products. That is how it started. So as it's going, our naira keeps depreciating, and as our naira keeps depreciating, our standard of living keeps going down. We cannot command our purchasing parity to other currencies is not strong enough to command buying stuff. So our exports continues to get cheaper and imports continue to get more expensive for us. Now, in order to combat that inflation, you now continue to increase your MPR to fight inflation. And as you are increasing your MPR, your cost of capital is going up. So you are pricing out businessmen, potential businessmen who will want to approach you with business ideas to implement. So why would I want to go to a bank for 33% out of my profit to be paying interest? It's already a suicide mission. So these are the tools, a few of the tools that this international financial system, with the backing of IMF and World Bank, come to control countries like Nigeria and other African countries, because they strategically want African raw materials. Now, you keep hearing World Bank load, World Bank load, World Bank load. Show me World Bank. They have two divisions: the IDF, International Development Fund, and the other one, I'm forgetting that name. Their objective is to provide capital or funds for developing countries. They target specific areas, agriculture, this and that. Show me which World Bank projects. Show me one.
All right, so I listened to you. I didn't see and none of their faults at all. Just like you said, we used to have money, but we wasted it. Now you are now expecting the whole world was watching us wasting our money, and you now want them to now invest in you to create stuff so you can stand on your own.
Oh,
so
they can invest. No, let me just land the point. Sorry. They can invest, but they choose not to. They can invest, right? So like I'm giving you an example now. Let me just use a recent one like a Tesla that needs more battery. They need more battery. They need more lithium to produce more battery, and they are expanding. Africa has lots of it, but they don't have a processing plant. They don't want to, because that would create employment for Africans. They don't want to do it. And nextly, a Cadbury that is taking the cocoa.
Let's stay on that Tesla, for example. You have to remember that Tesla has investors. No one person does not make decisions.
I agree.
If you have if before they can make decision, the investor has to put in, the shareholder have to say their mind. That's number one. Number two, you're asking them to put some people to put their money in a place where majority of people are hearing that there's violence everywhere. It's not safe.
Who's creating the violence?
Well, let me see.
Who's creating the violence?
Irrespective. Well, is it factual that they're the one doing?
They are the ones creating the violence.
Well, that's another topic.
No, it's not another. No, Boko Haram. The Nigerian military just came out recently to announce that hold on, sir. The Nigerian military just came out to say bandits are using drones to fight the military. Who gave them those drones?
Sorry, I just want to say before you move to bandits or something, please, sorry, permit me. Actually, I came in because of you, Emeka. Uriola, please, thank you very much for what you've been doing with Mr. Emeka. Emeka, when you were giving your submission, you are blaming Tinubu for every single damn thing that he has failing, he's failed, he promised, or his promise is not fulfilling it. But now, it's like you turn a corner and you're not saying something you are actually agreeing with Uriola, because Uriola was able to stand with you and stand his ground to show you that you're actually wrong about what Tinubu is doing. And you partially agree with
can you cite
let me just say, because you're saying that the West, they are holding his hand, they cannot allow us or allow him to do anything.
I say it's my theory, because I know
hold on, please.
I say it's my theory.
Hold on, yeah, because when you were blaming him, you didn't say your theory. You are saying it like you 100% like factual, that you 100% know that he actually not doing what he's supposed to do. But with your own submission, with your own narrative, with what we've been saying, with Uriola, I'm very grateful for what you've been doing. Yeah, I can see that you have said partially that it's not actually Tinubu's fault, because he's trying his best to fulfill his promise. But you yourself, you know that the West are not allowing him. So what more can he do?
Hold on. I said it's my theory, right? That's what I'm looking at. But
okay, but you should have been saying
judge. Hold on, right? I'm allowed to theorize as a human being. I can look. I say, okay, this guy, when he was governor, he did some great stuff. All his discussions, even when he's writing in papers or media press, he's been saying things that are good, that this is what Nigeria would do, that even in power, he provided some solutions. I've listened to his press release, you understand? And then he getting into power, and you are not seeing those things. We will judge results.
But you know the reason why it's not promise.
So it's a theory. We will judge results, right?
Yeah,
everything.
Federal government is a director of which than the state. So what I'm trying to derive at is because of what you are saying, as Urela is talking you are accepting that, okay, okay, Urela talk about the chocolate factory, you said they will not accept. So if Tinubu want to establish chocolate factory, you yourself, you know that the West won't give him the money to do it. So
Tinubu
why
is not the one. Tinubu, so in my view, Tinubu should not, the federal government should not even be involved in. We are not running a communist government,
so
right?
my brother, what I want you to do is just to apologize to the platform that you are wrong, blaming that man for what he's doing.
I am not wrong. I'm not wrong, and I'm willing. I'm happy you are here to speak. I am not wrong, and I will give you. See, the president. Nobody put words into the president's mouth when he came out to say, "If I don't deliver constant power supply, don't vote for me." Currently, Nigeria is not having that constant power supply, and we are not hearing. We are not hearing. Hold on.
It was not in power. It doesn't. It's like
hold on.
Okay.
We are not hearing we would need increased funding to have power supply, 10 billion every year. We are running at a deficit of 9 billion, right? Dollars deficit, 2024 budget. Where are we going to get 10 billion from? That means we need, with the current budget of the Ministry of Power, we need an extra 10 billion with that current budget, so that they can continue to work to provide us with constant power supply. And we need that for 20 years. So that budget, that's 10 billion on top of their current budget for Ministry of Power. Then you now need, so when you're not doing the budget, you also need to factor in inflation. So we need to also factor in our current inflation, which is at 27%. So we now need 10 billion for each year. We will put it at 10 billion minus their current budget times 1.27% to factor in inflation for 20 years. Where are we getting that money from? And who is going to borrow us that money?
Okay, so now
let's excuse that part. Security. We're having, if you are plotting the graph for security, it is not stable. It's haphazardly. It's going down, it's going up, it's going down, it's going up, it's going down, it's going up. Right? The president promised to provide security solutions to our insecurities. But like I'm telling you, with evidence, I say if you plot the graph of progress against security measures, you will get a haphazard plot. Up and down, up and down, up and down. It's not going down, it's not going up.
We all know why the insecurity is increasing right now. We all know why.
But that's why I would say we judge results. Nobody gives a damn why or not. Those are excuses. We judge results. When the president has said, this is what I want to do, if you extrapolate the results, he is failing. 2, the president said he is going to grow the economy by $1 trillion. Right? Nobody puts that words into his mouth. If you also now plot the graph based on the economy, you will see that we are going down. More Nigerians are poor. The standard of living has gone up. And it was the president who created it with his pronouncement of subsidy removal and flotation of the dollar. I mean, flotation of the of the dollar anyway. So you say more Nigerians went into poverty. That is the president failing on economy. So
no, my brother,
if we are not looking at,
you see something wrong as well again. Because when
what am I saying that is wrong? Tell me the wrong that I've said.
No, you cannot blame him for, okay, what do you expect him to do at that point when Nigeria we have nothing. He has nothing to work with. So what do you expect him to do?
Like what? Okay, on the economy, I would completely blame the president because he had not looked at the state of affairs of Nigeria before he decided to make those pronouncements. He made those pronouncements, which was a huge shock. On the economy solely, I will blame the president directly for that. Now, on security issues, we've been having insecurities issues since 2009. We've been having so many pockets of insecurity, but it became mainstream from 2009, right? And we've had several administrations who have failed. The president also is following in that footstep of failure. So now, if bandits are using sophisticated weapons to fight our military, where are they getting it from? Who is supplying them? And why are we buying these excuses of failures? So I will blame the president. Then power supply.
Okay, wait. I actually blame you, and I blame myself as well.
Exactly.
Why can't we pull our head? We always claim we are smart, we are knowledgeable. If they use the powerful technology, how come we, the youth that's crying every day, put our head together and match the technology level? But government don't do anything. We are sitting here and talking. We don't blame ourselves that we're just whiling our time away. We're not doing anything. Governments don't do anything. They only implement policy. Leave them alone.
Exactly.
Talk to your own self. Talk to your head. You're not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. All we do is run our mouths. Let's put in work.
All right. Let me remind you that the president is the federal commander. The president. Hold on. Let me let him understand something. That the president is the federal commander of the armed forces. Okay, not you and me.
And so
the president
does he create the technology? All the countries that work, the president does not create the technology.
Sir, hold on. Hold on, sir. Don't worry. Hold on, sir. We do not have that right, and likewise the privilege. And I can also tell you for fact that the military, Nigerian military, they are also trying to do their best. The defense manufacturing arm of the Nigerian military are producing weapons currently now, and I'm happy they are trying to do that. They are doing something that is laudable, right? It's not that the military, to me, my own theory, this is my own theory, because there is an output, which is the result itself. My own theory to me is, I think the Nigerian military is culpable with the insecurity issues going on in the country. That's my theory. I might be wrong. I might be right. But it's my own theory, because I believe that the military is capable, manpower-wise, technology-wise, logistic-wise.
So how come they're not winning?
With the right weaponry. And we've seen snippets on social media where soldiers are saying our commanders are telling us to retreat when we see bandits running away. We have seen snippets of them confessing. So, based on that,
Beto, so what are you saying now, Emeka? Because we don't. Okay, what you are also giving excuses now. What you are saying is that
that's why. So that's why I say. That's why I say that's my. That's why I say that's my theory.
No. Let me ask you this. And just wait. Let me ask you this. If somebody comes to you now at your level, I think you are one of the elite. If somebody comes to you now campaigning and tells you that is going to turn Nigeria economy within 4 years to $1 trillion economy, what are you supposed to do? What you, as an elite, you will ask questions that, how is it possible? Looking at all the impediments that a third world country we have. If I come to you now that I say, okay, within 1 year, I'll give you electricity, and you know how much all these things cost. So, and then you believe such a person? We should all know that campaign rhetoric is different from what is actually on the ground. So if we now come and say, okay, because you don't produce it, and then you change, another person will promise you the same thing. That is the problem that we have. Why are we pretending as if we don't know the reality?
No. I think we're trying to buy some excuses for the president.
It's not an excuse.
Let me give you an example. I think it's disingenuous. And I will try to remind you. Let me remind you something. Right? The president, when he made that statement, he was not campaigning. He was discussing to the Lagos State Business was the full association to Lagos State Chamber of Commerce.
At what stage? Was it when he was a president or before he became president?
No, when he was running, right? So he was discussing. That was not campaigning. He was telling
you
them
can
what.
campaign
So
anyway
and
now.
wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Let
that's
me
what we
let me
call
Campaign.
campaign. That's
wait. Hold
campaign.
on. Let me land first.
Ah,
Then he made a. It was a promise, right? I'm not saying. Hold on. No. I'm not saying promises cannot be broken. Okay. Like I would say, he made that a promise, and he said, if I don't deliver, don't vote for me. So it's not left for Nigerians, even though I know he's going to win. Yeah, I know he's going to win the election. It's left for Nigerians
do
to
you
say,
know why
okay,
I'm asking you this? Let me tell you this. That is why we always see the campaign promises of every leaders that we have had in that country as a failure, because we are not being realistic.
now
So
hold on.
that
No,
pretense, we should stop that pretense.
Hold on. You see, I would juxtapose your comments with, because I would juxtapose what you are saying now with with a President Trump, who in 1 week achieved 90% of his electoral promise. So
Like what?
Trump
Just
was
making
campaigning. Trump was campaigning, and also Trump was making promises. He was saying, I promise you. And when he entered, in one, let me not use 1 week, let me exaggerate
you
it
know
further.
what you can
In
do
2
now.
weeks,
Okay, this
2
one
weeks,
promise. He
2
also
weeks,
promised subsidy, all those things, and
2
in
weeks,
1 day, even in
in
1
2 weeks,
second, he fulfilled it. You know, there are some things. Emeka, why are you behaving like as if you are just somebody that does not even know anything? If somebody say, okay,
Timber, thank you for that
there are
point.
some
Thank you for that
policy
point.
that you can use mouth to do. There are
Emeka know what he's
something
doing now.
that
I said thank you for that point. Thank you for making that point.
If I tell you, say, okay, I will remove subsidy, it's something that is a word of mouth, it's a policy that I can pronounce. But
And
if
if
I
you
say I'll
finish
give you
wanted,
electricity, electricity is not something that it's not something that I will just pronounce as okay, electricity, there shall be electricity, and the electricity will come.
you see, this statement, I think, is your statement with all due respect, you're being disingenuous. If I come out and I say, I will make power supply constant, and if I don't deliver, don't vote for me. So you are not only expressing your intent. You are backing. Wait,
Let me tell you,
let
if
me land.
Nigerians decide not to vote for him, what I'm saying is that
There's a difference to
should
say.
not be. We should not
There's
be.
a difference. Hold on now. There's a difference There's a difference when Nigerian politicians say, "Oh, I will do power supply." Everyone say, "Yay!" This you are
Is
also
that not the
backing it
same
up.
thing that we are?
It's
Why
not the
can't
same.
we
This is
change
not
our
the same.
tactics?
This
Emeka,
went. This one.
every leader in that
This
country
went.
has been saying
This
the
went.
same thing
Hold on.
all
Hold on.
over,
Hold on.
all over again. Why can't we be practical?
Emeka, there's a saying in Yoruba land. They say, "Ẹni padegun, no fini adi ogun mo." The
This
same
went.
man that made promise that okay, I'll give you lights. He can come back and give excuse and
The
give the reason
question,
why.
sorry, I've forgotten your name. Kenny. You know what? That is the problem that we are. Even we always blame our leader, but with the followers, we will be having consecutive leaders, and they have been promising the same thing every now and then, every electionary year. I say okay, and this one did not deliver. We say okay, remove him. Another person will come, and that is why we have been moving in a cycle. Why can't we be practical and look at okay, what is the fundamental problem in this?
It is the
You two
practicality that
know.
we are talking about here now.
No,
Now,
just wait.
this guy came out and he said he's the one who knows the
I
road.
don't think you want to change your mind.
Hold on, we can look at electoral promises, and what we are not discussing on this platform, or what I'm hearing from this platform, is that we should continue to give room for failures for our leaders. We should continue to. That's what you are saying. That's what you are saying. That's what you are saying.
It's not a failure. He has fulfilled 50% of his
whether
promise.
it's a failure or not is even
Oh,
a matter of
you see,
whoever is judging.
you see,
Emeka,
you
what
see,
I'm saying, get my point. I'm not giving excuses.
You are.
The question, wait now. The question I'm asking is that I think we should change our way.
What
Because
way
you
do we
know,
want
we
to
all
take?
know. Wait
Somebody
now.
left his house and
God.
decided to run for office. He said, I am the man that knows the road.
Okay,
He said, He said, "I am the one." Hold on, sir. Hold on, sirs. Sirs, let me land now. Hold on, sirs. He said, "I am the man that knows the road. I am the most qualified. I am the most capable. I am going to turn Nigeria around." Now, on that power issue, he did not only say, "I will do this." He went ahead and extra to back it up with some level of guarantee to say, if I do not deliver, that is a consideration.
Yeah, but you have to write to make it
Hold on, let me express that point. Wait now, listen now, calm down. Just hear what I want to say first. Then you cannot try to dissect it. That is a consideration. He said, if I do not deliver, do not vote for me for second term. That is a guarantee, a form of consideration. I don't know if this our legal guy is around. That is a form of consideration that we can hold on to, and you can look at it and say, this man is not just only saying he would deliver the promises of constant power supply. He is adding another extra layer of consideration that if he does not deliver, which means he has failed.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Let me give you this theory. Let me ask you this question. I want you to answer me. Okay, you as a person, yeah. Maybe okay, we have a family house, very beautiful outside, and I'm the one in charge of that house. And you are telling the other family member that, listen, that house that Ken is managing is not managing it properly. If you hand over the key of that house to me, I can do this, I can do that, I can do that. But you didn't know that the TV in the house is broken. He didn't know the roof is not, is broken. He didn't know that the floor tiles is already broken. He didn't know that most of interior decoration of the house is damaged. But you are talking from outside, and you are seeing the beauty of that building from outside. Now, when the family now hand over the key to you, you open the door, you now realize that, oh, wow, ceiling is broken, floor is broken, the toilet is not working. Now, what are you going to say? Because you've already promised
and I cannot fix it. Hold on.
Within 2
and
days,
I cannot fix the house. Have I failed? Yes. Because I assured the person I got the key from that I was going to fix the house. And in that respect, if I am experienced and I'm claiming to be experienced, I'm claiming to be capable, I should be able to give some rough estimates. I might not be close, but rough estimates to say, okay, some things like this may be faulty. And then if I not go and the reality is more than my estimation, my output will speak for me, and my output says
so
I do
that's
not.
what
Wait now, hold on.
not
My
giving
output,
excuses.
wait now, guys. My output is showing that I did not fix it. I have failed. Forget the excuse I want to tell the person I collected the key. I have failed.
No,
the
I
output is
actually
there.
agree. I agree that in terms of electricity, as a promise, he failed because he said he was going to get it done, and he's not able to. So I agree that he failed on that.
On that,
But
I did please to also add to what you just said now. On like the example, Kenny, my brother, I see you by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah. You have enough information prior to becoming president to make your own analysis. So this excuse that, oh, because he was not in government and when he got in there, the toilet was broken. No, that sector, you have enough information to plan ahead before even becoming president. So you should have hit the ground running day one.
But they didn't give you. They didn't give you all the information. They didn't advertise properly.
No. That info you can. He's a member of the party. He's a member of the government. I mean, if he wants the information, he can get the information even before becoming president. You don't need to be part of Buhari government to get the information needed. So
Not only did he not get the information, hold on, sorry, Prince Daddy. Not only did he not get the information, it was El Rufai that was supposed to be Minister of Power. El Rufai had already commissioned people to start working on a proposal. El Rufai had commissioned people, so the information was there.
Why did you get that information, Emeka? Why are we always emphatic about something that you are saying something
hold on.
international platform?
That Rufai stuff is irrelevant. El Rufai or no El Rufai, Tinubu, I believe, had enough info to hit the ground running. So it might not have been El Rufai, but somebody else.
Okay, I mean, BT. Let us behave like somebody who's educated here. Let me ask you this: if you now, from what you know, if you look at it now, with the infrastructure that is on ground in Nigeria and with the level of poverty that we have in that country, how much do you think we need to even have a cost at to even the infrastructure that is on ground, even transmission alone?
10 billion a year for the next 20 years.
That's $200 billion for 20
No,
years.
what I'm saying, do you think it's too big?
Here's my point.
Do you think that money?
Hold on now. Simba, let me go to you now. Do you know what's funny about what you do now? Everybody knows this I told you has been hard there for the past 7 years. 10 billion for the next 20 years. It's always been the thing. It's not news. My point.
Wait, what's 10 billion? I kind of think.
And getting to spend $10 billion a year for the next 20 years.
Wait, see, this is the problem. Why are you calling money? This is why we waste money. And this is why we're not getting it.
No, but that was the minister. The minister of power was the one that said
the
it.
problem is
the minister of power was the one who communicated the information to everybody. He said
that info is not news. What I'm saying is putting from someone.
No, thank you, BT. Thank you.
Now,
BT, thank you for clarifying that. It's not even new information.
If I tell you 10 years ago, Nigeria needs almost 20 billion to invest, we then say, okay, private investors, where can you key in that investment? Maybe it's for transmission or distribution. So everybody will now take their own piece and invest in it. But you give me a rough estimate.
BT, what is surprising here is that some of us on the panel are finding it very difficult to say that Tinubu has failed with power supply. And it's strange to hear that we do not want to come to that conclusion when we can see if some I've forgotten his name. He's saying we should discuss like people who are educated, and all of us here are highly educated individuals, and we know that excuses do not matter. Now results matter. If you are going to pick up a job, you are telling your employer, hold on, sir, hold on. We are telling our employers that we are capable. We are skilled enough. We work under pressure.
Example that
we can deliver.
They are totally different now.
Hold on now. I'm giving a scenario.
Even when you get married, you have some expectations. But by the time when you immediately you got married, you see that even though all your expectations are what you are expecting, totally changed. What I'm saying is this: I cannot be fooled by any politician. If somebody is telling me that in that country, Nigeria, with what I have seen that is on ground, that you tell me that you are going to even provide electricity in 4 years, I will laugh at you. You can only improve it a little because what is actually required, that country doesn't have it. Practical, that's what I'm saying. So for you to not say the practicality is what politician. The
practicality is what we are now saying now, right? The practicality is what we are saying. Maybe in 5 years, maybe next year, things may go better. But the output, the result, hold on, maybe hold on.
It's not a miracle.
Hold on now. We are marking scorecard here, balance scorecard, and we are putting some criterias, whether we like it or not, whether it's excuses or not, whether things are changing or not. The output is this working? Yes or no? No. So what are they doing to try to make it work? It's not left for them, but we are drawing a line to say, at this point in time, it's not working. If they are making preparation plans to get it resolved, that's fine. But it's not working. So the president has failed as of today.
Can we
now? Let us see Nigeria now.
In terms of the economy, the president has driven more Nigerians into poverty. So the president has also failed in his economic policy.
It's not fair. I disagree.
Let me give
security. No, you can disagree, but the evidence is there. I will go and be bringing it. I will not go to Poncho. I will go to.
Emeka, can you hear me? Let me give you one to do quick. When I remember you and I we were arguing years back on this platform about Gencos and Discos and Ciscos about their recollection. Back then, that was the first month of the Tinubu government. We all know back then Nigeria could generate close to 17,000 megawatts. We can do that. So
Yes.
we know that we don't have any problems with that. The issue has always been transmission and
Transmission and transmission is the main problem.
So we know the problem. Everybody knows. So don't tell me you need 2 years to plan to fix it. It's what I'm telling. Simba, that's my issue with what you're saying. Everybody knows.
I'm not saying that. Let me tell you, the issue is this: that you can know your problem, but do you have the capacity? Not in terms of policy, in terms of what is even required to put those infrastructure on the ground.
We know.
We understand, we appreciate that. But the report card is a failure. We understand that there's no capacity.
You know why? It's something. Emeka is not something that we're supposed to be laughing about. We can remove. Let me tell you, we can remove.
Sad, Simba. I'm not laughing. It's sad. It's very sad.
It's not a laughing matter.
Okay, my brother. What are the states doing about it? The states. What are they doing about the power?
Forget about the state. The issue, the question I'm raising here, the question I'm asking here, is that why are we following the same thing? We do okay. There's no problem. We can say he has failed. We remove him. Another person will come. If we don't solve the fundamental problem, we all know that country, with what we are expecting. Let me ask you. I saw something yesterday. They were looking for companies that are $1 billion worth $1 billion and above, and they discovered that 49% of these companies are in US, about 30% of them are in India and China. Only 1% of such a country can be found in Africa. 1%. You understand? 1%. That is our own share. Now that 1% are only concentrated in only 3 countries in Africa: in Nigeria, South Africa, and Egypt. You can see what the problem I used to have is that we that were in the diaspora, maybe because what you are seeing in those places, we don't know how much it costs to build all these facilities. We're already investing in it, and we are projecting the same thing. Why can't we be realistic?
We are realistic.
We're not being realistic.
We are actually.
Let me tell you, the hospital where I work in, let's say, let me use a state in Nigeria that I can use to let me even see one of the poorest states in Nigeria. Let me go to maybe somewhere in Gombe or UP. You understand? If you look at, it's not even a cost of putting something. What about the cost of maintenance? The money that they are using to run that hospital, I'm very sure, is more than what a state in Nigeria will budget for their health alone.
Yeah,
why are we not looking at that? Why are we looking for somebody that will come and perform miracle?
Right. That's where I'm trying to go. That's why I said we call money, but we should be looking at the problem. Like that guy, the minister, he was calling money, but he shouldn't be calling money. He should be telling us how much electricity does Nigeria need to generate. Someone just mentioned now, I think as of today.
He had said that already.
Wait, let me say something. As of today, I think Nigeria generate like 5,000 kilowatts.
Megawatt.
Megawatt. He said he has said it. He said we need
5,000 megawatts.
5,000 megawatts. He said we need 50. Nigeria needs 50,000 megawatts.
No, well, how does it come up to that? That's what I'm saying. How does Nigeria don't need
because that is
Nigeria don't need 50,000. We need
it's not coming from the start.
We need at least half a million megawatts.
Okay, so where is your own study to back up that? You see how it works?
Let me explain it to you.
That's
what I'm saying, that they just talk. That's the
reason. So federal government tells you
Let me explain. How
BT, let's hear him.
Federal government says we need 50K. You say it's not true, but you want to explain your own $500 million with that research paper.
No, but I'm going to tell you. If you then I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
in Nigeria, so one household, when you look at your appliance in a household, let's say one household, and I think Nigeria will have at least 10,000 households or more, or definitely more, because we're like 250 billion. And I'm definitely thinking if you do, let's say each house has like 10 people, that's 250 divided by 10, that's about 25 million household that we have in Nigeria. And one single household, you need at least 10,000 kilowatts to run one single house. And I'm not talking about your manufacturers, your hospitals, your schools. I'm just talking about house only. And if you want to understand how I came up with that number, just look at your single TV would need at least 1,000 1,000 watts to be able to run. When you look at the back of your TV, they tell you how much you need. I think some TV nowadays, when they're energy efficient, they're like about 400 watts to run. Look at your light bulb, you can see they rise it on it. It will be like 60 watts.
Okay, that's fine.
So when
Let's
you
agree.
had
Let's agree with you. Go ahead.
listen, let me finish. When you had all of those things, that's why I came up with that number. When you do the math
Five for the-
yourself,
Yeah, no, no. We
you're
agree
getting
with
there.
you.
Now,
We agree with you.
the problem I have, the problem I have with us is we call money, but we don't need to call money. They need to tell us, this is, in order for Nigeria to become this is how much it needs. Now,
So
what
in
sources?
essence,
Wait. What source do we need to generate this power? We don't need to generate from one source. We can do multiple sources. This is
in
the
essence,
conversation we need.
what
This is the
what you are
conversation we
saying
need.
is that the president has
That money is
appointed an
nonsense.
incompetent minister of power.
Yeah, we never, because this is how you call money, because you're calling foreign people to do your estimates for you, instead of you using your indigenous engineers to come up with this thing to show us
You
figure.
you have really landed a very good point.
Wait. They should have shown us a map. Like, we just need a map that they already put it on everywhere on TV. We generate from
Fantastic.
here. They show us
Fantastic.
like, we should be able to see those things, knowing that, because Siemens is just these people's Siemens. They will just ask you for huge amounts because you know you only
Awesome.
those. You don't know what you're doing. So
I agree with you.
I don't need money. I need you to show us facts.
What you are now saying, or what I can interpret from what you're saying, is that the minister of power is incompetent.
That is what you want to draw from it. From everything that I said, that is your own conclusion. That is what you decided to draw.
I agree with what he's saying, because he is now citing certain things that make sense. He's saying they should show us the power generation, expected power generation that Nigeria is supposed to generate. They should do a map. They should do feasibility plan. They should do this and that. I agree with him. Those are very good, viable points. And apparently, it appears that the minister of power is not doing all these things.
How do you know?
Because he is saying that this is what should have been shown.
Doing it, how come it's not out there? It should be in newspaper that this
Fantastic.
is where your stuff is coming.
Fantastic. So I agree with you. He's not
you
doing
cannot
it.
be drawing conclusion when you have not asked question.
Wait, hold on. I will ask my question.
I'm very sure
I will
that
ask my question.
I agree
with him.
Wait,
I agree
now,
with
you
him
can
because
agree
the
with
minister
him
of power has not done any of these
the
things.
narrative you want to paint. So you can
I'm
agree with him. What I'm asking,
I am not painting anything. I am only showing you people.
I'm not saying you are painting. It suits you what you watch.
It's not suiting me. It is
it's suiting you.
Whether
That's why, because from everything that he said, if you can just, the only thing you can pick is that, okay, from that you draw conclusion.
He's
that
done
the
that,
minister has failed.
It is the fact. The conclusion is the fact. So he has highlighted.
I'm very sure. You can't say so. The minister is so dumb that he will just come out and say 10 billion. Something will influence that. What is behind it, you don't know.
BT, this is not the first, second, or third time that we have critiqued the minister of power. BT, you can agree, right? This is not the first or second time that we have called the competence of the minister of power.
But what I just explained now does not only apply to him. When you look at your CBN your financial, that Wala Edun guy.
Wale Edu.
You can tell that all of them, they're puppet to the West. Because why would we depend on data from World Bank every single year or every single month? We are looking forward
We don't have our own
what
data
they will tell us.
No,
Thank you. That's where I'm going.
we depend on them because they are the owners and custodians of
Yeah.
Nigeria.
Aren't you ashamed of
data,
yourself?
it's not even
Aren't
accurate.
us ashamed of ourselves,
It's still
man?
an estimate, by the way. It's because even they don't have. They don't tell me what bank has our data. They are
We don't
also
even know our population, BT. We don't know how much we're depending on what UN is telling us.
Okay, you see,
on that one, I will not go past that. Emeka, hold on. On that one, I will not address that one. I'm only sticking to power because, Emeka, if you remember, we all said on this platform, the first week of your appointment, recall all the loans for the Gencos and Ciscos and take it over. That was supposed to be the first day.
Yeah, I remember the conversation.
That was the first thing we said. Don't tell me you need time for that one now. They've been borrowing money from me for the past 3 times already. They don't have money. They've been bankrupt. Recall your loans.
I remember that conversation.
Come on now.
So in all essence, the president has failed. We are just beating about the bush.
That one only, no.
He has failed. In power, he has failed. We are beating about the bush. We have on this platform. We have critiqued the incompetency of the minister of power. Who appointed him? The president. On this conversation tonight, we've got us some points.
This is you only spent 2 years.
Hold on now. I beg. I know. I am not. Let me be honest with you. Let me be very honest with you. I am not happy getting to this conclusion. I supported the president. I was insulted personally.
But wait, in the power guy defense, I think he's one of the most communicative. He's very communicative compared to other ones that you had. Like, at least he's coming out and saying stuff like putting money, saying we have to do this. These people have issues with this. The past ones, what you always heard from them is the fact that, oh, we are waiting on Seaman. Seaman is doing this. Jericho, they do the. They're not very communicative. Like, we don't. At least this one is trying to.
Let me see this.
In his defense.
I remember in the Obasanjo regime. I remember when Bolaige was made Minister of Power, and that time.
I think Prince Daddy wants to come in.
So that time, Bolaige came out and gave us a beautiful plan. This is what you are going to do within these so years. We did it. Obasanjo spent 8 years and left. From now till from when he left and now, how many years is that? But my own issue is we cannot be doing the same thing, even both the government and the followers, and be expecting miracle.
No. Here's the problem. We have people that are lobbying. I've said this before. Siemens are lobbying you guys. Other major manufacturing company, they're manufacturing companies, they're lobbying Nigeria. They want the contract. They want you to give them the money. That's already is one of the big things that is confusing us. A lot of things. And you have to understand, the generator people also, they're lobbying your lawmakers to not give access to you doing these power plants. When it comes to politics, there's a lot of stuff that's going on when it comes to lobbying people, convincing people not to do this.
Where is your own lobbying group? Do we have we guys in America? Do we have
exactly? Well, yeah, we need to lobby as well, but I don't have. They won't even listen to me.
What you said earlier, you said the one when he came, he's supposed to have cancelled all this contract of the Genco.
No. Let me be very clear what I said though. Hold on. These guys have been built up by the government. They've given them money 3 times already because they went bankrupt. So, and they have all these lawsuits. So how do you take it from them without going through the problem? Just make the bank recall their loans. Then
you don't think you don't think they're lobbying the lawmakers
those things will not need kind of legal implications and all.
No. You're missing my point.
We are not in a military now.
Hold on now. Hold on. The government was the one that even stopped the banks from even doing it in the first place when they built those people out. Just stop doing that.
But no. Don't you think some of those people they lobby the government to
because
do
they are their friends?
Exactly. Now we're getting somewhere.
But
Some people want to do
some
now. Some people want to do good, but some people are putting money behind the people that will make the law to not let those things happen. So why in now? That's how the world works.
All
This is
these
how the
things
world works.
can we all agree that the president is failing to provide constant power supply?
Well, he can't do it by himself. He has a lot of people. Okay? If you
I agree with you.
wait.
The
We blame
president is
the
not the one that
executive.
would do. The
Wait,
president is not the one that
we are
is.
blaming the executive, right? What about the legislators? Aren't they supposed to manage or call them and ask questions from those transmission and whatever?
Can I ask
Emeka, have you checked the contract?
Can I
those
ask a
Gencos
question?
and all the rest of them. Have you checked the contract? Do you know the details?
Let me ask Ade a question, please. What issue did we have with Gencos? We said the bidding process for them to even to procure those things was flawed because they sold it to their friends. If you remember, that was the mistake because all those companies were sold to their friends and family members.
Okay.
So the whole point of recalling them was that when you do that, you will now make a fresh bid and now give it to people that can actually handle it.
Yeah, but Betty, you just made a point now. You said it's a fraud from the first system. So
Right,
what is your lawmaker? What is our lawmaker doing in calling them and interrogating them? Why are they
what
treating
is your
the people
president
bad?
doing about that too?
So you know that they themselves they lobby your lawmakers not to do the right things.
Whether they are all what we are doing right now, we are trying to expand the problems. We are discussing the problems, which is fine. It's beautiful, but we must. I want us, because the result shows itself. Currently,
we agree with you. Personally, I agree with you. He's not doing
Thank
well.
you. Exactly.
Tinubu didn't do
So
well. If that's what you're looking for.
he can do better, but currently
But he can't do it by himself. He has lawmakers as
he,
well.
the buck stops on his decks as
No,
president.
he doesn't. He has lawmakers.
He does. It is his administration. He's the head of the administration.
No. He's the head of the executive, not the legislators.
He's the head of the executive, the administration.
Yes, just the executive, not the legislators.
The Senate president, he's close to the Senate president.
Wait, don't worry about him. They can do whatever they want.
Whatever challenges, whatever challenges he's experiencing in trying to resolve that power issue, and if he thinks the legislators are not giving him the support, right? The president can actually do something.
Wait, why does he have to depend on them?
The president has.
They're not doing their job.
Hold on now. The president on so many occasions has intervened and discussed with the House, the chairman of the House of Rep, chairman of the House of Rep, and the Senate president to resolve peculiar issues for him, and they got those bills signed. They expedited those bills into law. So the president knows what to do if he does it. For me, we are expanding on the problems. Yes,
I don't think it's as easy as you're saying it. Because
I'm not saying it's easy. Neither am I saying delivering power supply is a miracle. It can come like this. No. But what I'm saying is that, judging by his scorecard at this point, the president has failed. If we go to the economic side of things, the president has also failed.
Well,
if we go
I
to
agree
security,
with the electricity, but
if we go to
my own thing is just the power. I can't go with you for everything else, but power.
Yeah,
no, if we go to economy, the result is there. If we go, and it is difficult for me. Even some people are saying they are laughing at me on the comment section. It's very difficult to come to this conclusion.
Wait, I actually think you're going all out saying that he's not doing anything, but at least
no, I am not saying he's not. I'm not. I don't want to be fixated in delusion or saying he's not doing anything, or be fixated in the problems or trying to expand the challenges or explain it. What I am saying is judging from
your electricity. Score him. What's your
failure? Simple.
3.
F.
F. No. Give a number. 0 to 10.
F.
So
I
it means
don't know
0
which
over
number
10.
to give him. I'm giving him F.
No,
You
don't
can
worry
choose
about.
the F
I
category.
just said 0
He
to
gave
10.
you a skill, Emeka. It says between 0 and 10. 0 being
0
1.
and 10. I'll give him 3.
Okay.
Okay, so at least you is the thing is I believe that he failed, but the thing is at least they're putting some structure. You can see them at least doing try and error. They try
Yes.
to do this.
I see the effort. I see the
Yeah.
process.
At
I'm
least
not saying I'm not seeing it,
3 is
but
good number though. 3 is good number
yes,
in 2 years.
I'm not
It's a
saying I'm
good
not
number.
seeing the effort. Even in the economic side of things, I see Wale Edu not sleeping at night. I see the effort. I see them trying to do things, but the result is there. Nigerians are poorer. So
as
that's the objective.
not never been poor before. So all this you're trying,
Nigeria
you're
are not
just
poorer.
you're trying to force your narrative
In
on everyone.
comparison, right?
As for me,
Nigerians are
listen,
in comparison.
Tinubu is not
Comparison
failing.
to what?
All right.
You're
In
using the word.
comparison
It's
to
just halfway to his administration.
Proof.
It's just 2 years. Even
yes,
the power you're talking about is
it's
trying
2
best.
years.
Even power has improved in some area in Nigeria. So when you say you F or 3, I disagree with you.
Okay.
No,
Understand?
you are free to. You are free to.
3
No
is
problem. I don't have
So
a
that's your
problem
own
with that.
opinion. People in
Okay.
Nigeria, even
You
they
are
cannot.
free to. Yes.
If he got to
Can
a stage,
we also ask the question as well? Are people ready to pay? Because if you want the service, you have to pay money for it. It's
they're
gonna
not
be
even
more
paying.
reality.
But you don't have the electricity to supply everybody. So I don't
Exactly.
understand why
So
we don't even have this.
when the power is constant and people are not paying, we can now say people
No,
Even
you
the one
can't
that
have
those that have,
you
did they
can't
pay?
have a
cannot afford
constant
it.
power.
It's not constant yet.
With
I'm saying
5,000, you cannot have a
if I'm
constant
an
power.
investor and I want to recoup my money, I need to know that's because that I will get my money back. And if people are with the same attitude of they don't want to pay more, the company might be too expensive,
or they cannot afford it. For me, I think many Nigerians cannot afford constant power supply.
There we go.
So if
that's a problem.
the power is not constant, it's not left for the government to look for some form of subsidy so that the investors can recoup their funds.
The
problem
there
right
you come again. I don't even know the
issue.
kind of economy that you study, Emeka.
I imagine.
It's my theory. So
you cannot give
hold on
what
now.
you don't have
I
now.
appreciate you challenging it, but it's my theory. What I'm saying that we can tell that if the power is constant, I don't think many Nigerians will be able to afford it.
They can't pay.
You understand?
See, Emeka,
That they cannot afford it.
Why
Hold
do
on now.
you
Let me expand my point properly so that you guys can understand what I'm trying to say. That they cannot afford it does not mean that they should be in darkness. The government can step in and say, okay, let's subsidize it, right? Because Nigerians are
That
poor.
was why, let me tell you, what do you even think that Nigerian government have? And this one subsidized. This one subsidized. This one subsidized.
It's my opinion. I'm not compelling the government to
and
do
so
it.
we should just allow you to just be
I am not compelling.
we should just look at you.
The point there is, if the power is not constant, which is beautiful, right? And
let me tell you,
and
if you're an
80%
investor, you want to
or
invest in
80%,
something that people cannot buy, will you invest?
And hold on now.
Because you are looking for a market.
This is illusion. I don't even understand why you're even trying to conclude that if there's constant power, you only have 5,000. You can never have a constant power. Please.
No, we are theorizing now. No, the reality is that we don't even have the power yet.
So
right?
you should focus on having enough. Focus on having enough first.
So we are theorizing now. We are just theorizing the issue.
Do you know
we don't
that
have it.
we have 26 power plants in Nigeria and we're only using 6?
That's my point now. I was saying earlier.
But all the 27, how much can they generate?
No, they cannot even generate because there is they cannot even accommodate them.
Why would they
No. Listen to me. If they actually can generate, how much can they generate? It's not even up to what everyone.
Right?
Let me tell you this, Oriola. Don't let us be with fantasy.
They can
if you can generate 20 megawatts, just ordinary 20 megawatts in Nigeria. And having a
you made 20,000.
10,000 that you are talking about developed world. an average, what do they even have at home? What did they have what did they have at home?
I'm saying that if right now we can do 17,000 together as Gencos, and I know that you can only transmit 5,000, why would I want to invest more in my business when you cannot even move what I have? There's no incentive for you
And
to
they are
move
not
it.
even getting
All right, so
Problem.
let's
they are
talk
not
about
even getting they are not getting value for what they are even supplying now. Even with that 5,000, people are not paying.
all right,
They are
so
not getting the money, and that's
wait,
why they are owing.
wait, let's talk about that real quick. Two things. When it comes to electricity,
in my house in
you
Nigeria.
don't not
Hold
everybody.
on, please.
Wait, let me say this. Let me
Okay.
land. When it comes to electricity, if you don't have the money, you don't need electricity. So that's number one. I don't understand that or this narrative that everybody needs to get. If you don't have the money, you don't need it. That's how it works. So that's number one.
No.
Number
In
two,
a capitalist world, fine.
yeah.
That's
So
fair.
number
Yeah.
two, Nigeria is running a capitalist system. So
Yeah.
that's what it is.
That's fair.
So number two, you just talk about we can produce 17,000, but we are only capable of transmitting only 5K. So here's how it works. Nigeria is running, when it comes to transmission, we are running a central thing. We don't need that. Like where I live, I know like part of northeastern. I believe BT live in northeastern too. Like the old New England, they run one power thing together. Like California, majority of the West, they run together. Texas I think is only like standalone, and the New York parts, they run together with, like, why do we need a central? Why don't we just break it down? It makes it easy for us to people to put in more money because now
they already break it down now, but people are not tapping into it.
no, they haven't. Your
They
transmission is still central. Like your power
They've not broken it down, but they've
yeah,
allowed
if they
states.
break
They've
it down,
told states
especially
that
Lagos, people
they've told
in
states
Lagos will get money. Someone that wants to invest can invest in Lagos
not
to do that.
not only that, right? They've told states you can go ahead to generate and transmit and distribute your own power, as well as individuals. You can go ahead to
exactly. So what I'm talking about,
generate and do that. So
it's already broken down.
They've passed it into law, so it's not left for states to go ahead to do that, to do what they want to do. So and
it's not
private
central anymore.
individuals.
It's
So
not central
like
anymore.
you now, if you generate your own power,
You can
distribute. You can even sell to the government. You can sell to the government, but it's still capital intensive, right? So anyway, but like what
Emeka, what I was trying to say before, I bought a meter for my tenant in my house in Ibadan. The way to damage it, they call one corner electrician to come and help them to fine tune in a way so that the thing will not be reading properly. Now the meter is damaged, 4 meters. So people they don't want to pay. That's the problem. How can I invest my money?
Okay, sir. Did you report to the police? What happened?
Report police. What will police do?
So
what
you see,
do to
you are one of the problem. You see somebody breaking the law, but you didn't do anything about it.
No, I said they're
let
parking.
it go.
I already said they're parking for my house.
No, but did you report them to the
police? More money again to fix it.
Exactly, but you didn't report them, so they will do it again. That you see, like this is what we do. We try to save face. We try to
Oriola, you want him to go and report his father to the police so that he will also spend more money to go and bill him.
Exactly.
It's not his father now.
It's not my father. They're my tenants.
Tenants. I'm just saying that when it comes to us, we will see someone doing bad thing. We will try to cover them up. We'll see someone.
Nigerians don't see. Let me tell you, Oriola,
on the roadside.
Like bad thing. Every Nigerians like bad thing.
Now
they don't
we blame the government.
Only when
so
it's
is it the government? Them. So is it the government?
It's not the government.
Exactly.
Nigerians are bad. Forget it.
Yeah, I agree. That's a different discussion for culture, right? But in this aspect, my advice to the president, and I'm hoping that I still have some hope till probably in his second tenure, maybe he has only 1 or 2 years left, and I can say, okay, all hope is lost. Maybe the next administration can do something. I'll be hoping that the president can take one of those issues.
Emeka, don't let us be open and be open. Let us be realistic and change
I have been
things.
realistic now, and I say the president has failed, and I don't agree me make a land
What I'm saying, we keep on saying everybody. Is there any God president has not failed us in Nigeria?
Tinubu
So the question is, why are they
Tinubu
failing?
failed. I say Tinubu Buhari failed. Confirm. He is done. He cannot be president again.
To me, as far as I'm concerned, everybody that has ruled that country has failed.
Yeah, I agree with you.
There's no time.
I agree.
Yes,
I
that's
agree.
the fact. There's no time that you have ever had it so good. I grew up not even having regular electricity supply.
No, I agree. I agree. I completely agree. All of them, they've all failed, from the military guys to I think it is only Obasanjo that we had some glitters of hope, but it shattered.
Yeah,
so
but we kept talking, but did we hold them accountable? We didn't hold them accountable. See?
But that's what we are doing here. We are discussing, we are holding them, we are saying you are failed.
No.
We are discussing, it's part of accountability.
Don't we have lawmakers? Don't we have lawmakers? As the lawmaker called this minister of power to interrogate him, they have not interrogated him.
Forget about. Let's leave the power issue out. Because let's leave. We have dwelled so much on the power issue. I want to talk about. I want to land on security, and I think
before you go to security,
the president
the problem is you don't care about this anymore. We refuse to hold them accountable, but we want to move another place where now. If we move to security, they refuse to call all of those military people to speak to them.
I think they have, but anyway, that's a side talk. So I think they have.
They have. How many times?
Oshomole once, I believe so. So what I want to say is that the president, the issues facing Nigeria, the biggest issues: security, economy, and power. Right? Economy and power. Power. Yeah, okay. I think the president can really score a good point with security. It's something he can really do. Right? And I'm hoping he will do it. Hoping, because I don't think bandits or all these guys, hoodlums, should be holding the country or a section of the country to ransom. I'll be hoping that the president, before he leaves office, whether first or second term, completely eradicates all form of insecurities in Nigeria. Yes, he may not be able to get the economy going. Yeah, he probably would have failed there. He would have failed with other sections.
Emeka, it's not failing. See, let me tell you, the schedule I'm talking about.
Let me laugh now. You don't like the word fail. Okay, let me change the word fail. Let me change the word fail to struggling.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Probably struggling. Let me change the word fail. You don't like the word fail.
Wait. We all know where we are having issue with the security. Until the North make up their mind that they don't want to have that issue anymore, that's when it's going to stop. No matter who you have in power.
You see, we
understand? So let's call it spade.
We in this power,
the problem.
We talked about power. We talked about power. We talked about power, and we were giving so many excuses.
So
the president is the federal. Was it the chief of armed forces? Chief of armed forces, right? So
it's not a military ruler.
If a section is saying, and I don't think it's the complete North, the entire northern people that are saying that, because they are the ones actually suffering the insecurity issues.
Yeah, they're the one causing it. They are the problem.
They are the ones suffering, not the one causing it. I think it's a few of them.
Tell me, where is it happening?
A few elites, right, that are sponsoring the whole nonsense. So it's not that you can't be a victim. You can't cause something to be a victim. So they are the ones suffering it.
So Emeka, until they make up their mind, say okay, enough is enough. We don't want to have this anymore. That's what's going to stop.
People who are benefiting from something will not make up their mind because they are benefiting from it.
They continue killing themselves now.
Until you push them to a corner and get them to their knees.
Push.
And I think the president.
So who's going to hold on?
The president.
Hold on, Emeka. Who's going to push them in the corner? The head of security.
President.
The head of armed forces. I don't know from the North.
If the president is not satisfied with those guys, you take them out and put people you are satisfied. You are going to be that's going to do the job for you. Simple. The buck stops on his decks. So if he feels the people who are doing the job are compromised, you kick them out and put people who will do the job.
Emeka, hold on. Let me ask you this question. Do you know in the last 1 year, about 7 months, do you know the security in Nigeria has improved until about a month or 2 months ago? And that's
why I mentioned that. You see, that's why I mentioned that if you plot that graph, it's going haphazardly. It goes up, it comes down. It goes up, it comes down. It goes up, it comes down.
So let's cut them out. Let's cut them out.
So what we want, that is the president's job. So the president's job is, if he sees the problem, and I refuse to agree that the president do not know who are the people causing this issue. I refuse to agree. Nobody can convince me that the president is not aware of those people creating this problem. So for me, I would say the president is allowing it to occur and is rubbing off bad on him. If the president completely eradicates this issue, everybody are going to sing his praises. That's the cheap point.
Emeka, the issue is this. That's why I say we should be asking questions. You're asking questions. Why do we now have, let's say the thing started, it was even during Obasanjo regime. It failed. Yaradua came.
No, it didn't start during Obasanjo. It started during Goodluck Jonathan.
So
it started gradually from Yaradua.
It's Obasanjo now.
Not Obasanjo. Not Obasanjo.
It became full-blown by
2009.
Yes. But the actual Boko Haram started as far back as 2002. If you go and read the history.
True.
Now,
I agree. True.
So what is the question I'm asking? We can assume that, if you are at that position, you have information about the people that are behind this thing. So the question I'm asking, so why are all of them handicapped?
But to put more structure to the conversation, Boko Haram has been decimated very well. They are not even functioning properly. It's not bandits.
Bandit starts when?
So bandit just recently started now. Bandit is an offshoot.
Did they start last year?
Banditry started, I think it started towards the end of the
Buhari administration.
No, not even towards, I think towards the end of Goodluck Jonathan.
No. It was full Boko Haram. It was Buhari administration. We were hearing banditry left, right, and center.
Let us even assume that yes.
Boko Haram has been
banditry is even from Boko Haram.
Completely, yes, it's different from Boko Haram.
Even their modus operandi is different. So we can. So is it the same people?
Wait, let me ask you this question, and I think we should be. Let's try to solve a problem like this. What do you think, and who do you think might be causing all this problem? Because and wait.
Oh, come on.
Because I remember that one of the interviews says there are foreign people that will supply these people. I think our military guy actually said it, that foreign people will be supplying those bandits some stuff. So it looks like
Chinese.
So so now you're saying, so it seems that we know what the problem is. We know where it's coming from. So now let's speak to what do you think should have been done, because they should have been disseminated, like they should have get rid of them.
Can I come in now?
What do you guys think we should have done?
No, he's still talking now.
So what do you guys think? Because we've get to the bottom of the problem. We know what the problem is. Some people are supplying them weapons, and we know who they are: the Chinese and the foreign and the Westerners. So what do you think?
Oriola, a senator, even recently on the floor of the House, when they attack one military base, said that even some of our military said that there are white men among the people that came and attacked them. Yeah. So
Okay.
what should we should have been doing now to
let me come in.
We have.
I've not been talking. Let me say something, please. I'm sorry because you just brought me in. I think the first thing is this: everything you have said, you are right, but there's one thing you have not laid emphasis on: the political angle of it, and it's true. If you like it or not, some of our northern politicians, they are using that thing. So the first thing I think the government should do is that this might not sound well. I think because they are collecting huge amount of security vote, I think this is the high time every state should go and force people to join police, and every state should have that state police, so that we will know exactly which state is not policing very well, so that we will not channel our energy and help them from the federal police.
That's a good solution.
Yeah, because the way it's going now, we are just modeling it up. Let everybody have their own security outfit. So if your state is not doing their job, then the federal police now can say, okay, you people, you don't know how to do your job, they cannot come in. But the way today Adamawa, another day Borno, they are just using politics and whatever. And of course, we cannot also remove the hand of some of Western nations, including China, from this insecurity because they are gaining from it. When you ask yourself a good question, where are they getting the sophisticated weapons from? Who are selling it to them? Don't tell me it's all from the Sahel. No, I don't agree. How come they have access to guns, AK-47, and the rest?
Drones. They now have access to drones.
How? Who is giving it to them? So sometimes, America, you talk so well, and all of you are speaking very well. But sometimes the problem of this country is not about internal factor alone. The external factor is also there.
There are also external factors. That's why I say, I watched the chief of defense staff on Al Jazeera, and when they asked him, he was citing that was before the US aid issue came out. Though he was saying NGOs, he didn't call their name. So the military knows. That's why I said Tinubu also knows. But again, why are they playing lip services with people's lives?
Emeka, it's not easy because you know when we talk about global supply chain and when you talk about bilateral agreement, because you cannot be in isolation.
I agree with you. I agree with you that
to balance it is also not so easy.
I agree with you that I agree with you completely that it's not easy.
Let me ask this question. They give Buhari the list of those behind the insecurity in Nigeria. What do you think? What do you think he didn't act on it?
You see, hold on.
They said they give him 10 names of
let me to be fair, I think we are getting closer to we are still explaining we are giving our explanation to what is going on. Tinubu is following on the footstep of Buhari in terms of security now. They know what is going on, but they are still playing lip service to it.
It's politics. That's what is going on.
Politics or not trying to communicate or dialogue.
Another thing I want to say is this: what about the ordinary people of Nigeria? I'm sorry, most Nigerians are gullible. To be frank, when you are talking about we should do it about ourselves, we should look in what do you think a president in Nigeria? We're not talking about military, we're talking about civilian government. Do you think you can close your country for 6 months? Your people will not shout to death. If you close that country for 1 month, they will start shouting. They just want give us food, and after we get the food, it's over. It's not done that way.
If you guys can allow me, I've been.
Yeah, you will come in after me now. You come in. Just
like
give me
2 hours.
Give me 2 seconds. They just brought me in here. Yeah, also. When you look at countries that have really made it in this world, look at the example of China. They closed the country for more than 25 years. Can Nigeria even allow to be closed for 6 months? Can you force Nigeria? The other day I was saying that
China. What?
No. What the other day even when you talk about America, is it easy for them in the beginning? They have to buy a lot of native speakers, and they have to enforce a lot of rules. They fought
you are an American person.
Simba,
let
the Chinese also
can
talk.
What I'm just trying to say in a nutshell is this. We are in the modern age. Closing down your country is not going to work because you have to look at the mentality of an average Nigerian that believe that everything must be Owambe every time, whether Hausa, Igbo, or Yoruba. So you have to look at the strengths of your own people. And I've discovered that, unfortunately, most of our younger ones are a little bit lazy. So we have to use carrot and stick.
Yeah, please.
Simba,
Hello.
when they
Yes, Emeka.
Simba,
Hello,
when they
please.
wanted
Have
to
we heard
remove
from
Fubara,
Hello,
when they
please.
wanted to remove Fubara, they did not hear the tears of
Emeka,
Rivers
please.
people.
Please, that has been waiting for almost 2 hours. Let's hear from him, please. Let's give me a chance.
No, I'm not. You can go.
No, he just came to blackmail people. Now ask him not to talk. Don't listen to that kind of thing from Prince Daddy Jerry.
Simba, I saw Simba on the roadside waving at Trump in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, no serious. Yeah, say
Thank
what
you
you
for
want to say.
thank you for welcoming our president. We really appreciate it. Actually, I was gonna say something if you get that agree with me or not.
Hey,
In
no, you
regards
see the
to
way we treated your man, eh?
yes, it's the biggest guy on the stage. Of course, you guys did very
He's
well.
going to get a lot of money from us. Don't worry. We are rich.
He's getting a lot of money already, a lot of money, and we thank you guys very much. You guys have plenty of money.
Man, I just wish Nigeria could have a
In
Trump.
addition to what you guys are talking about, I was just thinking, one of the other problems of Africa is this. Patoski, for example, has been given a task, albeit it's a volunteer task. And when I came to this country, one thing I learned about volunteerism. See, when the white person or white people want to go volunteer, right? They treat volunteerism like their job, like they're getting paid for it. They wake up in the morning, they show up on time, they pack their sandwiches with their food, they go to the place, they execute the job or the work as if they are getting paid. And at the end of the day, they go home. Of course, they don't get any pay for the job. That mentality, we don't have it in Africa. Look at Patoski performance at his job. It's got an S, a big S. The same S we gave to Tinubu about electricity, about the same S Patoski is getting. It sounds funny, but I know you believe also that in America and the West, volunteerism is actually a core part of the society. It is. I've seen Americans volunteer in such a wonderful way, so impressive that you know what, like I'm like what is the word? I'm like motivated, in which I have done and I still do in certain capacity volunteering. It's a good thing. We don't have that sensibility in Nigeria or Africa. I would say I could be wrong. It's a kind of a question I'm posing if you get to agree or not. But I hope Patoski is listening.
All right, so I think you're right because I can use myself for example. Like 2010, my whole year, like well even before then, but that 2010 I volunteer myself, and they have different programs that you can volunteer for. So I was one of those. I don't want to name the name, and for the whole year I only get 10,000 and change. It was just stipend, just so I'm helping like the homeless, the non-profit organization and stuff. So you're right. But and
But
even if you don't, even
Oriola, let me
no,
tell you.
let me conclude. Even if you have to go to college, or you want to go to like Ivy League school, even regular colleges, they look part of the thing that you need to have is volunteerism. Like when
That's what
I
I want to
apply for
ask you now. There is a reward, but it might not be monetary reward, immediate reward for it. And that was your motivation. That was what made you to do it. But in our own climb, people don't see anything, any reason why they should do it. They have to monetize everything because there's nothing attached to it. There's no benefit that's going to go in the long run.
No, there's benefit to it. It's just that we don't speak to it.
I'm
Imagine
talking in
that.
our own climb. I'm not talking about in
Yes, it's
America.
just because Nigeria don't speak to it. There's a lot of benefit to it because you gain experience, and that experience, if you put it, so imagine that I go to college in Nigeria, and during my college time, I was volunteering myself. And when I finish and I'm looking for work, I already have experience of doing something, and I put in all what they're looking for. If the job I've applied for, let's say I apply for engineering job, but I already volunteer myself at some local mechanic shop or some electric stuff.
That is the IT we
I
do now.
think
Yeah.
you are not looking at it
No,
in
even
Nigerian context.
let me sorry,
Na-
let me
sorry,
sorry,
sir.
let me say this.
Nigerian
Let me say this.
context, Nigerian context is totally different. Look at the mode of education. It's all centered around passing examination and having this A or
That's not
B.
the reason. Huh?
No, let me finish. Like in this kind of country here, they don't lay emphasis on examination at all. Examination is the least. What they preach here is responsibility of sharing tasks. Even at school, it's a lot of group work or group tasks. It's like they have inculcated into them from even from as little as from primary school. So you already know that anything you want to do, you are doing it together as a group for the betterment of the environment or for the society. But in Nigeria, everything is centered around that brilliance, the top student, the top people. So you have to look at.
That's not true. I disagree with you. When I was younger, I remember that every Saturday or every end of the month Saturday, we do environmental, and that's free, and everybody come out and do it for free. I remember we do it.
That is
And
not
I see my dad.
that is not volunteer now.
It's
That
the
is not
same. It's
volunteer.
volunteering.
It's not.
No,
You only
yes, it
clean your
is.
environment.
It
They
is.
force you to clean your environment.
They didn't
So it's
force
not a
us.
volunteer work.
Well, maybe your side they were forcing you guys. They didn't force us. We only
They
knew
used to
that
force
every
people.
Saturday we come out.
Oyala, actually, they have what is called Wule Wule. If you don't do it, you'll be dealt with now. You pay fine or yeah. So it wasn't volunteer.
Let me even, situations are different. Let me give you did it for 1 year because you have people, you have backup, you can feed yourself, you can transport yourself. But in our own society, let me give for example, just yesterday I had a doctor is a Sudanese. There is one in their country. Her father died even before she entered medical school. Our immediate elder brother could not even go to school because there was no finance. But when she finished high school, the mother said, no, somebody, at least I must train one of you people. Go to medical school. Probably when you finish, she sold all her goods, everything that she had. The lady has finished now. Now, they said before she can even get employment, she needs 1 year experience. Okay, I said, okay, just go and do it for free. She said, no, that she cannot even afford ordinary transportation. Situations are different. So
situations are not different, and I'll give you
different.
example.
The African,
The story just
you
narrated
cannot.
now.
Somebody that struggle to finish, that does not even have money to feed himself, to transport himself. He said he should go for 1 year volunteer. For where? Where is he going? How is he going to finance
that's
it?
not what I said. When you're in school, it's just like you don't have to be in college. Even when you're going to primary school, you're going to secondary school. Like my kids now, like the moment they know what's good and right and wrong, I will be going to different shelters doing this so they can see that we help people. They get accustomed to that they should volunteer their time. They don't need to be a grown ass person
Exactly
before
what
they
I'm
start
saying.
volunteering themselves.
Volunteer as service is as part of your community. Volunteer as
Exactly.
service as part of your
Thank
community.
you. Why are we making it something
seems
that we can't do?
you don't understand what Simba is trying to tell you.
Even the roadside, the roadside people.
Sorry,
That
Lola.
the old lady that is doing
America,
stuff.
America is a civilized and developed society. In Africa, there is the inequality among people is so widening that you can see by yourself that classify these are the rich and these are extremely poor people. But when you look at America and all these Western countries, at least if they are poor, the government still support them by giving them benefits. Some are even
Okay. I see your point, Remy.
But when you now look at Africa as a country like Nigeria, that some people they cannot even afford to send their wards to school, and you are now telling them to go and do volunteer. Even if they wish they want to do it, they don't have the support.
Yeah, what Simba was saying, I catch the essence of what Simba was saying.
That's what I'm talking about.
In a country where somebody had to, somebody's mother had to sell all their gold and the possessions to send one to school, and you want that person to go volunteer a year without pay. Of course, that's extraneous, and I agree with that. But back to what Oriela was saying. I'm talking about volunteerism as a service to the community. I'm not talking about an adult going to medical school. I'm talking about something that should be inculcated into our brain, into our system, that a child will know what volunteerism is or what it is to volunteer. You don't have to volunteer a whole damn year. I'm talking about a volunteer for like 2 hours is plenty. Do you know what 2 hours of volunteer would do? I mean,
you're
that's what
not
I'm talking
spending
about. I'm talking about the
the
foundation of it. Huh?
you, you're not spending the whole day. Like, I mean, even at a food bank, I mean, even till
2 hours
now,
is plenty.
even
Yeah,
till now.
see, bro, BT, even like the roadside grandma that is selling stuff, just
let me put something here. I think Babati, what you just said, to some extent, I did agree with you because we have to look at our history. Personally, when I was growing up, I saw my parents doing voluntary job for their community. For example, the government is not the one that cleared their roads; they make the road by themselves. They make sure with the available tools, they make sure so many roads, they fix it to the best they can with the available tools available to them to be motorable to the best they can. I said it's becoming so, even to some point, they still have to take their resources to go and get one caterpillar or grader to come and grade the road for free of charge. So it is the government that took everything that is good away from Nigeria's life. And that is why we are in this mess today of insecurity. The only good thing, anyway, insecurity is bad. I condemn it. But at the same time, I think it's good. Because nothing has happened to that country since the foundation of that country that government has been able to solve that problem. Is it electricity, as people have been saying? Is it pipe-borne water? When I was growing up, I drink pipe-borne water. Children of these days don't know what's called pipe-borne water. They only know boil. So, okay, now you can see, we're just going backward for
here,
nothing sake.
Baba, here. That's
So,
not government job. That's all these things, electricity, water. It's not government job. Stop doing
voluntary,
everything for
I
government.
have expressed
It's
I have
not for
expressed the
government to
voluntary
do.
job.
Please.
Listen, I said communities make roads. Where I grew up in Benin those days, in the whole of Bende, all the rural area, the communities are the one who constructed those roads by themselves. Voluntary, no payment. They figure a day, they will announce that everybody should come and we have a community job. And people will abandon their job for the day. They go and do it together. Is that not the same thing we're talking about? We're
They do
supposed to
this.
build on that.
They do the same
We're
thing
so,
in developed countries too. Yeah. So that's what
yeah,
we should be doing. You're right.
we supposed to build on that, but we let it die. And now this insecurity is going to feast everybody. Either the government learn how to do it differently, or it will consume the country. People are greedy of power. Why should we even have a federal government where there is no region? You balkanize people, no consultation. Everything is criminality from beginning to the end. These guys, they started testing the barrack. They will come to Abuja. Go and mark my word. We have been saying it for years that they will start attacking all these barracks. They will become vulnerable. The army will be overstressed. Youth will not be willing to be part of them. Then tell me what is left. They can't recruit people easily. 1,000 people, 200 people, 300. Because the government doesn't care about citizens. How can I go and volunteer for 40,000 to defend my country? What kind of nonsense is that? A country that cannot even send my child to primary school. We have to be honest.
That cannot send your kid to primary school. That won't make me laugh because you have a lot of options in Nigeria to send your kids to school. And you thinking that the bandits or Bukhara will around.
What of millions of kids that cannot go to school because there's no one to give them water? Because you see the problem we are. When a black man don't drink milk, he go teach everybody belly full. Go to your house of assembly. People are earning billions of naira as salary.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Don't let us be dancing from left to right.
The teachers that taught them, their primary school teachers, pensioners are earning 10,000 naira or 11,000.
No
Why
one
they are
is
earning millions?
billions of no politician is earning billions in Nigeria. Stop it.
The security vote of my state governor, do you know how much it
but
is?
that's
It's close
not
to $1 billion.
salary. But that's
It's
not
not
salary.
salary. How can you just throw that one to one person? and at the end, he doesn't account for it. He
That
enjoys
is
it as his private money.
that is the Midwest. That is the constitution of the country. Every state governor is the chief security officer of the state, and they are given security vote for that state. Some of them
Chief security, chief security, chief security.
Let me finish first. Relax. Some of them use the money to police their state very well. A good example is like Lagos State. So even in Enugu State, he also used the money very well. Kicks the police. I think the rest now is that this security vote you are giving them, Kuku let them have their own state police, so that they will use the money.
See,
they won't be using
the only the difference between a white man and a black man is this: when black man is eating, he believes every other person
Wait,
are
please,
okay.
can we not go here? I don't
This is
like
the natural. You are talking from a broad level. I mentioned school. Do you know how many kids that are outside
It's
because their
getting boring.
parents,
Yeah.
because their parents,
I don't need us
cannot
to
even,
yeah.
their parents cannot even afford
Midwest, we have heard this
to send them.
argument so many times. It's getting boring, please. It's getting boring.
It shouldn't be boring. Listen, my brother. Look, the
We all
problem
know
we have.
this. We all know this. I think what
Okay. Yeah, the government can send people to primary school. You should agree.
we
There
are
are a lot of
talking
things.
about what
Except
can
your
we
family
do.
have
We are
money.
talking about solutions. It's not all this everyday
The
ranting.
solution is the government should stop sponsoring criminality. They are sharing money. They are so tribalistic. They will create institutions and put their brothers there, make them millionaires. And at the end, those people will be opening business and say, we are businessmen, we are this. When they die, you don't see the business again. Can we continue like that? Boko Haram will feed the country. International community, they are all those bad countries. They've studied the country very well. They see the vulnerability of the country, and they are coming. When the fire start burning, everybody will think of their fatherland, and that's all. You can't hold everybody hostage because with Abuja.
Midwest points here. One second. Midwest points. See, I said it before on the show. You guys think that the military institution in Nigeria is stupid, huh? You think they're stupid? They're not stupid. You guys want to terminate Boko Haram and all these terrorist people. And you want the military to go do a good job. Why you corrupt politicians? They buy themselves G-Wagon and all those things. You think they're stupid? You think they want to end their own career by going out there, risking their lives, doing a good job, eliminating the terrorist groups, and so the politician can drive around freely and be happy. They're not stupid. All the
Prince Daddy.
institutions.
I don't think I don't because we kind of established what the problems are. I don't think that's really like a big big factor. I think that they already know like the foreigners are part of these things, and if they do actually know, how come they're not facing those terrorists? So in my own little knowledge, what I'm saying is, since we're not producing like the sophisticated like weaponries that we needed, it looks like even if we go against those people, the people they might know who is sponsoring them, but those people will not sell us the weapon that we need. Don't you
Okay,
think?
let me give.
No,
Okay, what about the
one
Tyrion?
second.
Tyrion?
Let me answer
I want to ask a
Midwest
question.
first. See,
Wait.
one second. See, that's the point. See, I don't. There's no weapon that Boko Haram or all those guys, terrorist organization have that Nigerian military cannot acquire. They get a lot of money. The point I'm trying to make here is that the military institution is equally as corrupt as every other institution in Nigeria. They give them a lot of money. The military has a lot of money. They get paid, and they have other sources of getting money, but they're not using the funds that they get to acquire weapons and actually do the right things. All these years they've been getting money. You don't think they should have by now been able to acquire a stockpile of weapons to be able to face the terrorists? My point here is that there's no will to do it, and even if there's will, they're not going to do it. My point is that they're not going to do it because they're not going to look at the civilian people, the politicians and other industries, NMPC and all these industries, you know, doing a bad job so they can get paid every year in year out, and you want them to do a good job. Trust me, Nigerian military, the way I've known them back in the days of NDA,
So,
Nigerian
Prince
military
Ali, all
was
these are
well.
rhetoric. So, what do you suggest should be the solution? You are trying to say they should not use the military anymore because they have not been using the money judiciously to buy guns or whatever they're supposed to do. So, if you are not using the military, who should we use?
In a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that, look, I'm not saying they shouldn't use the military. No, but I think my point I'm trying to make is that, look, the corruption in the military is the same elsewhere. The military people, though they may be in uniform, they like the rest of us Nigerians. They're not going to do a good job. They're not stupid because that's the cash cow. The cash cow is making sure that terrorism fester in the country. Okay, they too, they are smart. My point, they look at your politicians. How they steal money, how they build houses and do all these things. And you want, see, right now in Nigeria, we can almost say, I can't say for sure, 100% in absolute terms, that military rule in Nigeria is no more. If that been the case, how else would the military generals and those in leadership get money? Where are they going to get money from? If they can't take over the country like Buhari and Babangida and Abacha did. If those days are gone, where else would the military get money from? They don't control all those ministries. The only thing they have is the military institutions. So they have to keep it going. And the way to keep it going is to make sure insecurity and terrorism continue in that country.
So basically, the government is funding the budget for military, and the person that is in charge that should be looking after the military, which is the minister. So basically, they're not doing their job, because if you're getting money, a budget, you produce, or you give us a budget every year, and we give you money for that budget, and you're not doing the right thing. You're telling us that it's good that they start funding the funds, they're saving it. So why do we even have governments if the guy in charge?
Nobody's saying it's good. I mean, come on, realize, just like other institutions in Nigeria, do we do proper audits? Do we do proper audits in that country for anything?
Right. Yeah, I'm not trying. I'm not accusing you. I'm just saying that. Yeah, it's everywhere. We understand it's everywhere. So basically, if we know this is happening everywhere, so why are we mad, and why are we questioning that this is not done? Why are we blaming someone, whereas we know that?
No, that's people like that's America and other. That's when people trying to blame Tinubu, blame this and that.
Right.
I just laugh. That's why. I support Tinubu. I support Tinubu, right? But I'm not delusional to the reality of Nigeria as a state, as a place. So when people think Tinubu is going to come in and just wave his magic wand and fix things, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. So I mean, this guy, the corruption in that country is so ingrained in every nook and cranny of that country. Tinubu can't do nothing about it.
Okay, so but how do we solve it though? I mean, we can't let it keep going like this. What can we do? Are we saying
what we can do is very simple. The first one is state resource control. Nobody go to Abuja to collect money anymore. The day they start that thing in Nigeria, that is the day that country will turn around. Because now, you as a governor, you just sit down, collect the money from Abuja, including your security vote, keep most of the money in your hand, and do whatever you want. But the moment you are going to work for the money, to pay your state civil servant, to make your state better, your